Chapter 1896. Qingke. Come with me. Half an hour ago in the post house, Emochue quickly put the piece of cloth with the words in his hand into his sleeve and vigilantly looked around. Then, he turned his head and said to Li Tai, "Okay." Li Tai nodded. Under the lead of Emochue, the two of them came to the backyard of the post hostel. The machines and equipment brought from the academy were piled up here and guarded by the Imperial Guards day and night. Therefore, this place was undoubtedly safer than the quiet room from before, and no one would secretly eavesdrop. Qingke. Could this Li Junxian be the current commander of the 100 cavalry? Under a great banyan tree in the rear courtyard, after confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Emochue turned to Li Tai and solemnly asked. The Emo clan had lived in seclusion in a bitter and cold land, and had not interfered with the affairs of the court. At the time, Emochue truly had no idea who Li Junxian was, but last year, Emo Huai had led all the members of the Emo clan into Yanhuang College. Now that they had formally entered the world, Emochue had gradually become familiar with the officials and generals of the court. Precisely. Li Tai nodded, his brow furrowing. I didn't think that my imperial father would send Commander Li. But strangely, since Commander Li has come to Taiyuan, why hasn't he shown himself? Instead of answering, Emochue asked, Qingke, are you sure that the person who sent us this letter is Li Junxian? Could it be an impostor? Li Tai seriously thought about it, and then he shook his head. It shouldn't be. Since he was able to send us a letter, he must be nearby, and there's a high chance that he's heard our conversation. If he's not Commander Li but our enemy, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just send someone to ambush us while we were escorting the generators. Qingke, you're right. It seems like General Li is really sending us a message in secret. Emochue nodded and then continued. As for why he hasn't shown himself, it's probably because the current situation in Taiyuan City makes it easier for him to hide in the shadows than in the open. After all, we're in the open while the enemy is in the dark. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Hearing that, Li Tai agreed. Sir, your analysis makes sense. The problem now is, since an unidentified person has eavesdropped on our plan, what should we do in the afternoon? Also, who was this eavesdropper? Where did they come from? Is he from the same group as the assassins who tried to assassinate General Dugu? Emochue said with a frown. These four questions left Li Tai speechless. The little fatty furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I got it. Ingchue, who was deep in thought, jumped in fright. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, Does Cyan Sparrow have a good plan? Whether it's good or not is another matter, but at the very least, this plan will let us know which force this eavesdropper is from. Li Tai chuckled and began to explain to Ingchue. Since someone has eavesdropped on our plan to escort the generators, it's fine if they don't have any ill intentions, but if they do, then they and the people behind them will definitely set up an ambush and intercept us on our way to Dragon Mountain. In my view, we should beat them at their own game and have them walk right into our trap. When the time comes, won't investigating the faction behind them be as easy as turning over a hand? Chapter 1897. Trash. Trash. We've all fallen into Li Tai's trap. In the secret chamber of the second branch of the Wang family's ancestral home, Wang Xinyuan, who thought he could receive good news, did not expect to receive bad news. No matter how confident he was before, he could not help but panic. He was so angry that he threw the cup on the table to the ground and said angrily, Please forgive me, young master. But I did hear the King of Wei say that he would personally escort the firepower generator at the post house. I don't know why the King of Wei was not among the people escorting the firepower generator in the afternoon. Wang Li knew that he had messed up this matter. Facing Wang Xinyuan's questioning, he asked for forgiveness in fear and trepidation. But at the end of the day, he still didn't know what went wrong. They had the upper hand in this matter, but why did they lose so badly in the end? I don't know why. You still don't know why we lost? You've been tricked by Li Tai. The news you overheard at the post house must have been fake news deliberately revealed to you by Li Tai. You and I have been tricked by this kid. Wang Xinyuan angrily slammed his fist on the table and said with a ferocious face. Hearing this, Wang Li's eyes widened. He subconsciously shook his head and said, "Young master, this is impossible. The king of Wei and the teacher from the academy do not know martial arts. They couldn't have found out that I was eavesdropping outside. I have absolute confidence in this." "Humph. Absolute confidence? Then how do you explain this result to me?" Wang Xinyuan glared at Wang Li and said angrily, "You thought that your martial arts were much better than the other party, so you underestimated your opponent. In the end, you were played like a fool and almost put my grandfather and me in danger. You have high standards but little ability." At this moment, Wang Xinyuan was a little disappointed. He wanted to train Wang Li to be his confidant, but in the end, this guy was just a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. This made him very disappointed. Hearing the anger in Wang Xinyuan's words, Wang Li did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Wang Xinyuan paused for a moment, then asked, "How are those people?" His tone was no longer as aggressive as before. After all, he also understood that if he wanted to complete his plan, he would have to rely on Wang Li in the future. He could not make their relationship too stiff now. Wang Li naturally understood the meaning of Wang Xinyuan's words. He thought for a moment and cupped his fists. Those 4 men of sacrifice have already died in the Sea of Fire, and there is nothing on them that can reveal their identities. As for Xing Lang, he was mainly responsible for capturing King Wei alive. However, when I found out that King Wei wasn't escorting the goods, I realized that something was wrong and immediately gave the order to retreat. However, Xing Lang was already surrounded by the Imperial Army. Just now, I received news that Xing Lang was sent to the relay station by the Imperial Army. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "Star Wolf? Who was he? Will he betray us?" Wang Li carefully replied. Replying to young master, Xing Lang is one of the assassins that the second elder has secretly nurtured over the years. Only this subordinate and the second elder know of his identity. All these years, Xing Lang and the others have undergone strict training. Furthermore, their families are in the hands of the second elder, so no matter what kind of torture the Imperial Army uses, Xing Lang will definitely not betray us. Chapter 1898. What? You actually sent Wang Li to burn Yanhuang College's supplies? In the Wang family ancestral residence, in a room in the backyard of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan told Wang Kuei about the plan to ambush Li Tai's group. Wang Kuei listened and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bastard! Nonsense! Didn't this old man tell you not to act rashly before establishing contact with the Turkic state preceptor or Xieli Kagan? Moreover, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law, and the city is filled with soldiers and yamen runners. If your actions are caught, you, me, and the second branch of the Wang clan will all be finished. It was your grandson who was rash. Please calm your anger, grandfather. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and cupped his hands at Wang Kuei, looking like a good boy who had done something wrong. Humph! Calm my anger. How do you expect this old man to calm down? Wang Kuei slapped the table and pointed at Wang Xinyuan. This old man gave the second branch's shadow guards to you, so that you could lead the second branch back to glory, not to destruction. If the Imperial Army and the provincial governor's residence find you, not just our second branch, but the entire Wang clan will suffer a calamity. In order to avoid being overheard, Wang Kuei deliberately lowered his voice despite his extreme anger. He had initially adopted Wang Xinyuan's plan and put Wang Xinyuan in charge of this plan only to revive the second branch. He had never thought of destroying the entire Wang clan. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said softly, "Grandfather, rest assured. The Imperial Army only captured Xinglang. The rest of the people who participated in the ambush were all buried in the Sea of Fire. Xinglang is an assassin that you have painstakingly cultivated over the years. Grandson believes that the Imperial Army will not be able to get anything out of him." Xinglang? You still have the face to mention Xinglang to this old man? Also, how did you know that Xinglang is an assassin that this old man has cultivated? Wang Kuei was completely enraged, but at the same time, he still had a question in his mind. How did Wang Xinyuan know Xinglang's identity and mobilize him? Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said nothing. Whether or not Wang Li was here, he could not possibly reveal Wang Li's identity because he had been trying to win people's hearts recently. But even if he didn't say it, Wang Kuei, who was old and shrewd, could roughly guess. It was only to see Wang Kuei's brows furrow, and he said with a livid expression, "It's Wang Li. You actually allowed Wang Li to mobilize the Star Wolf. Haha. Good. Very good. How many days has it been since you were adopted into the second branch?" His wings had hardened. "How dare you mobilize the assassins that this old man has secretly trained without permission? Then in a few days will you dare to order Wang Li to kill this old man so that you can take my place?" At this moment, while Wang Kuei was angry and regretful, a sense of crisis finally rose in his heart. This was because Wang Xinyuan could mobilize Wang Li and Star Wolf behind his back today. Who knew if Wang Xinyuan would directly attack him or completely take over his position in the future? It had to be said that the speed of Wang Xinyuan's infiltration into Wang Kuei's forces made Wang Kuei feel a little fearful. Wang Xinyuan raised his head at this time and looked directly at Wang Kuei without avoiding. He said with a serious face, "Grandfather, you are my grandfather. I will never do anything to you." Previously, after Wang Li heard the news from the post house that Li Tai would personally escort the firepower generator, I felt that it was a good opportunity to break the situation. I also wanted to report to grandfather first, but the situation was urgent at that time. I had to let Wang Li prepare for the ambush first. Grandson has indeed overstepped his boundaries and acted rashly. Grandfather, please punish me. A good opportunity to break the situation? Humph. You really broke the situation by making such a fuss. However, you gave Li Tai and the others a chance to break the situation. Wang Kuei sneered and then said coldly, "I think you are getting bolder and bolder. From today onwards, you have no right to mobilize the secret guards of the second branch. You stay at home and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to go anywhere." Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Kuei really didn't dare to let Wang Xinyuan do whatever he wanted. Wang Xinyuan was really too bold. He was simply joking with the lives of everyone in the Wang family. But now that things had developed to this point, he couldn't do anything to Wang Xinyuan. He couldn't kill him quietly, right? This was the grandson he had just snatched from Wang Yu. Even if he regretted it at this time, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. Therefore, Wang Kuei decided to temporarily stop the plan and let Wang Xinyuan calm down to see what would happen next. No. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinyuan's attitude suddenly became tough. He looked at Wang Kuei with a firm face and said, "Grandfather, do you think that if you stop now, you and I can live in peace? It's impossible. There's no turning back. Since the moment we chose to rely on the Turks, there's no turning back. Especially now that Star Wolf has fallen into the hands of the Imperial Army. Even if he has undergone rigorous training before, he is always a hidden danger to us. As long as he is still alive, we will never be able to sleep and eat in peace. Only by successfully joining Khan Xieli and becoming his right-hand man can we completely get out of the current predicament. At this time, how can you let your grandson stop? What you're doing is driving the Wang family to a dead end." The plan to ambush Li Tai had failed. Although Wang Xinyuan felt regretful, he could also use this to kidnap Wang Kuei and make the latter stand firmly on the same front as him. Not only did he want to get Wang Kuei's full support, but he also wanted all the resources and power of the Wang family's second branch, especially those killers that Wang Kuei had secretly cultivated over the years. Wang Kuei was so angry that he was about to die. At this moment he finally understood what it meant to ask a tiger for its skin. Those who asked a tiger for its skin should be mentally prepared to be bitten by the tiger at any time. Wang Xinyuan, the tiger, was as docile as a kitten at the beginning, but now he had finally revealed his sharp fangs, which made Wang Kuei somewhat fearful. Although he was angry, Wang Kuei also understood that Wang Xinyuan's words were reasonable. There was no turning back. They had already attached themselves to the Turks through Guardian Zhao. Could they really stop now? In addition, at this time, he could not completely fall out with Wang Xinyuan, because he could hear a trace of determination in the latter's tone. If he really fell out with Wang Xinyuan, this guy might directly make the matter public and make a life-and-death struggle. At that time, the Wang family's second branch would only die faster. Forget it. Forget it. Seeing that you're doing this for the sake of the second branch, this old man will not punish you this time. You don't have to reflect on your mistakes in these few days. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuei suppressed the anger in his chest and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Then he changed the topic and said, "But before you make any decision, you must discuss it with this old man. Don't make any more decisions without my permission. Otherwise, this old man can take back the secret guards in your hands at any time. Do you understand?" Seeing that Wang Kuei had compromised, Wang Xinyuan smiled inwardly. He did not want to push Wang Kuei too hard, so he cupped his hands and said, "This grandson understands. Thank you for your forgiveness, grandfather. You leave." Wang Kuei waved his hand at Wang Xinyuan rather tiredly. At this time, he had already begun to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's slanderous words and mistakenly boarding the pirate ship. "Master, this subordinate has something to report." Wang Chenggu stood outside the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house, knocked on the doorframe, and spoke respectfully inside. "Come in." Soon Wang Yu's voice came from inside the room. "Yes." Wang Chenggu did not enter immediately. He first turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he pushed the door open and walked in, then closed the door again. "Chenggu, what's the matter?" At this time, Wang Yu was reviewing official documents sent by the local government in Sui Province. Counting the days, he had left Sui Province for nearly half a month, and there was a backlog of government affairs in the local government. Wang Yu looked up at Wang Chenggu and asked faintly. Then, he lowered his head and continued to review official documents. "Master, this subordinate has just received news that a fire suddenly broke out in the south of the city." Thick smoke billowed. An imperial guard was also at the scene at that time, and they also caught an unidentified man who seems to be an assassin. He has been escorted to the post house. Wang Chenggu cupped his hands and bowed. "What? Another assassin?" Hearing this, Wang Yu's right hand, which was reviewing official documents, could not help but tremble. A slanted red line suddenly appeared on the booklet. Speaking of which, Dugu Xian had just been assassinated in the city this morning, and the security patrols in the city had also been upgraded. How did another assassin pop out now? How could Wang Yu not be shocked and angry? Can you confirm that person is an assassin? Also, is King Wei in this imperial guard? Is His Highness injured? Wang Yu looked nervously at Wang Chenggu and asked in a deep voice. "We still can't confirm that person's identity." Wang Chenggu shook his head and said, "This subordinate has already sent someone to investigate. However, according to the report of my subordinates, His Highness King Wei was not among them. No one saw His Highness injured either. Please rest assured, family head." Hearing this, Wang Yu inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Li Tai was fine, everything else could be discussed. Also, this subordinate has discovered something else, but I don't know if I should say it. At this time, Wang Chenggu suddenly said hesitantly. Wang Yu frowned and said, "What is it? Speak quickly." Wang Chenggu thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Replying to Master, after the fire broke out in the south of the city, this subordinate saw Wang Li of the second branch return with some people in a hurry. This subordinate feels that they are a little. Who was Wang Yu? He had been an official for half his life. What had he not seen?" Although Wang Chengwu's words were not complete, he understood what Wang Chenggu wanted to say. He put down the red brush in his hand and walked up to Wang Chenggu with a serious expression. "You mean to say that the fire in the south of the city is very likely related to Wang Li?" When he said this, even Wang Yu himself felt a little apprehensive. The implications of this matter were too great. If things were not handled properly, the entire Wang clan could be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1899. This subordinate doesn't dare to be sure, but when I saw Wang Li and the others return, they all seemed to be in a hurry. This subordinate went forward to greet them, but they didn't respond and rushed straight to the second branch's courtyard. Wang Chenggu did not directly assert that there was a problem with Wang Li's group, but rather cautiously replied, "No, there must be a problem with Wang Li." Wang Yu's brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he said with certainty, "At noon, an imperial edict was sent to Taiyuan, and Fang Gongting successfully took over military authority in Bing Province. The tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing Province camp all poured out and spread throughout Taiyuan City. Afterward, this old man ordered the Wang clan's shadow guards to withdraw to the estate, leaving only a small number of people outside to gather information. For Wang Li to return at this time just in time for the fire in the southern part of the city, there must be a problem. Wang Yu had been an official for many years, and his sense of danger and conspiracy was far more sensitive than the average person's. Although he didn't have any direct evidence, he could conclude from Wang Chengwu's words that there was a problem with Wang Li. He didn't believe in coincidences, and he didn't believe that Wang Chengwu would hide such an important matter from him. Thus, he had already locked onto Wang Li's identity as a suspect. Has there been any unusual activity on Second Elder's side these past 2 days? Wang Yu quickly thought of the person behind Wang Li, Wang Kuei. If the fire in the southern part of the city was really Wang Li's doing, then the person behind Wang Li could not escape responsibility. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Chengwu naturally understood the meaning behind Wang Yu's words. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Ever since the second elder accepted the second young master, no Wang Shinun, ever since the second elder accepted Wang Shinun as his grandson, he has been staying in the residence without any unusual movements. However, yesterday morning Wang Xinyuan made a trip out of the residence. It is said that he went to the city to meet friends. But Wang Xinyuan has been imprisoned in the grievance hall for more than a year, and he has long lost contact with his former friends. This subordinate truly cannot think of anyone in Taiyuan City who could have such a deep friendship with Wang Shen." Speaking of Wang Xinyuan, Wang Chengwu's expression was somewhat unnatural. Just a few days ago, Wang Xinyuan was still called Wang Rennie, and he was still Wang Yu's biological son. But now, not only had Wang Rennie's name been changed, he had even severed his relationship with Wang Yu. He was truly worried that Wang Yu would lose control of his emotions upon hearing Wang Xinyuan's name. However, it turned out that he was overthinking things. With the survival of the entire clan at stake, Wang Yu had no time to care about personal feelings. He only wanted to do business properly and bring the Wang clan out of the quagmire as quickly as possible. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke. "Cheng Wu, from now on, you will personally lead a few experts to secretly monitor the second branch's every move. Whether it's Rennie, Wang Xinyuan or the second elder, once they do anything suspicious, report to me immediately." Wang Chengwu was a master of martial arts at the Grandmaster middle stage. He was the top fighter among the secret guards of the Wang family. Wang Yu was relieved to send him to monitor Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei. However, Wang Chengwu looked a little hesitant. He asked hesitantly, "Patriarch, do you really want to monitor the second branch? But if second elder finds out, I can't care about that now." Wang Yu knew what Wang Chengwu was going to say. He waved his hand and interrupted. "The situation in Taiyuan City is critical now. Although I don't know the background of the force hiding in the dark, it must be a hostile force of the imperial court. No one in the Wang family is allowed to collude with that force. Otherwise, the entire Wang family will be buried with him. At this time, I'd rather kill by mistake than miss out. If second elder finds out, tell him to come to me. If he's really magnanimous, I, Wang Yu, am willing to offer him a humble apology." The fire in the south of the city, Wang Li and the others had coincidentally returned home in a hurry. Furthermore, Wang Xinyuan had suddenly gone out yesterday, and Dugu Xian had been attacked by an assassin this morning. All these coincidences made Wang Yu feel extremely uneasy. At this time, he had to show the courage of a family head. Otherwise, the Wang family might really be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing that Wang Yu had said this, Wang Chengwu did not dare to hesitate. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate obeys. I'll take some people to monitor second elder and Wang Xinyuan." After saying that, seeing that Wang Yu had no other instructions, Wang Chengwu cupped his fists and left. In the room, Wang Yu had long lost the mood to read the documents. He frowned and stared blankly in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Wang Yu suddenly stood up and muttered, "This won't do. This old man has to go to the post house personally." After saying that, he flung his sleeves and walked out of the door. He had to find out why the fire suddenly broke out in the south of the city, and why the imperial army coincidentally appeared in the south of the city. Only by understanding these details could he better judge whether Wang Li was involved or not. Also, according to Wang Chengwu, the imperial army had captured someone alive. He wanted to know if the person captured by the imperial army was a hidden guard of the Wang family. More accurately, if he was a hidden guard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Kuei. Field Officer Sun, General Chiu invites you to his tent. He has something important to discuss. On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army, the soldiers of the various battalions were training in full swing under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a soldier from the 2nd Battalion jogged over from outside the drill ground and found Sun Tao, who was guiding the soldiers in their training. I got it. Go back and report on the completion of the mission. I will go over after giving some instructions. Sun Tao frowned and looked expressionlessly at the tent on the west side of the drill ground before speaking to the soldier. Yes. Seeing that he had received the order, the soldier didn't stay any longer and left. Sun Tao turned around and called for the deputy general of the camp to supervise the training of the soldiers. After which, he walked towards the tent on the west side of the drill ground. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zixuan joined the Black Armored Army and introduced the new drill, he had given the veterans of the 2nd Battalion a great deal of pressure. In the past, they might have been a little sloppy during training, but now, under the immense pressure exerted by Sun Tao, they didn't dare to be sloppy even if they wanted to. Greetings to the general. Arriving at Qiu Xingong's tent, Sun Tao greeted him as usual. However, at this moment he felt a little conflicted. This was because he could roughly guess the reason why Qiu Xingong called him over today. Sun Tao, you're here? There's no need to stand on ceremony, take a seat. Qiu Xingong was looking through the military documents previously. When Sun Tao came in, he had already noticed him. However, he still waited for Sun Tao to finish his greeting before putting down the documents in his hands and raising his head. Thank you, General. Sun Tao thanked Qiu Xingong and did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the seat to Qiu Xingong's left. Cough cough. Qiu Xingong coughed lightly and looked in the direction of the entrance of the tent. After that, he smiled and asked Sun Tao, Field Officer Sun, the reason this old man called you here today is to ask you about the preparations of our 2nd Battalion for tomorrow's fighting competition. Sun Tao thought to himself that this was indeed the case, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong and said, replying to General, the entire 2nd Battalion has been training hard these few days. No one dares to slack off. In addition, most of the people in our battalion are veterans from the Black Armored Army, who have experienced hundreds of battles. I believe that in tomorrow's martial arts competition, our 2nd Battalion will definitely not lose to the 5th Battalion. Qiu Xingong didn't directly ask Sun Tao if the 2nd camp could win against the 5th camp. However, how could Sun Tao not understand what Qiu Xingong meant? He didn't hide anything and directly asked the question that Qiu Xingong was most concerned about. From this, it could be seen that even though Sun Tao was working for Qiu Xingong, his personality was still relatively straightforward and even a little arrogant. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Hearing such a confident answer from Sun Tao, Qiu Xingong couldn't help but be pleased. He smiled and said, for tomorrow's combat competition, send out all the experts from the 2nd camp. Don't worry about the other camps, just make sure that they win against the 5th camp. I will definitely make Li Zixuan lose all his face in tomorrow's combat competition. For this old fellow to say such words, he was truly shameless. Just like what Sun Tao had said earlier, the majority of the soldiers in the B Battalion were veterans of the Black Armored Army. No matter if it was personal strength or battle experience, they had an advantage over the group of new recruits in the E Battalion. This was not an evenly matched competition to begin with. However, Qiu Xingong seemed to be going all out and wanting to kill all of them. Furthermore, this old man did not feel that he had an unfair advantage at all. In any case, as long as he won, no matter how the process was, he would still be very happy. This general obeys. Sun Tao's skin wasn't as thick as Qiu Xingong's. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched and his face was a little embarrassed. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. In fact, he had always wanted to win against the 5th camp fair and square. This kind of battle wasn't evenly matched to begin with. Even if he won, he wouldn't feel proud of it. Chapter 1900. In Qiu Xingong's tent in the camp of the Black Armored Army. Faced with Qiu Xingong's request, Sun Tao subconsciously rejected it. Not to mention that with his personality, he would never do such a thing. Even if he could get past him, He would not be able to get past the military law. The Black Armored Army was the most outstanding heavy cavalry force in Great Tang. The military law in the Black Armored Army was stricter than any other army. In the Black Armored Army, intentionally harming a fellow soldier would be punished according to the severity of the punishment. As for intentionally killing a fellow soldier, this was even more severe. The punishment would be death without any room for negotiation. Thus, even though Qiu Xingong was Sun Tao's superior, Sun Tao didn't dare to agree to such a request. Furthermore, under Qiu Xingong's instructions, Zhang Kongnian instigated a mutiny among the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. In the end, he was beheaded in front of everyone. This incident was still fresh in Sun Tao's mind. As Qiu Xingong's trusted aide, he knew better than anyone else who Zhang Kongnian was under. If he were to agree to Qiu Xingong's request, once the matter blew up, Duan Jixuan would definitely hold him accountable as a lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion. He dared to guarantee that Qiu Xingong wouldn't save him, nor would he be able to save him. He might very well follow in Zhang Kongnian's footsteps and become Qiu Xingong's scapegoat. According to the military law, intentionally killing a fellow soldier is indeed a capital offense. However, it also depends on the situation. In this martial arts competition, swords and spears have no eyes. It's normal for 1 or 2 mishaps to occur. Seeing that Sun Tao had rejected his request, a hint of displeasure flashed across Qiu Xingong's face. However, he quickly concealed it. He smiled and patted Sun Tao's shoulder before saying, "Besides, didn't Li Zixuan say that he would rather the soldiers sweat more on the training grounds and even suffer more injuries than losing their lives on the battlefield?" In the previous training in the Wu Battalion, because of Li Zixuan, how many soldiers were injured for no reason? At the end of the day, tomorrow's fighting competition is also a form of training. Why can't you let those 2nd Battalion experts be a little more heavy-handed? If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, you can also tell them that they only need to heavily injure the people of the Wu Battalion. There's no need to kill them. In this way, even if Li Zixuan knows that we're doing this on purpose, he won't be able to say anything. After all, the soldiers in the army have been injured a lot because of his new training exercises. Qiu Xingong, who was used to scheming, actually started to use it this time. As he said, it was Li Zixuan who suggested that the soldiers should not be afraid of getting hurt when they were injured. Because of this, many soldiers and horses in the Wu Battalion were injured. It was also because of this that Qiu Xingong had the idea of instigating a mutiny in the Wu Battalion. However, his original plan failed and he even lost one of his generals because of it. Furthermore, he even sent the 3rd Battalion to Li Zixuan's hands. This time he wanted to give Li Zixuan a taste of his own medicine. Not only would he make Li Zixuan lose all his face, he would also suffer unspeakable hardships. This? Sun Tao frowned and hesitated for a moment. Although Qiu Xingong had taken a step back, he still felt that this kind of underhanded trick was a little unfair, even if he won in the end. After all, the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion was much stronger than the Wu Battalion, of course. This was what Sun Tao thought. Chapter 1901. Wen Hao, I've already sent you the firepower generator and the telegraph transceiver. Now I'll have to trouble you to quickly assemble and debug them. Try to have the firepower generator up and running in 2 days. There are still some things I need to do at the post house, so I need to go back and take care of them. Once I'm done, I'll come back immediately. Taiyuan Dragon Mountain. Under the protection of Du Gufang and the other Imperial Army soldiers, Li Tai and the others finally transported the firepower generator and other equipment to the Boy Temple at the top of the mountain. After all the equipment had been properly installed, Li Tai said to Meng Wenhao. In the morning, after they had finalized the location of Dragon Mountain as the telegraph relay station, Meng Wenhao had remained on Dragon Mountain to coordinate the preliminary preparations. In the afternoon, when Li Tai and the others arrived at the Boy Temple again, the place had already undergone a complete makeover. Everything that needed to be cleaned had been cleaned, and the roof had been repaired. Most importantly, the Imperial Army had completed a comprehensive defense around Dragon Mountain, according to the terrain. In the ravines behind the boulders on the treetops and so on, there were Imperial Army spies hidden in every corner. The entire mountain had now become a solid iron bucket. Even a martial grandmaster like Wuxia would not be able to quietly sneak into the Boy Temple from the foot of the mountain. In other words, unless there was a well-trained army of more than 5,000 people attacking the mountain at all costs, it would be impossible to take down the current Dragon Mountain. If a weaker army rashly attacked the mountain, they would only suffer heavy losses because they had no idea where there were traps or where the Imperial Army soldiers were hiding in the dark. And you can rest assured, although my experience in engineering projects is not as good as yours, these things won't be difficult for me. Besides, I have so many classmates helping me. Meng Wenhao nodded solemnly and promised. Then he looked at Li Tai and said with a serious face, Chinga, you should be more careful in the city. We've all heard about the assassination of General Dugu. I suspect that there's a group of people in Taiyuan City who don't want us to build a telegraph relay station. Qingke, your identity is special, so they will definitely find ways to make a move on you. It had been a long time since the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian in the morning. Although Meng Wenhao and the other students of Yanhuang Academy had been waiting here since they arrived at Dragon Mountain, they still heard the news of the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian. Those who could enter Yanhuang Academy were not stupid. They knew very well how dangerous the situation they were facing was. But even under such circumstances, not a single one of them wanted to withdraw out of fear. They were schoolmates, but at this moment, they were more like comrades in arms. In times of crisis, they helped each other and could trust each other with their backs. This was the golden generation of the Yanhuang Academy. In the future, when the Tang Empire defeated the Turks, there would definitely be a place for them in the history books. Wenhao, I'm relieved to hear your words. Li Tai smiled faintly, but his face was calm. He said, as for my safety, you don't have to worry. Now there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing province barracks in the city. General Feiying and Iron Egg will also protect me at all times. It won't be easy for those rats hiding in the dark to hurt me. Our main task now is to build the telegraph relay station as soon as possible. The more those people don't want us to build it, the more we won't let them. If Dragon Mountain lacks anything, you can send someone down the mountain to inform Mr. Emochue. He will prepare it for you. Chapter 1902. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the post house in the city was not small. There were dozens of rooms of various sizes. In ancient times, a post house was similar to a modern-day guest house or hotel. It was used for officials who passed on official documents. Those who passed on information could also drink tea and change horses. With the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. A highly efficient post house could ensure that information was passed on in a timely and accurate manner. It was an important guarantee for victory in a war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the post house, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the post house. Of course, he did not chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's office paid for them to stay in the guest house temporarily. In any case, it did not matter where they stayed. Furthermore, the environment of the guest house was better than the post house. As such, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's office's work and moved to the guest house. The post house was completely occupied by the Yanhuang College teachers and students as well as the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment, his head was lowered and he did not move at all. As his face was completely covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Xian saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Xian. In truth, he had been supporting Dugu Xian the entire time. However, when they approached the prison, Dugu Xian told him to let go, so he did not continue to support him. At this moment, seeing the confusion in Dugu Xian's eyes as he looked at the assassin, he quickly explained in a low voice, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." After saying this, he quickly said to a soldier in the prison, "Go. Raise this fellow's head. Oh, and bring another chair over." Taiyuan was a big city in the north, so the post house in the city was naturally not small. There were dozens of big and small houses. In ancient times, post houses were similar to modern guest houses or hotels. They were for officials to pass on official documents and travel to and fro. Those who passed on messages could also drink tea and change horses here. With the first generation of the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. The efficient operation of the post house could ensure the timely and accurate transmission of information. It was an important guarantee for victory in the war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the inn, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the inn. Of course, he didn't chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's estate paid for them to stay in the inn. After all, it didn't matter where they stayed. Moreover, the environment of the inn was better than the post house. Therefore, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's work and moved to the inn. The post house was completely occupied by the teachers and students of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment his head was lowered and he didn't move at all. As his face was covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Xian saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Xian and explained, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." Chapter 1903. Wang family head, I'm truly sorry. This junior was busy interrogating the assassin and didn't want to keep you waiting outside, so I could only have you come here. Please forgive me. Wang Yu appeared at the door of the cell. Dugu Xian was about to stand up to welcome him, but Zhang Dafu quickly helped him up. Dugu Xian steadied himself and gestured for Zhang Dafu to step aside before politely cupping his fists at Wang Yu. Even though he had previously suspected that Star Wolf came from the Wang clan, it was only a suspicion without any concrete evidence. Moreover, when Dugu Feiying had been searching for Zhu Xiachang and Kong Chang'an in Source Peak City, Wang Yu had helped him quite a bit. Thus, when facing Wang Yu, Dugu Xian was still as polite as before. Honorable nephew Dugu must be joking. This old man should be the one bothering you. Wang Yu did not put on airs and instead affectionately called him honorable nephew. The Wang family of Taiyuan and the Dugu clan of Luoyang could be considered old friends. As an elder, it was reasonable for Wang Yu to call Dugu Xian honorable nephew. After this polite exchange, Wang Yu looked at Dugu Xian and asked with concern, "Honorable nephew, you've just been cured of the poison. Are you all right now?" "Thanks to Uncle Wang, I'm fine now. I also have to thank Uncle Wang for inviting the divine doctor to treat me. Otherwise, this junior really might not have been able to wake up." Dugu Xian solemnly cupped his fists at Wang Yu. Since Wang Yu had addressed him as nephew, it wouldn't be too much for him to address him as uncle. Furthermore, Dugu Xian had already heard about what had happened at the post house this morning from the people around him. He knew that if Wang Yu hadn't invited the best, and also the most difficult to invite, physician in Taiyuan Gong Sun Liang, there was a high chance that he would have died from the poison by now. Thus, from a certain perspective, Wang Yu could be considered his savior. If he still coldly called Wang Yu Wang family head, it would be a little too unreasonable. Haha, that's good. That's good. Dugu Xian addressing him as uncle made Wang Yu heave a sigh of relief. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Now, he could naturally ask Dugu Xian to help him investigate the identity of the captured assassin. This old man just received news that a fire broke out in the south of the city, and the Imperial Army happened to capture someone at the scene. This old man was worried about your highness' safety, so I came to take a look. Oh right. Just now, my nephew said that he was interrogating the assassin. Could it be that the person the Imperial Guard caught in the southern part of the city was the assassin? Is His Highness doing well? Wang Yu remembered the purpose of his visit and the words Dugu Xian had said at the beginning. His expression was shocked, and he cupped his hands at Dugu Xian as he looked around the cell. He looked around and saw that there was another person hanging on the rack. It was Star Wolf. However, Star Wolf had lowered his head again. His messy hair easily covered his face, so Wang Yu couldn't see his face clearly. Dugu Xine followed Wang Yu's gaze, paused for a moment, then turned his head and replied, "Uncle Wang is not an outsider, so this junior will tell you the truth. Earlier, His Highness and Flying Eagle brought people to escort a batch of important resources from Yanhuang College to Longshan. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed in a small alley in the south of the city. The enemy used 4 burning carriages to attack the convoy from the front and back. At the critical moment, Flying Eagle could only order the soldiers to scatter in all directions to save their lives, and the resources of the college were all burned. Amidst the chaos, an assassin flew over and tried to kidnap your highness. Look, this is the assassin." As he spoke, Dugu Xine pointed at Star Wolf on the rack. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally understood what had happened in the small alley, in the south of the city 15 minutes ago. However, at this time he couldn't care less about the assassin. He only wanted to know how Li Tai was doing. Thus, he hurriedly asked with a nervous expression, "How is His Highness now? This old man didn't see His Highness at the inn?" Chapter 1904. Uncle is experienced and knowledgeable, yet you don't recognize this person. Could it be that this person isn't from Taiyuan? Taiyuan courier station in a prison cell. Hearing Wang Yu say that he had never seen Star Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no expression on his face, but he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Dugu Xine turned his head and said to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze was like lightning. His eyes had actually been fixed on Star Wolf this entire time. Although Star Wolf didn't show any particular expression after hearing his words, he still felt that it was somewhat strange. Generally speaking, a person's thoughts would often inevitably affect the expression on their face and eyes. No matter how well they controlled their expression and eyes, it was impossible for there to be no change at all. Just now, Wang Yu had clearly seen a hint of relief flash across Star Wolf's face, as well as a hint of relief in his eyes. The change was very small, but Wang Yu had come to the courier station with a goal in mind. From the moment he entered the prison cell, his eyes had been fixed on Star Wolf. Naturally, Wang Yu had caught the slight change in Star Wolf's expression and eyes. Not necessarily. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu shook his head and said to Dugu Xine, "This old man isn't in Taiyuan all year round. How could I dare say that I know everyone in Taiyuan City? However, since this assassin is in our hands, nephew can use torture on him. Do you think he won't reveal his identity under torture?" Dugu Xine sighed and said, "Uncle may not know, but before you came, this junior had already ordered people to use all kinds of torture on this fellow. However, this fellow's mouth was tight, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Thus, this junior guesses that this person is an assassin specially trained by some faction. Only someone who has undergone a long period of cruel and harsh training would be able to be like him, unafraid of pain and death." Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this. There's actually such a thing? An assassin? According to what you said, even if this person isn't an assassin, he should be a specially trained death warrior. The person behind him must be quite powerful. At the same time, Wang Yu felt that his guess was getting closer and closer to reality. The assassin in front of him was so well trained that he clearly wasn't someone a small faction could train. And who was the largest faction in Taiyuan City? It was the Wang family. This meant that the assassin on the gallows was most likely someone secretly groomed by the Wang family's second elder, Wang Kai. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Dugu Xine did not have time to react. Instead, Star Wolf lowered his eyes. He did not dare to look at Wang Yu again because he was afraid of exposing himself. Uncle's words are exactly what I was thinking. Dugu Xine nodded his head in approval. This person is so well trained, so the person behind him must be extraordinary. It's just that we've used all kinds of torture on him, but he still refuses to say anything. I wonder if Uncle has a good plan? In fact, from the moment Wang Yu stepped into the prison cell, Dugu Xine had been probing the relationship between Wang Yu and Star Wolf. Up until now, Dugu Xine had basically confirmed that Wang Yu really didn't know Star Wolf. This was the intuition of a martial artist. Unless Wang Yu's acting skills were so superb that he could deceive the eyes of a martial scholar, Dugu Xine did not believe that his judgment would be wrong. Therefore, Dugu Xine was sincerely seeking advice from Wang Yu, hoping to find a way to break out of this situation. Chapter 1905. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left his cell, Dugu Xian also left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier. After returning to his room, he sat down and asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate?" The second elder of the Wang clan? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Xian still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the two sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, which made Dugu Xian even more suspicious. Thus, it was imperative to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Yes. Zhao Eru cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Seeing that Dugu Xian had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left, Dugu Xian left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate?" The second elder of the Wang clan? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Xian still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the two sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left. It made Dugu Xian even more suspicious. Therefore, it was very necessary to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Here. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and accepted the order. Seeing that Dugu Xian had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? In Source Peak Courier Station, after Wang Yu left, Dugu Xian left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, this Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate?" The second elder of the Wang clan? Chapter 1906. This old man, who this old man is, isn't important. What is important is that this old man has intercepted an urgent report. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. General, please quickly open the gates and do not delay this important military mission. Outside the western gate of Taiyuan City, the burly man dressed in coarse brown robes looked up at the captain of the Bing province barracks and loudly shouted, "This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City?" Heh, what bold words! The captain had originally believed that this old man had important information to report, but after hearing the old man's words, he snorted derisively. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Its walls were tall and thick, and the city had tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Most importantly, Taiyuan City was not on the border, and was surrounded by other provinces and counties. If Taiyuan City encountered an emergency, the soldiers of the other provinces and counties would rush to the rescue. In these circumstances, the captain truly did not believe that anyone could threaten the lives of the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. You should go back. In consideration of your age, this general will not lower himself to your level. If you continue to shout and pester endlessly, don't blame this general for having you arrested and charged with the crime of colluding with the enemy. The lieutenant on the city gate tower had a cold expression as he pointed at the old man below the city and shouted, "Colluding with the enemy? When did this old man collude with the enemy? Let this old man into the city and take this old man to see His Highness King Wei. At that time, His Highness will judge whether or not this old man has colluded with the enemy." Being accused of colluding with the enemy for no reason, the old man was instantly enraged. However, he also understood what was the most important thing at this time, so he resisted the urge to scold and shouted at the lieutenant. "Humph! Is His Highness someone you can see just because you want to? Don't make so much noise. Do you believe that this general won't have you arrested?" The captain coldly said. Although his words were somewhat impolite, there was actually nothing wrong with them. Not to mention that the situation in the city was urgent. Even if it was during normal times, he couldn't just casually bring someone to see Li Tai just because they said that they had important matters to discuss, right? If the other party wanted to harm Li Tai, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, he only wanted to scare the old man and drive him away. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The old man was not afraid at all. He raised his head and rebuked angrily, "I do have urgent information to report to King Wei. If you don't believe me, then arrest me. If I delay the military mission, will His Highness spare you? How can the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City spare you?" Seeing that the old man wasn't scared away by him and instead refused to give up, he was a little angry and said, "Fine. Good. Men, arrest this man and bring him to the provincial governor's office for him to deal with." "Lieutenant, this?" The soldier beside the commandant of the city gate tower was somewhat hesitant. After all, if the old man really had important information and they captured him, then they would be in deep trouble. "What? Are you not going to listen to me? This was a military order. Take him down." The commandant glared at him, and the soldier didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Understood." Not long after, the city gate opened and 4 or 5 soldiers came out and came to the old man. The old man glared at them and a fierce aura spread out. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect this old man to be a martial artist. Chapter 1907. This old man went hunting in the mountains this morning, and was lucky enough to encounter a few wild geese returning to the south. Just as I was about to draw my bow and shoot down one of them, I unexpectedly missed. Who would have thought that a white pigeon would fly in from the southeast direction? My arrow hit the carrier pigeon without missing a beat. This old man thought that it was just an ordinary pigeon, but to his surprise, the pigeon had a letter tied to its leg. When I opened it, I saw that the letter was written in Turkic script. In the past, Lao Fu followed General Qin and fought with the Turks on the grassland many times, so I can be considered to know some of the characters there. The Great Tang's King of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. Once this station is completed, the Tang army will be able to communicate with each other anywhere on the steppe, and send news back to Chang'an in an instant. This will pose an enormous threat to our Turks. This subject earnestly requests that the Great Khan dispatch 10,000 wolf cavalry to quietly infiltrate the Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. This subject is confident that we can capture Taiyuan City in half a day. At that time, we can capture the Great Tang's King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College and have them work for our Turks. After this old man read this letter, he felt that this matter was of great importance and rode to Taiyuan City to report to Your Highness. To his surprise, Taiyuan City was already under martial law, making it difficult for this old man to enter without revealing his identity. I could only have the city guards bring this old man into the city. I didn't think that I would run into Your Highness the moment I entered the city. Taiyuan Courier Station. In a quiet room, Li Tai, Dugu Xian, Dugu Fang, Iron Egg, Ink Chui and Han Tianhu were seated. Once everyone was seated, Han Tianhu got straight to the point. explaining his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Everyone couldn't help but grimace. It was clear that they had all realized the gravity of the situation. Dugu Xian was the first to speak. Lord Han, might I ask where this secret letter is? Although they had all learned of Han Tianhu's identity from Li Tai's introduction and knew that with Han Tianhu's identity, it was impossible for him to lie about something like this. However, it was precisely because of how important this matter was that they needed to see for themselves. Han Tianhu reached into his inner pocket and took out a small piece of paper. He then stood up and handed it to Li Tai. This is the secret letter from the carrier pigeon. Please take a look. Li Tai received it with both hands. He opened it and saw a few lines of small characters. However, he did not understand the Turkic language, so he could not tell what it was. Thus, he turned to Dugu Xen and asked, "Does General Dugu know the Turkic language?" As the commander of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xen had to maintain the safety of the palace. He had to deal with foreign spies on a daily basis, so he naturally understood the Turkic language. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "This general understands a little." Li Tai handed the piece of paper over to Dugu Xen. "General Dugu, please take a look. Here." Dugu Xen did not waste any time on pleasantries. He took the paper and began to carefully read it. Everyone looked over, and after a while, Dugu Xen put away the paper, raised his head, and solemnly cupped his fists to Li Tai. "Your Highness, the contents of this letter are exactly the same as what Lord Han said." Oh. Chapter 1908. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we must also capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xen was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he was naturally the one to complete the two missions Mo Chue spoke of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing province governor's residence to warn the four provinces to be more vigilant. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xen. Dugu Xen slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy to the north, Dugu Xen should naturally complete the two tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He saluted Li Tai and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the Bing province governor's residence to warn these four provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, It will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, although we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan, it doesn't mean that the people in the government office or the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to the previous aimless search, at least we have a clear target now. As long as we find out Zhao Diyan's background, it will be easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that one person must have heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the Academy North, Dugu Xian should naturally complete the 2 tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He cupped his fists to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately notify Governor Wang. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing province barracks name to warn the 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we investigate Zhao Diyan's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is someone who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Exan was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy North, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out Zhao Diyan's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Xine was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xine. Dugu Xine slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xine was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, This prince needs to be informed. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn the 4 provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xine. Dugu Xine slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xine was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, At least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Exine was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Oh, Chapter 1909. "Father, since you've come to Taiyuan City, why don't you stay here for a while?" After a short discussion, Li Tai went to his room to send a message. Dugu Exine took a carriage and a group of guards to the Wang family's ancestral home. Mo Chui followed the original plan and bought supplies for the students on Dragon Mountain with the academy's teachers. Iron Egg had nothing to do for the time being. In other words, everyone deliberately left space for the father and son to reunite. When Iron Egg saw Han Lijing come to the courier station, he was naturally very happy. However, when Han Lijing arrived at the courier station, everyone began to discuss. Until now, the father and son had not had time to say a word. Now that they finally had a moment of leisure, Iron Egg followed Han Lijing to a large ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Then he opened his mouth and asked casually, "Speaking of which, it had not been long since the father and son last met. More than a month ago, Li Zishuan led the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to exterminate the locusts. They passed by Yifang County where Han Lijing lived. At that time, the father and son were reunited for a few days. Although they had just reunited more than a month ago, Iron Egg was still somewhat dissatisfied. This was because the father and son of other families could reunite almost every day. He really did not understand why his father did not stay at home and had to go to Yifang County, which was so far away, to buy a manor and become a landlord. This child's thoughts could not be blamed. After all, he had lost his mother when he was young. His father was often away at war, and he relied on his sister's efforts to raise him. Later, when Han Lijing returned to the Han family manor, their family's life gradually improved. Although they could not be said to be rich, at least the family was reunited. Later, Han Yushi married into the Li family, and Han Lijing went to Yifang County to buy a manor and become a landlord. For Iron Egg, the 2 people he relied on the most in his life gradually distanced from him. This made him feel as if he had suddenly become a loner. This kind of separation was too cruel for a youth who had not yet reached the age of 20. "Yes." Hearing his son's question, Han Lijing nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Your father originally planned to return after delivering the secret letter to His Highness. However, from what you said just now, Taiyuan City is now extremely dangerous. You and King Wei both came to Taiyuan with important tasks. Those enemies are all watching you covetously from the shadows. If your father did not know this, then it would be fine. But now that I know, how can I leave with peace of mind? Before you find the power behind the scenes, or you can safely leave Taiyuan City, this old man will stay with you in this courier station. Before receiving the secret letter, Han Lijing had never imagined that Iron Egg would be in Taiyuan with Li Tai and the others on important matters, nor would he have imagined that they would be facing a crisis of life and death. At this moment, Han Lijing only rejoiced that he had unexpectedly obtained the secret letter to the steppe. Otherwise, he might not have received any news of Iron Egg's death. In addition, Han Lijing had accompanied Qin Qiong to the north to attack the Turks. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he naturally knew martial arts. Although his martial arts were not as freakish as Li Zishuan's, he was still stronger than the majority of the estate soldiers. Otherwise, he would not have become Qin Qiong's personal guard. Now that he knew that his son was in danger, Han Lijing naturally had to stay behind to protect Iron Egg. Hearing that, Bruiser could not hide his excitement and said, "Great, great! I will go and help you tidy up a room." After saying that, Iron Egg immediately turned around and prepared to tidy up the room. However, he was stopped by Han Lijing. Han Lijing said, "This is not urgent. We have to prepare first. When your highness goes to the provincial governor's mansion, we will follow you." "Oh, okay." Tai Dan recovered from his excitement and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the boy in front of him who was already as tall as his chest, Han Lijing felt a little emotional. His heart was very complicated. He felt gratified and a little guilty. After staring at him for a while, Han Lijing said, "Iron Egg, I am very gratified that you can represent the academy and serve the country. You have grown up." Indeed, in the past, Iron Egg was just a little boy in the Han village who often played with mud and crickets in the fields with a group of naughty children. Now only a little more than a year had passed. Not only did he become the disciple of a famous teacher, but he also made great achievements in his studies. Now he represented Yanhuang College and went to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the Tang Empire. Although he was not a pillar of the country, he was still a useful person to the country. How could Han Lijing not be gratified by such a big change? However, at the same time, Han Lijing also felt a little guilty. Because he had moved to Yifang County at the beginning of the year, the father and son had been apart for more than half a year. To a certain extent, he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a father. To be able to receive his father's praise, Tai Dan would be lying if he said that he wasn't happy. However, he didn't get carried away and said modestly, "Father, this is nothing. Actually, my sister and I have always hoped that you would move back to the Han family manor." Obviously, this last sentence was what Iron Egg wanted to say the most. Han Lijing was stunned and his eyes were a little dazed. After a while, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, "Brat, how could I not want to move back to the Han village? It's just that the matter in Willow Village is not completely finished. The sewage discharged from Xiaoshuan's mine still affects the surrounding villages. After I have completely treated the sewage there according to Xiaoshuan's method, I will move back to the Han village." In fact, when Han Lijing went to Yifang County to buy property, other than to treat the polluted water of the surrounding villages because of Li Zishuan's mine, there was another important reason. It was to guard the graves of his comrades who had died in battle. 50 miles north of Yifang County, at the foot of White Mountain, there was a graveyard for thousands of people. Buried there were all heroes who died in battle during the 4 years of Wuda, when Li Shimin led the army to attack the Turks in the north. Although Han Lijing had left the army long ago, he could never give up the brotherhood deep in his heart. "Father, is what you said true?" After hearing that Han Lijing would move back to Lantian County after treating the sewage around the mine, Iron Egg was overjoyed. He looked up at Han Lijing and asked, "Of course it's true." Han Lijing sighed in his heart and then said, "All right, brat. Now is not the time to reminisce. His Highness should be done sending the telegram soon. Go pack up and get ready. Also see if General Feiing needs any help. We should set off in a while." "Yes, father," Iron Egg replied and happily turned to leave. Although the current situation in Taiyuan City was unclear, and they did not know how many dangers were hidden around them, this did not stop Iron Egg from feeling happy at this moment. Chapter 1910. While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City was busy. Du Guoxian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's manor, saying that he wanted to draw an assassin's face. Then, the provincial governor's manor's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a huge reward for information on the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's manor all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Taiyuan City was now completely sealed off, and most of the soldiers from the subjugation manor in Bing Province had been sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city had gradually returned to normal. Other than being unable to leave the city, the people were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks, most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons had already been caught. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, hurry to the provincial governor's manor and explain the situation. Anyone who provides useful information will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh, that's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard. And that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law, and now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner the better. Even if there's no reward, Taiyuan City can be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City wasn't idle. Previously, Du Guoxian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's office, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then the provincial governor's office's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues about the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the portrait of the assassin, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoan's orders, the provincial governor's manor rushed out with the portrait and the reward notice. Taiyuan City was now under lockdown, and most of the soldiers from the manor of subjugation in Bing Province were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the lockdown, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city gradually returned to normal. Other than those who couldn't leave the city, most of the people were able to leave their homes. After all, the soldiers from the Bing Province barracks had already caught most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Go to the provincial governor's manor as soon as possible to explain the situation. Those who provide useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh, that's possible. Assassinating His Highness Prince of Wei's bodyguard. And that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the imperial army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness Prince of Wei if they don't want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now we can't even leave the city. Yes, these people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can. Even if there's no reward, it's fine. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. Yes. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle either. Dugu Xian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the assassin's face and have the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion post it all over the city, offering a huge reward for clues about the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice on the wall. Then they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I think he's not a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Wow. It's possible. Assassinating His Royal Highness Prince Wei's bodyguard. And that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the imperial army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness Prince of Wei if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the courier station sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle at the moment. Previously, Dugu Xian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then, the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry to the provincial governor's mansion and explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes, this person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa, that's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard. And that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they have such peaceful days? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Previously, Dugu Xian had sent someone to borrow an artist from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry up and report the situation to the provincial governor's mansion. Anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes, this person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh, that's possible. Assassinating the bodyguard of His Royal Highness Prince Wei. And that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness Prince of Wei if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Dugu Xian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the face of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to every key intersection in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice pasted on the wall. Then they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash? What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tisk tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. That's right. This person doesn't look like a good person. Eh? Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa, that's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard. And that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now we can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can do it, even if there's no reward. Our Taiyuan City can also be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? Chapter 1911. If grandfather is still worried, I can send someone to secretly hire some people in the marketplace and have them provide false information about Xinglong to the magistrate. I guarantee that the people in the provincial governor's office will be so busy that they won't have time to care about anything else. In the wing room in the backyard of the second branch of the Wang family, Wang Xinyuan saw that Wang Kuei was still worried, so he suggested. When Wang Kuei heard this, he shook his head and refused without thinking. No. At this time we can't cause any more trouble. The more we do, the more likely it is that we will be discovered by the magistrate. You'd better behave yourself. Without my permission, you're not allowed to act on your own. Wang Kuei was actually very afraid that Wang Xinyuan would do something like he did in the afternoon and cause trouble without saying a word. This would put him in a very passive position. Unlike Wang Xinyuan's radicalism, Wang Kuei was quite cautious and conservative. Before he had absolute confidence, he would not expose himself in front of others. Before Wang Xinyuan came, Wang Li had already been here. Furthermore, he had been severely reprimanded by Wang Yu. He had also warned Wang Li not to cooperate with Wang Xinyuan's unauthorized actions. In this way, he had also taken away Wang Xinyuan's military power in disguise. Yes, grandson will follow grandfather's instructions. Wang Xinyuan knew that it was not the right time to fall out with Wang Kuei, so he pretended to be obedient and cupped his hands. But grandfather, please take care of Xinglong's family, and ensure that his family won't report to the magistrate. Suddenly Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed. He stood up and looked at Wang Kuei. I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about this matter. You can go back first. Wang Kuei frowned and waved his hand. Grandson will take his leave. Wang Xinyuan seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and did not say anything. He cupped his hands and left. Wang Kuei, who was in the room, looked at Wang Xinyuan's back as he left. He was both angry and helpless. Now, seeing that the government was about to investigate him step by step, he really began to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's bewitchment. Wasn't it good to be the second elder of the Wang family who lived in luxury every day, and didn't have to worry about food and drink? Why did he have to take the risk of risking his life? It's all because of human greed. Wang Kuei sighed in his heart for a while before shouting outside, "Wang Li!" Creak. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Li walked in and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate is here." Wang Kai's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "After dark, you go to the Triumph House and quietly get rid of that old man. Do it cleanly. This old man doesn't want anyone to notice. Do you understand?" Wang Li's body trembled as a trace of surprise flashed across his face. However, he quickly returned to normal and cupped his fists. "I understand." Then, seeing that Wang Kuei had no other instructions, he cupped his hands and left. The room was silent for a long time before Wang Kuei muttered to himself, "Starwolf, don't blame me. It's not that I'm heartless, but only the dead can keep secrets." "Master, are you looking for me?" Wang Chenggu knocked on the door of the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house. He pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his fists towards Wang Yu, who was sitting behind the desk. "Yes." Wang Yu put down the reward notice in his hand, looked up at Wang Chenggu and asked, "Chenggu, is there any movement from the second branch?" Previously, when he suspected that Wang Li and Wang Kuei were likely to be related to the fire in the south of the city at noon, Wang Yu sent Wang Chenggu to keep a close eye on the second branch and monitor their every move. Now that the portrait of Starwolf and the reward notice were all in the hands of the Wang family's servants, Wang Yu guessed that Wang Kuei would definitely take action after seeing the reward notice, so he called Wang Chenggu over to ask about it. Hearing this, Wang Chenggu thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to the Patriarch, according to the informant I placed in the second branch, the second elder didn't do anything after seeing the reward notice, but he asked Wang Xinyuan to go to the side room in the backyard. After a while, Wang Xinyuan left again. As for what the two of them said in the side room, because there were guards outside the room, our people didn't dare to get too close, so we didn't hear clearly." Wang Yu's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought he said, "Continue to monitor the second elder, Wang Xinyuan and Wang Li closely. If there are any abnormal movements, immediately report to me. If they leave the residence, you must send someone to follow them closely, but be careful not to be discovered by them." Wang Chenggu bowed and said, "This subordinate understands. Master, don't worry. If necessary, this subordinate will personally follow them." Speaking of which, no matter what, Wang Li was still a Zhongshe realm expert. If he wanted to follow him silently, the person following him would have to be at least stronger than him. Among all the secret guards of the Wang family, only Wang Chenggu was qualified to do so. Wang Yu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you may go." Wang Chenggu replied, cupped his fists and left. Not long after Wang Chenggu left, the door of the study was pushed open from the outside again. Wang Yu looked up and saw that it was Wang Bing, and behind Wang Bing was Princess Tong. "Father! Madam! Why are you here?" Wang Yu hurriedly stood up when he saw the person who had arrived and greeted him. After the two entered, Princess Tong turned and closed the door. At this moment, Wang Bing took out a piece of paper from his bosom. It was the bounty notice that everyone in the Wang family had passed around. He looked at Wang Yu and asked solemnly, Who is this person? Why are you mobilizing everyone in the Wang family to find him? Did something happen in Taiyuan City again?" In truth, Wang Yu had not mentioned to Wang Bing or Princess Tong, and that an assassin had attacked an imperial army convoy and been captured alive at noon today. The main reason was that he had rashly spied on Wang Kuei without any evidence. This matter did not conform to the Wang family's rules, and Wang Bing might not agree to it. Thus, Wang Yu had decided to act first and report later. But unexpectedly, Wang Bing's political sense was far sharper than Wang Yu had imagined. With just a single bounty notice, he had sensed that something was wrong. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Chapter 1912. Chong, an imperial astronomer. Beep 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 beep. There's a telegram. The other two eunuchs in the room also looked over. The telegram machine was not widely available, and there were only a few people in the entire Tang Empire who owned one. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram to the palace was either Li Zishuan or Li Tai. Li Zishuan was currently in the military camp. If there was anything, he could have just sent someone to the palace to pass the message or enter the palace personally. There was no need for him to send a telegram. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram could only be Li Tai. Quick! Come and help translate the message. All right. The two of them replied and quickly went forward to translate the message with the eunuchs. Moments later, the expressions of the three people in the room changed. The eunuchs who first recorded the message stood up and said, Taiyuan is in danger. You guys wait here. I have to present this telegram to His Majesty immediately. Yes. The two of them cupped their fists and accepted the order. The eunuchs kept the translated message and rushed out of the room. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er and Zhao Song were talking about the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army the next day. The rules set by this kid are quite interesting. After the morning court tomorrow, I'll make a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp to join in the fun and see the results of the Black Armored Army's training under this kid's new training manual. Li Er looked at the small booklet in his hand and smiled meaningfully. He then said to Zhao Song, who was beside him, Do you want me to inform General Duan beforehand? Upon hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised by Li Er's decision at all. He asked tentatively, There's no need for that. Li Er shook his head and said, It's just the two of us. We can just change into casual clothes and go. It will also save us a lot of trouble. Although the world could not be said to be at peace, the Great Tang had been at peace for a very long time. At the end of the 4th month, after Shuafeng City was breached by the Tang army and Liang Shi was beheaded, Li Er had eliminated all the rebel forces in the Tang Empire. As the capital of the empire, Chang'an was much safer than other places in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Li Er was not worried that he would encounter any assassins when he left the palace in disguise. Unlike the other pampered emperors who grew up in the palace, Li Er had done this kind of thing many times before. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Zhao Song hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but after being by Li Er's side for so many years, he knew Li Er's temper very well. Therefore, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his tone. However, he was secretly pondering in his heart. No matter what happened tomorrow, he had to arrange for some experts to secretly follow them. Otherwise, if something happened to Li Er, he would die 1,000 deaths. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Prince Wei's palace has sent an urgent report. Just as Zhao Song finished speaking, a chamberlain hurriedly ran in from outside. After entering the hall, the chamberlain bowed to Li Er with a piece of paper in his hands. Before this, Li Er had instructed the Imperial Army soldiers outside the Taiji Palace to report to the Imperial Astronomer if there were any urgent matters. They could directly enter Ganlu Palace without any notice. What? Green Sparrow urgent report? Quickly present it. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said. Zhao Song's expression also became serious. He quickly walked in front of the chamberlain, took the paper from the chamberlain's hands, and then quickly handed it to Li Er. Li Er did not waste any time. After receiving the report, he immediately opened it and read it carefully. On it was written, Your son Green Sparrow reports to Imperial Father. Today your son suddenly received news that there is a group of Turkic spies hiding in Taiji City. The leader is a Han man named Zhao Dian, formerly the village head of the Han family manor, Han Tianhu. This morning we accidentally intercepted a letter that this person sent to the grasslands. This telegram was not long, but it was not short either. It was more than 300 words long. The main reason was that this matter was too important and too complicated. Could not be explained in a few words. If it was not explained clearly, it could easily affect Li Er's judgment and decision-making. When the time came, it was very likely that one careless move would cause the entire game to be lost. Therefore, Li Tai used as concise words as he could to tell Li Er everything that had happened that afternoon, including how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him to escort a batch of fake goods to Longshan, and how he had been ambushed in the south of the city. Li Tai also told him about how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him, and escorted a batch of fake goods to Longshan. However, Li Tai did not mention Dugu Xian's conjectures about the Wang clan in this telegram. The main reason was that they had no proof at the moment. It would be rather inappropriate to rashly mention them. The telegram of more than 300 words took a very long time to translate, but it seemed that he could finish reading it in a few moments. After reading the telegram, Li Er's brow was tightly furrowed, his face dark. When he received the news that Dugu Xian had been assassinated in Taiji City this morning, he had suspected that it might be the work of a Turkic spy. But he had never imagined that the assassin hiding in Taiji City would be so bold as to have Shelley lead his troops into the Great Tang, and then work together to take down Taiji and capture Li Tai alive. The other party's ambition was simply too great. And just where did this Zhao Dian come from? As a Han, not only was he working for the Turks, he was also in contact with the Great Khan of the Turks. And why was this person so familiar with the mission that Li Tai's party had taken north to Taiji? And why was he so familiar with the functions of the telegram relay station? These were top secrets of Yanhuang College. Let alone a Turkic spy. Even many officials in the imperial court did not know about the mission of the college and the specific functions of the telegram relay station. How did this Zhao Dian know? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind, but most of them were shock and fear. Just think if Han Lijing had not been able to intercept Zhao Dian's messenger pigeon, Li Tai, Dugu Xian, and the others in Taiji City would not have known who their opponents were until the Turkic wolf cavalry arrived at the city gates. How could they have prepared in advance? Quickly send a message to Qingke and order Bingzhou Governor Wang Liaoan to send a warning document to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yunzhou, and Yuzhou at the speed of 800 li. Remind the governors of these 4 provinces to strengthen the defense of the border passes and not allow a single Turk to enter the Great Tang. Violators will be punished by military law. Forcefully suppressing the questions in his mind, Li Er put down the message in his hand and looked up at the chamberlain as he sternly ordered. As the chamberlain quickly recorded Li Er's words, he bowed and said, "This servant obeys the decree. In addition, order Bingzhou's Zhenchong Prefecture to protect Qingke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College at all costs. In addition, for the safety of Taiji City, order Bingzhou Governor Wang Lan to find out Zhao Dian's identity within 3 days and arrest him." Li Er thought for a moment and added, "This servant obeys the decree." The chamberlain's pen flew through the air as he quickly recorded Li Er's words on the book in his hand. He bowed and replied, "Go." Li Er thought for a moment and had no other orders, so he waved his hand for the chamberlain to leave. The chamberlain bowed and then left Sweet Dew Palace. Zhao Song stood to the left of Li Er. From start to finish, he did not ask what was written on the telegram. Even though he was extremely curious, he understood that if Li Er wanted him to know, there was no need for him to ask. Li Er would tell him directly. On the contrary, if Li Er did not want him to know, even if he asked, Li Er would not tell him. On the contrary, he might even punish him. At this moment, Li Er picked up the telegram and passed it to Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, go and check if there is a Han high-ranking official named Zhao Dian under Shelley's tent. This is a telegram from Qingke. Take a look." Zhao Song received the telegram with both hands and bowed. This old servant obeys the decree. Before he could flip through the telegram, Li Er spoke again. "Has Li Junxian and the rest arrived at Taiyuan City?" Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, half an hour ago, this old servant received a message from Commander Li. He said that he had arrived at Taiyuan City in the morning and discovered that there was a hidden faction in Taiyuan City, secretly monitoring Your Highness and the rest. He is currently hiding in the dark to make it easier to find out the background of this faction. Thus, he did not appear to meet Your Highness. Instead, he has been hiding in the dark to protect Your Highness." Hearing this, Li Er felt much more at ease. He nodded and said, Li Juanxian's work is truly reassuring. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Let him hide in the dark." At this point, Li Er suddenly frowned. He suddenly remembered that Li Juanxian's method of communication was actually through a messenger pigeon. After experiencing the convenience of the telegraph, the messenger pigeon was already a backward method of communication in Li Er's eyes. After all, how could a messenger pigeon be faster than a telegram, electromagnetic wave? It was a pity that none of the 100 horsemen knew how to use a telegraph. Otherwise, he could have given the 100 horsemen a few telegraph machines so that Li Junxian could report the situation in Taiyuan City to him at any time. "Your Majesty is right," Zhao Song replied. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly said, "Don't let the Empress know about this for now. Otherwise, she'll be so worried that she'll have nightmares all night. Speaking of nightmares, Li Er couldn't help but recall the dream that Empress Zhongsun had described to him. Reality seemed to be reflecting that dream. There was a group of Han people in Taiyuan City who had sided with the Turks, and they were planning to harm Li Tai and the rest. Then, would Li Tai and the rest be captured by that group of people? They won't. We will never let those rascals succeed. Li Er said firmly in his mind. This old servant understands. Zhao Song responded. Li Er waved his hand at him and said, Go ahead. Help us find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible. Yes. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Hugging the report from Li Tai, he walked out of the hall. Oh. Chapter 1913. General, your subordinate has already found the identity of the owner of Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This man was none other than the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn Linjiang. Li Junxian's eyes flashed. Oh? Tell me. Lin Jiang straightened his body and said, General, the owner of Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu, a native of Taiyuan with no significant background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Gao Yong, and Gao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of his relationship with the Wang family that Gao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tongfu Inn, he also owned 2 silk shops and a jewelry and jade shop. His family's wealth was quite high, but it's rumored that Gao Yong has done quite a bit of bullying in Taiyuan City in the past few years, but he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner of Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang clan's second branch? Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Junxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, Has Gao Yong had any contact with the Wang clan's second branch since Zhu Zeqing took up residence in Tongfu Inn? In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Taiyuan City. This was why Zhu Zeqing had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. This was also why he had sent people to investigate Tongfu Inn. Now that he had learned that the owner of Tongfu Inn was inextricably linked to the Wang clan's second branch, the situation became rather complicated. Reporting to the general, this subordinate has already found out the identity of the owner behind this Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This was the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn. His name was Lin Jiang. Li Junxian's eyes flashed. Oh, tell me about it. Lin Jiang straightened up and said. Replying to the general, the innkeeper of this Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu. He's a native of Taiyuan and doesn't have much of a background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Gao Yong, and Gao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of the Wang family's relationship that Gao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tongfu Inn, he also had 2 silk shops and a jade shop in the city. His family was quite wealthy. However, according to the rumors, this Gao Yong has done a lot of things to bully men and seize women in Taiyuan City in the past few years. However, he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner behind Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang family's second branch. Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Junxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, Ever since Zhu Zeqing took up residence at Tongfu Inn, has Gao Yong had any contact with the Wang family's second branch? In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Source Peak City. This was why Zhu Zeqing had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. Chapter 1914. It was 4:45 dusk. According to the weather of the past few days, the sky should be filled with red clouds, but today's weather was a little strange. At noon the sun was still shining brightly, but at dusk, not only was there no sunset glow in the sky, it was also a little gloomy. Thick clouds covered the sky, giving people a very oppressive feeling. However, it did not seem like it was going to rain because the clouds in the sky were not dark clouds. Generally speaking, the sky would only turn dark at around 7 in this season. But today's abnormal weather caused Taiyuan City to become a little gloomy. At this moment, a group of people took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark. They rode their horses from the post house towards the direction of the city. The people in the lead were a young man and a middle-aged man. Behind them was a group of powerful soldiers. In addition, there were 2 young men who were walking in the middle of the group. At this time, most of the people in the city had returned to their homes, so there were not many people on the streets. Therefore, this group of people traveled very quickly. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at the provincial governor's mansion in the city. The group of people dismounted, and the slightly plump youth in the middle of the group walked to the front. After seeing this, the guards at the entrance of the provincial governor's mansion did not dare to stop them. Instead, they respectfully bowed and said, "Your Highness." That's right, this group was Li Tai, Dugufang, Han Tianhu and Iron Egg. In the past few days, Li Tai had had many dealings with the provincial governor's mansion, so it was not strange that the guards at the entrance knew Li Tai. Is Provincial Governor Wang in the government office? Li Tai did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Your Highness, Provincial Governor Wang is in the back hall discussing matters with Adjunct Fang. I will go and report to you now. The guards at the entrance quickly cupped their fists and replied, "Oh, Adjunct Fang is also there? That's great." Hearing this, Li Tai muttered softly. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, "No need to report. We will go in ourselves." With that, he directly walked past the 2 guards at the entrance and into the courtyard. When Dugufang, Han Tianhu and Iron Egg saw this, they quickly followed. As for the 2 bailiffs, they could only watch as Li Tai and the others entered. Naturally, they did not dare to stop them. This general's men have already searched through all the houses in the city. Those who have weapons from the Chu ironware shop have all been brought to the magistrate's office. However, this general heard that the weapons in these people's hands were all made by the Chu ironware shop a long time ago. They are not the latest batch. Indeed. In the afternoon, this official ordered the blacksmiths of Chuji ironware shop to carefully identify the weapons that were confiscated. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them came from the batch of weapons that the mysterious person behind the scenes ordered. Now, it seems that it's impossible to use those weapons to track down the mysterious person behind the scenes. Then what should we do? Today we have searched the city wantonly. That mysterious person will definitely be alerted. It will be even more difficult to find him later. Moreover, sealing the city is not a solution. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. The people need to eat and live. If the city is sealed for a long time, the people in the city will definitely panic. The daily lives of the people in the city will also be greatly affected. Sight. How can this official not know what you are saying? His Majesty only gave us 7 days to close the case. This official is more anxious than anyone else. Provincial Governor Wang, there is no need to be anxious. This prince has come to give you a clue. When Li Tai walked near the back hall, he happened to hear Fang Gongting and Wang Luan discussing today's large-scale search. Hearing this and seeing that the door was not closed, he directly lifted his feet and walked into the room. Your Highness, as there was no report, Wang Liaoan and Fang Gongting did not know that Li Tai had come to the provincial governor's mansion. When they saw Li Tai suddenly appear at the door, the 2 were shocked. Then they hurriedly greeted him and said, "This official, this general, pays his respects to your Highness." Chapter 1915. Xiaobao has come on master's orders to report to milords. My master and I have met the person the government is looking for today. In the rear hall of the government office, the young alchemist from Rejuvenation Hall cupped his hands to Wang Luan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gong Sun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Duguexen. His name was Xiaobao, and he and Gong Sunliang should have a master-disciple relationship. What? You've seen the person in the portrait? After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then Li Tai said in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifang County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dian had sent to the Turks via messenger pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai had no choice but to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liuan and Fang Gongting. But putting it aside for now did not mean that he would completely let it go. Li Tai had always felt somewhat uneasy about this assassin. He had speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Taiyuan City, and that this faction might be in cahoots with Zhao Dian. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to the assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiaobao also knew of Li Tai's identity. Upon hearing Li Tai's question, he turned and cupped his hands to Li Tai. Your Highness, my master once treated the mother of this person in the portrait. Starting from the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although he sometimes did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him. Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't he been cured after taking medicine for more than a year? As long as the identity of this person was confirmed, then the power behind this person would be even easier to investigate. Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiaobao shook his head and said, This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee? And thank you. My master said that the auntie was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our Huichun Hall, he had already gone to several medical centers in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. After thinking about it, it should be that the prescription my master gave was indeed useful to the auntie, so that person would come to our clinic every once in a while or invite other people to come and get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying the fee. No one knew what his name was or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and could not help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your clinic to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know the name of the other party. Xiaobao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Master often told us that as a doctor we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but when he thought of Gong Sunliang's strange temper in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After pondering for a moment, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, The prescription that Mr. Gong Sun gave to that person, I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look? The little medicine boy seemed to be prepared. He took out a folded rice paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription. Top quality Gladitsia 12 Qian, Ophiapagon 10 Qian, Shangdi 18 Qian, 15 Qian, Baiji 20 Qian, Tortoise shell 12 Qian, Caterpillar fungus 10 Qian. Li Tai naturally did not have any medical knowledge. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find any problems with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanhuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the prince who did not eat the food of mortals. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, Your Highness guessed right. This medicine costs 700 yen. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days worth of medicine because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time. Master suggested that he only get 10 days worth of medicine each time at most. However, although that person did not dress like a rich person, he did not hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine to our Huichun Hall. One medicine costs 700 yen, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine cost nearly 2 strings of money a day. Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be thinking about something. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner, the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. This was enough to show that he definitely had a powerful backing behind him. Alright, this prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives. After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiaobao and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness's words. Xiaobao will definitely pass it on to Master when I return. It's just that." The medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head embarrassedly. He wanted to say something but stopped. Just what? Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he stammered. Just that Xiaobao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue. It turned out that the medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's residence. At this moment he stood up and said to the medicine boy, "Haha, the clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward." The medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Lian. "Thank you, provincial governor." This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai could not help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's residence." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should have been handled by Gongsun Liang himself. But now, only the little alchemy boy had come. It was very likely that the little alchemy boy had seen the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money, so he had secretly come behind Gongsun Liang's back. Unexpectedly, this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liang. "Oh, Xiaobao is here to report to all of you on the orders of my master. Today my master and I have seen the person posted on the notice." In Taiyuan City, the medicine boy from Huichun Hall cupped his hands to Wang Liaoyuan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gongsun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Duguxen. His name was Xiaobao, and he and Gongsun Liang should have a master-disciple relationship. "What? You've seen the person in the portrait?" After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifang County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dian had sent to the Turks via pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai was forced to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting. However, putting it aside temporarily did not mean that he would completely let it go. Regarding that assassin, Li Tai always felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. This was because he speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Source Peak City. Moreover, that faction might have colluded with Zhao Dian. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to that assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiaobao also knew Li Tai's identity. Hearing Li Tai's question, he turned to Li Tai and cupped his hands. Replying to Your Highness, the person in the portrait, my master once treated his mother's illness. Since the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although sometimes he did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him. Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't she been cured after taking medicine for more than a year? As long as this person's identity was confirmed, the faction behind this person would be even easier to investigate. Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiaobao shook his head and said, This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee? And thank you. My master said that the aunt was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our rejuvenation hall, he had already gone to several medical halls in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. Later on, I thought that the prescription my master had prescribed was indeed useful to that aunt, so that person would come to our medical hall every once in a while or invite someone else to get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying. No one knew his name or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your medical hall to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know his name? Xiaobao scratched his head and said, Master often told us that as a doctor we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things, we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but thinking of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper when he saw him in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After a moment of silence, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, Mr. Gong Sun Liang's prescription for that person. I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look? The little medicine boy seemed to have been prepared. He took out a folded paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription. Top quality Gladitsia sinensis 12 qian, Ophiophagon japonicus 12 qian, asparagus 10 qian, Xingdi 18 qian, Baiji 15 qian, tortoise shell 20 qian, donkey hide gelatin 12 qian, caterpillar fungus 12 qian, Huhuang lian 10 qian. Li Tai naturally didn't know anything about medicine. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find the problem with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanhuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the unworldly prince. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, Your Highness guessed correctly. This medicine costs 700 qian. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days worth of medicine. Because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time, my master advised him to only get 10 days worth of medicine each time. However, although that person didn't dress like a rich person, he didn't hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine for our Huichan Hall. One medicine costs 700 qian, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine cost nearly 2 strings of money a day. Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be deep in thought. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. It was enough to show that he must have a powerful backer. All right, this prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives. After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiaobao and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness's words. Xiaobao will definitely pass it on to my master." But the little medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head in embarrassment. He wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The little medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "But Xiaobao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue." It turned out that the little medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As the Bing Province provincial governor, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's office. At this moment he stood up and said to the little medicine boy, "Haha, the clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward." The little medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. "Thank you, provincial governor." This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai couldn't help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's office." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should be handled by Gongsun Liang himself. Now that only the little medicine boy came, it was very likely that the little medicine boy saw the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money. So, he secretly came alone behind Gongsun Liang's back. Who knew that this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liaoyuan? Chapter 1895 Reward. Chapter 1916 Shut-in. Tuberculosis prescription. A moment later, in the back hall of the provincial governor's mansion, a handsome young man with resolute facial features stood in front of Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongteng. Holding his chin, he asked thoughtfully, "I wonder if Provincial Governor Wang and Adjunct Fang have heard of Zhao Dian before?" "General Li, this official has never heard of this person." Wang Liaoyuan thought for a few moments before shaking his head. This general has also never heard of him. Fang Gongteng frowned and shook his head. This young man was none other than Li Junxian. When Li Tai's group had left the courier station for the Yamen, Li Junxian had been following them from a distance. Not even the Peak Chi transformation Dugu Feiying had noticed him, much less anyone else. Ever since they had entered Taiyuan City, Li Junxian had been secretly protecting Li Tai. He had not appeared to meet Li Tai primarily because he was afraid that the factions hidden in the city would notice. After all, someone had eavesdropped on Li Tai and Ink Chue's conversation at the courier station at noon. Li Junxian had no choice but to be even more cautious. After Li Tai's group left the governor's residence, Li Junxian did not leave with them. His primary goal was to understand what information Li Tai had gathered from Wang Liaoyuan. "In a little while, I will send a message to Chang'an and have the 100 cavalry in the capital review the files and find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible," Li Junxian said after a few moments of thought. The 100 Cavalry Division was the Great Tang's most mysterious and elite spy organization. Although it had not been established for very long, it was filled with experts skilled in gathering intelligence. The files of the 100 Cavalry Division not only recorded the people and events within the Great Tang, it also had information on the surrounding countries, especially the Turks. "Then I must trouble General Li." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands at Li Junxian. After all, Li Er had given him a deadline of 3 days to find out Zhao Dian's identity. Li Junxian was helping him. "Governor Wang is too polite," Li Junxian indifferently replied. He then turned to Fang Gongting and said, "Advisor Fang, since we already know that the assassin the Imperial Army captured this afternoon has a severely ill mother, the scope of our investigation has been greatly reduced. Today, the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks are searching the entire city. After Adjunct Fang returns to the barracks, you can ask the soldiers who participated in the search today to recall whether or not they encountered any elders with tuberculosis in their homes. I believe there will definitely be some results. Hearing this, Fang Gongting's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, General Li is right. After this general returns to the camp, I will immediately gather all the generals to inquire. Fang Gongting was temporarily acting as the commandant of the Bing province army. Although in terms of rank, Li Junxian was on the same level as him, and there was no direct relationship between them, Li Junxian was still the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division and an official of the capital. Even Wang Liaoan treated him with respect, so how could he dare to act rashly? Moreover, Li Junxian's suggestion truly was feasible. If he could find out the assassin's identity through this method, he would have done a great service, so how could he not agree? Li Junxian nodded and said, Tuberculosis is not a common disease, and ordinary people can't last very long with it. Thus, once we find out if there are any families in the city that suffer from this disease, I must trouble Advisor Fang to immediately send men to investigate to prevent any undue delay. Undue delay? General Li is worried. Fang Gongting's heart trembled as he sternly asked. Li Junxian nodded and said, Correct. The power behind this assassin is extraordinary. It is possible that the other party will send someone to kill him or hide him. Li Junxian did not directly voice his suspicions about the Wang clan. Firstly, he had no evidence, and secondly, this matter involved the Wang clan, so he did not completely trust Fang Gongting and Wang Liaoyuan. Fang Gongting solemnly clasped his fist and said, This Fang understands. This one will return to the barracks and gather the officers to investigate. If there are any suspicious targets, this Fang will personally bring men to investigate. This one will take his leave first. Advisor Fang, take care. Wang Liaoyuan and Li Junxian clasped their fists to Fang Gongting in return, and Fang Gongting left. Only Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting were left in the room. Since Governor Wang is busy, this general will not disturb you any longer. If Governor Wang wishes to find me in the future, you can send men to the second residence on the east side of Tongfu Inn. Through their conversation just now, Li Junxian knew that Li Er had given Wang Lan another imperial decree. Wang Liaoan would be very busy in the coming days, so he clasped his fist and bid farewell. But before leaving, he told Wang Liaoan where the 100 cavalry were staying in the city. After all, he was only protecting Li Tai from the shadows, so he did not know the latest reports that Li Tai had received. Moreover, he could not have too much contact with Li Tai, so he could only keep in contact with Wang Liaoan and exchange intelligence at any time. Okay, this official will remember. Wang Liaoan silently noted down the order and clasped his fist. Li Junxian left the room, jumped onto the eaves, and then vanished into the darkness. On the step in Tuli's camp was completely different from how it had been during the day. The camp was a complete mess, and some of the tents had been destroyed or even set alight. Moreover, the ground was littered with severed limbs. This was a living hell. It was clear that this place had just been through a bitter battle. Tuli's old face was as dark as ink as he listened to Anai Shirtua's report on the casualties in the Tooth Courtyard. Tang Jian was also present in the Tooth Courtyard. However, Tang Jian's face was devoid of any expression. He was still as confident as before. Bam! After hearing Anai Shirtua's report, Tuli finally couldn't hold back any longer. He slapped the table in front of him and angrily roared, They're going too far. These tribes have suddenly increased their offensive. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Are you trying to kill this Khan? Tugu Xieli Khan. Xieli Khan's full name was Eshina Tugu. Speaking to this point, Tuli looked at Tang Jian, who was sitting calmly below. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Soon after, he coldly said, Duke Ju, we just released the news of the 7th month's frost this morning. In the evening, we suffered a fierce attack from various tribes. What do you think? Tang Jian's face turned serious, and he stood up and clasped his hands to Tuli. Is Khan blaming this Tang for dividing the tribes? Humph. Tuli snorted. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Indeed, in the evening, the various tribes around Tuli's camp had suddenly launched an extremely fierce offensive against Tuli's camp. This truly did seem to be related to the news that Tuli had sent in the morning to spread on the steppe that Xieli has lost his virtue, incurring the wrath of longevity heaven, and frost will fall in the 7th month. But Does Khan think that the Great Khan will let you go if you don't follow this Tang's instructions and spread the news on the steppe? Seeing Tuli's cold face in silence, Tang Jian wasn't afraid at all. He directly retorted, "Forgive this Tang for speaking bluntly, but a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, and a country can't accommodate 2 rulers. The conflict between the little Khan and the Great Khan has long been irreconcilable. Now that the little Khan is even besieged by the Great Khan, shouldn't you give up the fantasy in your heart and face reality? How dare you?" After being angrily rebuked by Tang Jian, Tuli's old face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Before he could speak, Aishurtua, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back anymore. He took 2 big strides and came in front of Tang Jian. He said aggressively, "How dare you speak to the Khan like that? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up." Tang Jian met Aishurtua's gaze. There was no fear in his eyes, but he didn't say anything to provoke him. It wasn't the first time he dealt with the Turks. He knew very well that when facing these people, the more timid you were, the more arrogant they would be, and the more they would look down on you from the bottom of their hearts. Now that he was the Tang Empire's envoy and represented the Tang Empire's imperial court, he had even less reason to bow and scrape to Tuli and Aishurtua and the others. When he encountered people he couldn't stand or didn't like, he wouldn't be afraid. He would just confront them head-on. He really didn't believe that Tuli and Aishurtua would dare to do anything to him. At the very least, that would be the case until Shelley's troops trampled on Tuli's house. "General Aishurtua, don't be rude to the Tang Empire's envoy." The 2 men stared at each other for a moment. At this time Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table, finally opened his mouth. "Humph." Aishurtua snorted coldly, but in the end he still obeyed Tuli's order. He glared at Tang Jian unwillingly and stood aside. At this time Tang Jian looked at Tuli, cupped his hands and said, "What this Tang said just now may be offensive, but it's an indisputable fact. If the little Khan wants to break out of the encirclement, his only chance is to wait for the prophecy to come true and frost to fall from the sky. At that time rumors will spread everywhere in the grassland tribes, and everyone will be in a panic. The Great Khan will be too busy to take care of himself, so he won't have the energy to encircle and annihilate the little Khan." This evening the allied tribal forces around Yuting suddenly intensified their attacks. This shows that the Great Khan is already anxious. He's more afraid than anyone that the prophecy will come true. Tuli's eyes slightly narrowed. After a moment of silence he said expressionlessly, "Envoy Tang's words are reasonable, but this Khan has lost more than 40,000 men in this evening's battle. According to this kind of offensive, does Envoy Tang think this Khan will first wait for frost to fall from the sky or be completely wiped out?" In fact, this was the problem that Tuli was most worried about. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian pondered for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and said, "It's only 2 days until the 8th lunar month. Life and death will depend on these 2 days. This Tang believes that as long as the generals and soldiers under the Great Khan's tent unite and fight to the death, we will certainly be able to wait until the prophecy comes true. Moreover, although the Allied forces' attacks this evening were strong and our army also suffered more than 40,000 casualties, among these 40,000 soldiers, 50% were lightly injured, 30% were seriously injured, and only 20% were dead. This shows that although the tribal leaders under the Great Khan's tent have intensified their attacks on us according to the Great Khan's order, they haven't used their full strength. They even deliberately showed mercy to us. Because even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a tiger. If we are forced into a desperate situation, the warriors under the Great Khan's tent will certainly fight back with all their might. As for those tribal leaders who are attacking us, none of them will be willing to bear our desperate counterattack. Under this kind of situation they are more afraid of death than us. Therefore, this Tang believes that we will certainly be able to hold on until frost falls from the sky." Chapter 1917. If a lie was repeated many times, it was very likely that one would believe it. This was the case for Tang Jian right now. At that time when he was in danger, he had to brace himself and bring a few guards to the prairie in disguise at such a sensitive time. At that time, even he himself did not believe in the prophecy of frost in July. But after telling Tuli so many times, he seemed to have such a belief in his heart that at the end of July, frost would definitely fall on the prairie. To him, this was no longer a prophecy or a lie, but a fact. Just like the sun will definitely rise from the east tomorrow, it was an ironclad fact. Oh, do you mean that the Chigue and Hueha tribes did not use their full strength in the evening? And they deliberately showed mercy to us? Inside the tent, after hearing Tang Jian's words, Tuli's eyes flashed and he asked in a deep voice. In fact, before he was invited to the tent, Tang Jian had already made an extremely detailed analysis of the battle in the evening. At this time he could be said to have a card up his sleeve, because he saw more things behind the casualty figures. Hearing Tuli's question, Tang Jian cupped his hands and said, "This time, the Great Khan has mobilized 300,000 elite soldiers from the Chigue and Hueha tribes to encircle us. Not to mention the other tribes, just the Chigue and Hueha tribes alone, how elite are their troops? This Tang doesn't need to say. Little Khan must be clear in his heart. If these two armies had attacked with all their might and showed no mercy, does the Little Khan think that you would have only lost 40,000 soldiers in today's battle? Moreover, among these 40,000 casualties, would only 20% have died in the battle?" After listening to Tang Jian's analysis, Tuli and Inai Shirtua also came back to their senses. They looked at each other, and Inai Shirtua nodded imperceptibly at Tuli, indicating that Tang Jian's analysis was indeed reasonable. Seeing this, Tang Jian continued, "In this Tang's opinion, the Great Khan must have heard the rumors circulating among the tribes and exerted pressure on the leaders of the 10 tribes for the Great Khan to see. The battle in this evening was a show for the Great Khan, which is why this battle is several times more intense and tragic than the previous ones. However, these 10 tribes may not be of the same mind as the Great Khan. The leaders of each tribe have to consider the interests of their own tribes. No one is willing to push the warriors under the Little Khan's banner into a corner, leading to our desperate counterattack and the heavy losses of the enemy's warriors. If the Chigue and Hueha tribes are like this, then the other tribes must be like this as well. They are actually the same as us, waiting for the prophecy of frost to come true." Tuli sat on the seat of honor with a contemplative look on his face. After Tang Jian finished speaking, he said, "Envoy Tang's words aren't without reason. In that case, General Nij, in the next 2 days, we will work together and gather all the warriors of the tribes to resist the aggressive attack." Tang Jian's analysis was reasonable and well-founded in Tuli's ears. In addition, he did receive news at noon that Xieli had summoned the leaders of the 10 tribes to the royal court for a discussion. This was simply the same as Tang Jian's conjecture. With the two as evidence, Tang Jian's analysis was even more credible. Yes, this subordinate obeys. With a solemn expression, Enijitua placed one hand on his chest and bowed to Tuli. The fierce battle in the evening must have frightened Envoy Tang. "General Eniji, send someone to bring Envoy Tang to rest. Envoy Tang is this Khan's honored guest. Remember to let the people below treat him well." At this time Tuli looked at Tang Jian and spoke again. "Yes." Enijitua knew that Tuli was asking him to leave. He responded and came to Tang Jian's side. Extending his hand, he made a please gesture and said, "Duke Ju, this way please." Tang Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said lightly, "There's no need to trouble General Nij. This Tang knows the way back to the tent. Farewell." After saying that, Tang Jian lifted his feet and walked out of the tent. Chapter 1918. General Feiying, where is the assassin you caught in the afternoon? While Fang Gongting was preparing to lead the troops out of the camp, Li Tai and the rest had already returned to the post house. As soon as they stepped through the door, Li Tai turned to Dugu Feiying and asked. When he returned from Dragon Mountain in the afternoon, he wanted to interrogate Star Wolf and get some clues from him. However, because he met Han Lijing halfway, his plan was disrupted. However, the information he got from the provincial governor's office made him more confident in interrogating Star Wolf. "Your Highness, the assassin is in the torture chamber." Dugu Feiying was stunned for a moment before replying. "Good. Bring me there. I want to interrogate him tonight," Li Tai ordered. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. After all, he was a prince. Even though he had joined the Yanhuang Academy last year, he rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with matters related to the investigation of cases. Previously, he had exposed the scam of the Venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Ice Needle murder case, which was one of the proudest experiences of Li Tai. Although Taiyuan City was now in crisis, wasn't it similar to the crisis of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang'an City? This caused Li Tai the prince to feel a little excited, and even a little impatient. If Li Zixuan knew what Li Tai was thinking, he would definitely say, "Rich people like to seek excitement. Your Highness, you mustn't. Your body is priceless. How can you go to that kind of place? Moreover, the assassin's martial arts is very strong. What if?" Dugu Feiying was shocked and wanted to stop him, but Li Tai interrupted him. "General Feiying, you don't have to say anymore. Since the assassin has been caught by you, how can he harm me in our territory? Now that we are in a passive position in the city, we must find a breakthrough from this assassin. Quickly bring me to the torture chamber." "Yes, Your Highness." Dugu Feiying hesitated for a moment. With him by his side and the assassin's hands and feet tied, Li Tai's safety was not too much to worry about. Thus he nodded in agreement. "Qingke, I'll go with you," Iron Egg said. "All right. Old Master Han, come along too." In the end, Dugu Feiying, Li Tai, Iron Egg and Han Lijing walked towards the temporary cell in the post house. With a creak, the cell door opened. Star Wolf was still hanging his head on the rack, as if he didn't care who or what had entered. Dugu Feiying asked one of the guards in the room. "He still hasn't said anything?" The guard replied, "Yes, General. This bastard still refuses to say a word. And he hasn't drunk a single drop of water since he was caught." Dugu Feiying frowned. "Who told you to do this? This guy has an important clue. If he starves to death, we will have one less clue. Which one of you can bear the responsibility?" Dugu Feiying subconsciously thought that the guards were abusing the prisoner and wanted to starve him to death. Who knew that the guard had a bitter expression and said, "General, it's not that we don't want to feed him water, but this guy is too stubborn. He won't open his mouth when we feed him. Even if we force it open, he won't swallow it. In the end, he even spat it out." Dugu Feiying was stunned, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Star Wolf and said coldly, "It seems like this guy is bent on death and wants to starve himself to death." At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy was indeed a ruthless person. Oh, it should be a werewolf, but he was more than a ruthless person. He didn't make a sound when he was being tortured, and he didn't open his mouth even though he was being fed water. Only a specially trained assassin could be so ruthless to himself. "All right, I got it. You guys go out and stand guard. Without my orders, no one is to approach the cell." After lamenting for a while, Dugu Feiying ordered the two guards in the room. Chapter 1919. Wang Family Ancestral Home. In the pitch-black night, a black figure scurried out from the second branch's courtyard and headed straight for the back door of the Wang family ancestral home. At this moment, the Wang family's back door was naturally locked, but this wasn't a problem for that black figure. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the ground and his entire person easily leapt up the wall, and with a leap, he completely exited the courtyard. The black figure was extremely cautious, and from the start till the end, he didn't make a single sound. It could be said that he was completely unknown to the gods and ghosts. But there was one person who had been tailing him from a distance, and this scene naturally fell into the other party's eyes. Family Head's prediction is right. The second branch has indeed made a move. It's finished like this, but Wang Li sneakily left the residence alone. He must be doing some shameful things. The person following behind the black figure was the Wang family Dark Guard's commander Wang Changgu. At this moment, he looked at the direction that the black figure disappeared in and muttered to himself. With light steps, he also leapt over the courtyard wall and followed after. After leaving the Wang family, the two of them, one in front and one behind, first walked along the streets towards the east for a while. At the junction, the black figure turned around and walked towards the south. Wang Chenggu didn't dare to follow too closely. The distance between him and the black-robed man had always been maintained at around 10 feet. Because the other party's martial cultivation wasn't much weaker than his, if he followed too closely, he would definitely be detected by the other party. At this moment, seeing that the black figure in front was about to make a turn, one must know that both sides of the street were commoners. Once the black figure made a turn, it would temporarily leave his vision. In order to avoid losing sight of the target, Wang Chenggu hurriedly quickened his footsteps and walked swiftly towards the junction. After reaching the junction, Wang Chenggu didn't immediately turn around. He lightly leaned against the wall by the side of the road, and then slightly tilted his head to look towards the south street. He saw that the black figure was about 50 to 60 feet away from him, and was still moving forward swiftly just like before. The target hadn't been lost. Wang Chenggu heaved a sigh of relief. After the other party had walked another 20 to 30 feet, Wang Chenggu then turned around and stuck close to the wall, following the black-robed man's position unhurriedly. Things seemed to be going very smoothly. But at this moment, the black shadow in front of Wang Chenggu suddenly stopped. Wang Chenggu's heart was alarmed, and he cursed inwardly. He used his eyes to quickly scan his current position, and it just so happened that he was near the steps in front of a mansion. In a flash, Wang Chenggu dodged and squatted on the side of the steps. In the darkness of the night, he was sure that even if the black shadow turned around, he would not be able to see him. Sure enough, just as Wang Chenggu squatted down, the black figure in front of him suddenly turned around. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the thick darkness of the night. Everything on the entire street was taken into his eyes. Strange, why do I feel like someone is following me? Seeing that there was nothing unusual on the street, the black-clothed man frowned and a trace of worry flashed across his face. After standing still for a while, the black shadow turned around and continued to walk south. Wang Chenggu squatted on the side of the stone steps. When the black-clothed man stopped and scanned behind him, Wang Chenggu didn't dare to poke his head out to take a look. From the beginning to the end, he squatted there and didn't move at all. When he heard the light footsteps on the street again, and the footsteps were gradually fading away, Wang Chenggu finally stood up slightly and poked his head out of the stone steps. But he saw that the black shadow had turned around and was walking towards the south. Wang Chenggu quickly stood up and followed again. Chapter 1920. Quick! Move faster! In the dark night, a group of Imperial Army soldiers holding torches and riding horses rushed out of the post house. The leader was Du Gufeng. Other than the Imperial Army soldiers, there was also Han Lijing behind him. Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others were not in the group. In fact, Li Tai wanted to go with them to Baoxing Square. However, Du Gufeng suggested that Li Tai stay in the post house on the grounds that it was unsafe at night. Han Lijing, Iron Egg, and the others also persuaded him. In the end, Li Tai had no choice but to give up the idea and stay in the post house with Iron Egg. The truth was just as Du Gufeng said. In this era, there were no neon lights or street lamps. Once night fell and there was no moon, the streets would be pitch black. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to guard against an ambush or a sneak attack. Zhang Dafu, lead the way to Baoxing Square. After leaving the post house, Du Guxian shouted loudly. After all, he was not a local of Taiyuan. In addition, it was night time. If no one led the way, it would be difficult to find Baoxing Square. Yes, a soldier answered and walked out of the crowd to Du Gufeng's side. He was only half a horse's length ahead of Du Gufeng. The group of people rushed toward the south of the city. However, because it was nighttime and the light was not good, they did not dare to move as fast as they did during the day. Otherwise, if they bumped into any obstacles, they would be thrown off their horses and easily cause a stampede. The commotion on the street inevitably alerted the people in the houses on both sides of the street. However, according to the curfew system in this era of big cities, the houses were all closed at this time. Even if the people heard the commotion, they couldn't go out to check. Only some of the people who lived at the edge of the houses could see a long fire dragon on the street through the windows on the second floor of their houses, rushing towards the south. At the same time, under Fang Gongting's lead, the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks were also rushing to the south of the city. This group had more people than the Imperial Army, around 400 people. The fire dragon formed by 400 torches was even more spectacular than Du Gufeng's group. However, the Bing Province barracks was located in the northwest of Taiyuan City, and the courier station was located in the center of Taiyuan City. Therefore, in terms of distance, the Bing Province barracks was further away from the southern Baoxing Square. In order to reach the southern part of the city as quickly as possible, Fang Gongting specially sent 2 men to clear the path in front of the group. This way, even if there were obstacles on the road, only the 2 men would be knocked over, and it would not affect the speed of the entire group. Speaking of which, if there was a moon tonight, They could take advantage of the moonlight to gallop at full speed without having to worry about bumping into obstacles in the dark. However, there was no moon tonight, and Fong Gongting could only use this stupid method to increase the speed of their group as much as possible. However, the speed of their group was much faster than Dugu Feiying's group. After all, most of the soldiers of the Bing province barracks had lived in Taiyuan City for many years. Their familiarity with the roads in the city was far inferior to that of the Imperial Army. When it came to traveling at night, they naturally had the advantage. Since Uncle Wang has never heard of this Zhao Dian, this junior will take his leave first. In the courtyard of the Wang family's ancestral home, Dugu Xian stood up and cupped his fists toward Wang Yu. In the evening, when Li Tai and his group went to the provincial governor's manor, Dugu Xian brought a few people to the Wang family. His main purpose was to obtain information on Zhao Dian from Wang Yu. Chapter 1921. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that he had missed something, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Thus, he sat in front of the desk without moving, staring blankly. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses and quickly stood up. He strode to the window near the north side of the room. Tongfuan was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. The officials have been searching for an entire day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he said softly, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Xianyi Sky Eagle. Zhao Dian frowned and shouted in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly room was occupied by two of his subordinates, two of his most powerful subordinates. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to the modern era. Moreover, his two subordinates were martial arts experts with sharp senses. Zhao Dian believed that they would be able to hear his words. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward and opened the door. Two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xianyi. Xianyi wasn't short. He was the height of an ordinary person. The main reason was that Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guardmaster, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two to the northern window. The two bowed and cupped their fists toward Zhao Dian. At this time, most people had already finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep. Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed out on something, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Thus, he sat motionlessly in front of the desk, staring blankly into space. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a flurry of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian abruptly came back to his senses and quickly stood up. With 2 strides, he arrived at the window near the north side of the room. The Tongfuan was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street to the north. The officials have been searching for the whole day. Why haven't they stopped at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he said softly, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Don't tell me they are going to capture people?" Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, A bad premonition suddenly arose. Xian Yi Tianing. Zhao Dian frowned and then called out softly. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. But the room next to the heavenly room was occupied by two of his subordinates, two of his most powerful subordinates. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far from comparable to the modern era. Moreover, his two subordinates were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would be able to hear his words. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Tianying, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi wasn't short, but he was the height of an ordinary person. The main reason was that Tianying was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. Guard leader, are you looking for us? After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window in the north, and the two of them bowed and cupped their fists to Zhao Dian. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he had missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. Therefore, he just sat in front of the desk, motionless in a daze. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a flurry of horse hooves from the north of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses abruptly, then quickly stood up and strode to the window near the north side of the room. The Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street to the north. The officials have been searching for the entire day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" At this point, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Xian Yi Tianing. Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there were no guards outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now, and it would be too conspicuous if there were guards outside the door. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by two of his subordinates, two of his most powerful subordinates. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to the modern era. Moreover, his two subordinates were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear him. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Tianying, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Tianying was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard master, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window in the north, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. So he just sat in front of the desk, motionless in a daze. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves coming from the north of the inn. Zhao Dian suddenly came back to his senses, then quickly stood up and strode to the window in the room near the north. Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly guest room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street in the north. The people from the government have been searching for the whole day. Why are they still not stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered to himself. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, That's not right. Why would the government send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to arrest people? Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, a bad premonition suddenly rose. Xianyi Sky Eagle. Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were still guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by two of his men, two of the most powerful men. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to that of the modern era. Moreover, his two men were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear his words. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xianyi. If one were to say that Xianyi was short, he was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. Guard Master, are you looking for us? After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he could not figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. So he just sat in front of the study table motionless in a daze. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a flurry of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian abruptly came back to his senses, then quickly stood up and strode to the window on the north side of the room. Tongfuan was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly guest room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he pushed open the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. The officials have been searching for an entire day in the day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" At this point, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Xianyi Sky Eagle. Zhao Dian frowned, then called out softly. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there were no guards outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by two of his subordinates, two of his most powerful subordinates. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to that of the modern era. Moreover, his two subordinates were martial arts experts with sharp senses. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear him. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xianyi. Xianyi was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. Guard Master, are you looking for us? After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. Therefore, he just sat in front of the desk, motionless and spaced out. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a flurry of horse hooves coming from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses abruptly, then quickly stood up and strode to the window on the north side of the room. Tongfuan was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he pushed open the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. Huh! The people from the government have been searching for the entire day. Why are they still not stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered to himself. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the government send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, a bad premonition suddenly rose. "Xianyi Sky Eagle." Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room except for him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now, and if there were guards outside the door it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly room was occupied by two of his men, two of the most powerful men. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far from comparable to the modern era. Moreover, his two men were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear his words. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xianyi. To say that Xianyi was short, he was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard Master, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. Chapter 1922. There was no moon tonight. There would be no moonlight shining in from outside the room, and it was even darker inside the room because the lights were off. Wang Li could not see where the old woman was in the room, but he was a martial arts master after all. With his sharp senses and the old woman's breathing in the room, he could easily determine the old woman's exact location. What he needed to do now was to stab the dagger in his hand into the old woman's throat so that she would die before she could resist or call for help. This was the effect Wang Kuei wanted to achieve, to make Star Wolf's mother disappear without anyone noticing. As there was no light in the room, when Wang Li pulled out the dagger from his sleeve, it naturally did not reflect any cold light. However, after he rudely pushed open the door, he did not say a word. The old woman in the room also realized that something was wrong. At the last moment of her life, the old woman opened her mouth and said, You're not little Cui. Who are you?" Wang Li's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not speak but sped up and quickly stabbed the dagger in his hand at the old woman. The strong wind caused by his rapid movement and the cold air emitted by the dagger made the old woman even more certain that the person who came in was not the two maidservants who often served her. She instinctively smelled a trace of danger, a trace of the danger of death. She subconsciously wanted to call for help, but perhaps because she was too nervous, or perhaps because she thought of how her son had been running around and working hard to earn money to treat her illness for more than a year, she felt that she might as well die so that she would not be a burden to her son. Therefore, she clearly had a moment to call for help, but in the end she did not say anything. She just leaned against the bed and quietly waited for death to descend. Outside the room, the maidservant little Cui was still desperately running into the room, and the dagger in Wang Li's hand was less than 5 inches away from the old woman's throat. It seemed that everything was too late. No one could stop the old woman from dying under Wang Li's dagger. However, an accident happened in this impossible situation. Whoosh! At this moment, the roof of the house suddenly began to collapse from the middle. Dozens of tiles fell from the roof without any warning. Wang Li subconsciously used his movement technique to dodge a tile that flew towards him. Then, he looked up and vaguely saw a black shadow descending from the sky. Wang Li was shocked. At this moment, he could no longer care about the identity of that person. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that something had happened tonight. The most important thing now was to complete the mission Wang Kuei had given him. As for the rest, he had to kill the old woman in the room first. Hence, Wang Li did not care about the person who had descended from the sky. His figure flashed as he continued to stab the old woman on the bed with the dagger in his hand. But right at this moment, Wang Li suddenly felt a gust of icy cold wind slash towards his back. Humph! How dare you! It turned out that he had sensed Wang Li's actions. That person could not help but be furious. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed at Wang Li's back at an even faster speed. His speed was much faster than Wang Li's, and most importantly, because the speed at which he brandished his blade was too fast, the blade that was filled with true qi already faintly carried a strong blade wind. If Wang Li did not turn around to defend, this blade wind would hit his back before he could stab the old woman, and he would be seriously injured. After a short consideration, Wang Li quickly made a decision. He decided to block the other party's attack first, and then find an opportunity to kill the old woman on the bed. He turned around like lightning and channeled all his genuine qi into the dagger. With a clang, the dagger made a metallic sound. Then he actually used the dagger as a sword and directly waved the dagger, slashing at the oncoming saber qi. Bang! The saber qi and the sword qi intersected, and there was a dull sonic boom in the air. Then, Wang Li was directly shocked by the violent eruption of true qi. In fact, before Wang Li took the attack, he had tried to overestimate the strength of the other party. After all, judging from the speed of the other party's saber and the strong saber qi, the other party must be a master. However, after this round, he found that he had still underestimated the strength of the other party, because the other party's strength was actually above his. Grandmaster middle stage. The other party was actually a martial artist at the Grandmaster middle stage. When had there been a strong man at the Grandmaster middle stage in Taiyuan City? At this moment, Wang Li's head was full of question marks, and his heart was full of confusion. Who are you? Wang Li was shocked by the other party's casual attack, and he forced himself to swallow back the blood that he was about to spit out. At this time he raised his head, looked at the master who had descended from the sky, and asked in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this point, he knew very well that he had no way to kill the old woman on the bed under the other party's nose. As long as he attacked the old woman, the other party would be able to seriously injure him before he succeeded, because the other party's martial arts strength was a whole small realm higher than his. Unless he was willing to risk being seriously injured or dying, he had no chance to kill the old woman at this time. But the problem was that Wang Li was not willing to exchange his life with an old woman. He was still young, and it was not easy for him to have the strength and status he had today. His life was not very precious, but it was definitely more precious than the old woman's life. Instead of risking his life, it was better to ask the other party's identity. If the other party was just passing by occasionally and meddling in other people's business, he could use the name of the Wang family to make him retreat. However, Wang Li was destined to be disappointed. Humph! Wang Li, can't you even recognize my voice? In the darkness, the man snorted coldly and asked instead of answering. Hearing this voice, Wang Li was suddenly stunned, and his whole person was stunned. After a moment, he finally came to his senses and said in disbelief, Wang Chenggu? It's you? Why are you here? Humph! Why am I here? I should be the one asking you this, right? Wang Chenggu sneered and continued. As the dignified second commander of the Wang family, instead of resting at home at night, you came to this remote place to kill a weak old woman. Do you know what you are doing? You are making the entire Wang family unjust. When Wang Li heard this, he secretly cursed in his heart. If his purpose of coming here to kill was reported by Wang Chenggu to Wang Yu, then the matter of Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan colluding with the Turks might also be exposed. At that time, only a dead end awaited them. Kill? Wang Chenggu, don't slander me. I just happened to pass by and came to visit my good brother's elder. Who said I came here to kill? Wang Li's eyes turned, and his thoughts turned quickly, and he defended himself. Anyway, no matter what, he would not admit his purpose of coming here in front of Wang Chenggu. Wang Chenggu could not help but ridicule. Happened to pass by? Humph! I think you came here to kill to silence, right? During the day, the Imperial Army caught an assassin, but the assassin's identity is unknown, so the provincial governor's mansion is looking for clues in the city. Could this house be the assassin's home, and you came here to kill to silence? In fact, this was just Wang Chengwu's guess. He wanted to use this to trick Wang Li. He was not sure if the assassin caught by the Imperial Army in the afternoon was related to Wang Li, and he was even less sure that this was the assassin's home. Wang Qinggu would never have thought that his guess was infinitely close to the truth of the matter. Wang Li's heart jumped when he heard this. At this time, if the lights in the house were lit, Wang Qinggu would definitely see his expression change. Nonsense. What assassin? What killing to silence? If you want to convict someone, you can always find a pretext. Wang Qinggu wanted to say something, but at this time the old woman in the dark spoke. She asked anxiously, "Young master, what did you say just now? You said that my Chung'er is wanted by the authorities? That's impossible. My son has always been honest and dutiful, and all these years, he has been working by the Wang family's second master's side. How could he be wanted by the authorities?" The old woman's words were nothing if it was said on a normal day, but to Wang Qinggu, it could be said to be a divine assistance. Wang Qinggu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not answer the old woman's question, but said coldly to Wang Li, "Humph, family head's guess was right. Second elder is indeed related to the assassin in the afternoon. Wang Li, if you know what's good for you, then obediently follow me back to family head to ask for forgiveness. Don't force me to take action." Wang Li really regretted that he did not kill the old woman earlier. Otherwise there would not be so much trouble now. It was impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. He sneered and said, "Humph, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. If you want to ask for forgiveness, you should go back and ask for forgiveness yourself. Although your martial arts are better than mine, if we really fight, you won't be able to get away with it." "All right. That's what you said." Wang Qinggu was furious when he heard this. He raised his long sword and was about to attack Wang Li when suddenly, a rumbling sound of horse hooves cut through the quiet night sky. Then, the sound of horse hooves stopped at the door of the house. Wang Qinggu's face was slightly shocked. Thinking of what Wang Yu had told him earlier, he hurriedly said, "Wang Li, if you follow me to family head to ask for forgiveness now, family head may spare your life. However, if you still insist on fighting with me, not only will you alert the neighbors nearby, those people who suddenly appear outside the door will also spread the news of this matter. By then, not only will you be finished, the entire Wang clan will be finished as well." Before coming, Wang Yu had told Wang Li that he must find out whether the second branch had anything to do with the assassin that the imperial army caught in the afternoon before the authorities arrived. After all, family scandals should not be aired in public. Now that there was a group of people from another power gathered outside the door, if the two of them did not withdraw now, they would definitely be completely exposed. Oh. Chapter 1923. The entire Wang clan is finished. Humph. So what? If you hadn't insisted on interfering, I would have completed my mission long ago, and I wouldn't have caused any more trouble. If the Wang clan is finished because of this, it's also because of you, Wang Qinggu. In the room, Wang Li's expression changed slightly. He had naturally heard the clamor of horse hooves outside. The mission Wang Kuei had given him was to make Star Wolf's mother disappear from the world without anyone noticing. But now, not only had Wang Qinggu appeared at the scene, but there was also a group of unidentified people outside the residence. He knew that he could not perfectly complete the mission Wang Kuei had given him, so he simply stopped denying it and went all out. Hearing this, Wang Qinggu was so angry that he laughed. "Humph. Sophistry. It was clearly you and the second elder who conspired against the Wang clan, causing the entire Wang clan to be disloyal and unjust. Forget it, now is not the time to argue about this. I will take you and this old madam back together. If you restrain yourself before the cliff and cooperate with the clan head to investigate some of the illegal things the second elder has done recently, the clan head might let you off. This is the only way out for you." He originally wanted to argue with Wang Li a little more, but time waited for no one. Seeing that the group of people outside the courtyard was about to enter, the most important thing for him was to subdue Wang Li, then take the old woman on the bed and leave this place first. It was not that he wanted to protect Wang Li, but if Wang Li was determined to go against him at this moment, Wang Kuei would definitely be captured because of this, but it would also implicate the entire Wang family. Wang Kuei wanted to investigate, but it would be best if the person who found out about Wang Kuei's illegal deeds was someone from the Wang clan. Only in this way could he make up for his mistakes to the greatest extent. In the future, when Li Er was convicted, he could also let the rest of the Wang clan off. As for the old woman on the bed, It was best not to fall into the hands of the authorities or the Imperial Army. Otherwise, their conversation tonight would be completely exposed. Haha. It's too late. Can't you tell? We're already surrounded. Moreover, not only does she know that I'm here tonight, but the two maids outside also know. Wang Chengwu's words did move Wang Li a little, but it was only a little. He was not willing to fail just like that. He laughed coldly, and then took advantage of the time when Wang Chengwu was listening to the movements outside. He swung his dagger at lightning speed, fiercely stabbing towards the old woman on the bed. How dare you? General Eagle, according to the assassin, this should be the house. In Baoshang Lane, in front of a dilapidated house, there were dozens of armored soldiers gathered. Each of them was riding war horses and holding torches. They formed a fan shape and surrounded the house. The leader was a burly man in casual clothes. He pointed at the house in front of him and said to a young general beside him. This group of people was the Imperial Army who had rushed over from the courier station. Speaking of which, along the way, they had met a lot of guards patrolling the streets. After all, it was curfew now, and ordinary people were not allowed to walk in the city. However, now that the guards of Taiyuan City knew that the Imperial Army and Li Tai were in the city, they did not encounter much obstruction after Du Gufeng revealed his identity. There was even a warm-hearted guard who volunteered to lead the way for Du Gufeng. It was precisely because of this guard that they could take a shortcut that they could reach Baoshengfang so quickly. Chapter 1924. So it's General Fei Ying. Light returned to the room and Wang Chengwu finally had a chance to see the situation in the room clearly. Seeing that Wang Li was killed by his blade and the old lady's life was not in danger, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after seeing the group of people who barged in, Wang Chengwu's heart suddenly jumped up. This was because the group of people who came in was the people he didn't want to meet the most, the Imperial Army. Wang Chengwu cupped his fists to Du Gufeng. Taking advantage of this moment, his mind began to whirl as he tried to think of an excuse that would allow him to extricate himself from the other members of the Wang clan and highlight the contributions of the first branch as much as possible. Needless to say, he really did manage to think of something. Tonight, the family had received news from the Wang family's disciples that the assassin you caught this afternoon had appeared in Baoshang Lane. Thus, the family had sent me over to check on the situation. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at Baoshang Lane, I saw a black-clothed man sneaking into this room. I hid on the roof to see what this person was up to. Unexpectedly, this person actually wanted to harm the owner of this room. In a moment of desperation, I descended from the roof and killed this person with one slash of my blade. Then you all came. Hearing this, Du Gufeng frowned. Although Wang Chengwu's words were logical, he still felt that something wasn't right. Because if what Wang Chengwu said was true, then wasn't this matter too much of a coincidence? However, the most important thing now was to confirm if the old lady of the assassin they caught was here and was safe. As for the rest, it wouldn't be too late to talk about it later. Du Gufeng expressionlessly nodded at Wang Chengwu, and then walked to the side of the bed. Looking at the trembling old lady who was curled up in the corner, he squatted down slightly and asked, "Old lady, do you recognize this person?" As he spoke, Du Gufeng took out a portrait and unfolded it in front of the old lady. It was the portrait of Star Wolf that was plastered all over the city today. That old lady was only an ordinary citizen. When had she ever seen such a scene? She had long been scared silly by the bloody scene in the room. She didn't seem to be able to hear Du Gufeng's words. Seeing this, Du Gufeng could only repeat his words a few more times, and move the portrait closer to the old woman. Finally, the old woman caught a glimpse of the person in the portrait. Her lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later she seemed to have recovered. She stood up excitedly and reached out to grab the portrait in Du Gufeng's hands. She said excitedly, "Brother Dugu, this is my Chung. Why do you have his portrait? Where is my Chung now?" Cough, cough, cough. However, because she spoke too quickly, she couldn't help but cough again. Du Gufeng's heart calmed down a lot when he saw that the old woman really knew the assassin. However, he also remembered that if this old woman was really the assassin's mother, then she should have tuberculosis. This disease was contagious, so Du Gufeng took a step back and tried to keep a certain distance from the old woman. Then he smiled and said to the old woman as calmly as possible, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Auntie, do you mean that the person in the portrait is your son? The old lady was stunned, then nodded and said, Yes, this is my Chung. Quickly tell me, where is my Chung now? Dugu Feng was finally relieved after hearing the confirmation from the old woman. He smiled warmly and replied, Auntie, your son is with us right now. For your safety, I need to bring you back. This way you can also see your son while you're at it. What do you think? Hearing this, the old lady nodded and said, Good, good, good. As long as I can see my Chung, or I can go anywhere. Dugu Feng turned to look at the two servant girls at the door and said, The two of you are serving this old lady, right? In a while, follow me and leave together. You can also take care of the old lady on the way. The two servant girls looked timidly at Dugu Feng, who was dressed in martial attire. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded and said, Yes, General. Dugu Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze to the masked man on the bed. He frowned slightly and went forward to remove the black mask from the man's face. Then he asked in confusion, Who is this man? Why does he want to kill you? This question was naturally asked to the old lady. The old lady was still in a state of panic. Hearing Dugu Feng's question, she was stunned for a moment. In just a short while, Wang Chenggu, who was standing at the side, walked over with large strides and said with a face of surprise, It's actually him? Dugu Feng's eyes flashed as he turned his head and asked, Who is it? Could it be that Commander Wang knows this person? Wang Chenggu nodded with an ugly face. I know. Of course I know. When we were fighting in the dark, I felt that the other party's martial arts were somewhat familiar, but I didn't expect it to be him. To be honest, this person is the second commander of our Wang family guards, Wang Li. He has always taken orders from our second elder. Now that he has appeared here and wants to kill this old lady, I think our second elder can't be separated from this matter. This is a serious matter. I have to go back and inform the family head as soon as possible. I will take my leave first. Wang Chengwu's idea was very simple. He couldn't let Dugu Feng know that he knew Wang Li's identity in advance and followed the latter to the Baosheng lane. Otherwise, the two of them would be suspected of having a common enemy. Only by pretending that they met by chance and didn't know Wang Li's identity in advance could he completely remove the Wang family from this matter, and show the Wang family's crucial contribution in protecting the witness to the greatest extent. The only loophole in this excuse was that the old lady had heard his conversation with Wang Li. However, the meaning of their conversation was mostly ambiguous. Under the situation where the old lady didn't know the cause and effect of the entire matter, based on those few words, she might not know the pros and cons of this matter. Moreover, it was him who had saved the old lady from Wang Li's hands. No matter what, he was the old lady's savior. He believed that the old lady wouldn't deliberately mention these details to Dugu Feng. In addition, even if the old woman told Dugu Feng about the conversation between him and Wang Li, it would not be a big deal. After all, he had killed Wang Li and saved the old woman. This was an irrefutable fact. Just based on this point, it was impossible for him and the power behind him to be on the same side as Wang Li. Wang Li's life was the Wang family's pledge of allegiance to Li heir and the imperial court. It's the second commander of the Wang family's guards. Hearing this, Dugu Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Wang Chenggu with an inexplicable expression in his eyes. Then, he nodded at Wang Chenggu and said, Since this has happened, we should indeed inform the Wang family head. Commander Wang, please return quickly. Wang Chenggu clasped his fists at everyone and said, Then I shall take my leave. After saying that, he seemed to inadvertently glance at the old lady. Seeing that the latter's face was still in shock, he felt slightly relieved and turned to leave. As for Wang Li's corpse, he definitely couldn't bring it back. Of course, he didn't want to bring it back either. Go. Return to the post house immediately. After Wang Chenggu left, Dugu Feng waved his hand and ordered, Clatter, clatter, clatter. However, as soon as his voice fell, a rumbling sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside the courtyard. Wang Chengwu's complexion changed slightly. He subconsciously thought that it was the hidden forces of Source Peak City, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that the entire city was under martial law now. Even if those people had the guts, they wouldn't dare to make such a big move unless they were tired of living. Thus, he ordered an imperial guard beside him. Go. See what's going on outside. Yes, General. The Imperial Guard received the order and left. Du Gufeng, Han Li, and the other Imperial Guards in the room guarded the old lady behind them with vigilant expressions. After a while, the Imperial Guard ran back and clasped his fists at Du Gufeng. General, it's the Bing Province barracks troops. There are about 400 of them, and they're right in front of the courtyard. Oh? Someone from the Bing Province barracks? Go, let's go out and take a look. Du Gufeng's eyes flashed. He turned to the two maidservants and the old lady and said, "Help Auntie out and follow me to the Taiwan post house." "Yes, General." The two maidservants naturally didn't dare to disobey Du Gufeng's orders. They bowed and accepted the order. Barracks Fang. Du Gufeng cupped his fists and greeted Fang Gongting as he led the group out of the courtyard. Fang Gongting had seen Du Gufeng before. At this moment, he quickly got off his horse and returned the salute. He said, "General Fang? You guys are? Oh, I understand. You must have heard the news that the assassin's mother lives here. That's why you came, right?" Du Gufeng nodded. "Yes. From what Barracks Fang said, you guys must have heard the news as well. I wonder how Barracks Fang got the news? Tonight's events were simply too coincidental. Wang Chenggu suddenly appeared here, and even Fang Gongting suddenly appeared here with his troops. Du Gufeng was really curious about where Fang Gongting got the news. Fang Gongting smiled and said, "Haha." After this, Fang returned to the camp. "I gathered all the soldiers who searched the city during the day and asked if any of them had encountered an old woman with tuberculosis during the day. I didn't expect that there really were people who had encountered her. In order to avoid any problems, this Fang immediately brought people here to investigate." At this point, Fang Gongting also got the old lady supported by the two maidservants behind Du Gufeng. He asked, "General Fang, this should be the assassin's mother, right? I didn't expect that even though we rushed over, we were still one step behind you." Du Gufeng smiled. "Barracks Fang must be joking. You and I are both protecting the safety of His Highness. But since you brought people here, come with me and escort this old lady back to the post house." "Of course." Fang Gongting didn't even think about it and agreed. "Soldiers, listen to my order. Follow me back to the post house." Chapter 1925. Gao Yong Zhangchang, why are you here? On the street outside Jingren Square in Taiyuan City, Wang Chenggu, who was hurrying back to the Wang clan residence, happened to run into a group of people heading south of the city. Wang Chenggu couldn't help but be startled when he saw the leader of the group, and he hurried forward to greet him. When the two men saw Wang Chenggu, they quickly dismounted from their horses and bowed respectfully. "Senior Commander, we are following the Patriarch's orders and following the secret signal you left on the road. We are heading to meet you." "No need. The matter has been resolved. Come back with me." Hearing this, Wang Chenggu came to a realization and waved his hand. "Resolved?" The two were startled, and then one of them asked tentatively, "Then what about the second commander?" "Dead." Wang Chenggu replied indifferently and then impatiently urged, "There's been a change in the situation. Come back with me to report to the Patriarch." "Yes." Gao Yong and Zhang Chang cupped their fists and accepted the order, and then the group immediately changed from the rear to the front, heading toward the Wang clan residence in the northeast. Why are they going back? In the darkness, two armored soldiers were hiding in a corner, muttering to each other as they watched the Wang clan guard turn back. "Just now, I seem to have heard them call out something about Grand Commander. Could that person from the southern part of the city be Wang Chenggu of the Wang clan? What is he doing in the southern part of the city so late at night?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? The question now is, should we continue to follow them?" "Follow my ass. Can't you see that they're going back to the Wang clan residence? Let's go back and report to General Dugu." "That's right. Then let's go back." The two stood up and headed toward the courier station in the north. Yes, these two were the two Imperial Army soldiers that Dugu Xian had sent to follow the Wang clan shadow guards. In the dilapidated house of Baoshang Lane, there was a soul-stirring assassination and rescue. After Dugu Feng and his men left, everything returned to normal. However, two black-clothed men landed in the courtyard. They looked at each other, then entered the main house and began to search for something seriously. Their gaze is swept over the furniture that had been knocked over, the tiles that had fallen from the roof, and finally landed on the bloodstain at the head of the bed and the deep knife mark on the wooden head of the bed. It's a saber mark. The other party pierced through a person, and the tip of the saber stuck into the headboard. Killed in one strike. His strength is above mine. One of the thinner men in black looked at the saber mark at the head of the bed and muttered to himself, "Ha! It's just a saber seal, but it's enough to make you feel inferior. You're a Grandmaster realm expert." The other man in black, who was taller, couldn't help but snort. These two people were precisely the two most capable generals under Zhao Dian, Xian Yi and Tian Ying. Of course, the two of them were secretly competing with each other. Xian Yi looked at Sky Eagle as if he was looking at an idiot. Then he turned his head to look at the long and shallow saber mark on the wall and said indifferently, "Controlling a saber with qi and being able to condense it into a solid saber aura. This person is definitely a saber master, and his realm is definitely above the Grandmaster realm. In Source Peak City, I have only met one person like this." Tianying couldn't help but become serious. He stepped forward and looked at the long and narrow saber mark on the wall. It was as Xian Yi had said. It wasn't a physical saber but saber qi, which could also be called a saber aura. He turned to Xian Yi and asked, "Who is it?" Xian Yi turned and said, "Wang Chenggu, the commander of the Wang clan shadow guards. I fought with him during the assassination of Dugu Xun in the south of the city." Tianying was silent. Although he had always been at odds with Xian Yi, he still believed in Xian Ye's personal strength. If even Xian Yi couldn't defeat someone, then there was no need to talk about him. "There's a smell of medicine in this room. When we came, we saw the woman in the room being taken away by an army. Judging from their armor, there were imperial guards and soldiers from the Bing province barracks. This means that the woman in the room is very important to them. Go back and report to the guard master. I'll follow them and act according to the situation." Xian Yi saw that there were no more valuable clues in the room, so he walked out with his hands behind his back. When he reached the door, he turned to Tianying behind him and said, "Based on..." Sky Eagle subconsciously wanted to say, "Why do you let me run errands while you do the work that might lead to meritorious service?" However, he swallowed his words. Putting aside the fact that there was a saber wielder in the Grandmaster realm who was more powerful than Xian Yi, even the well-trained imperial guards and the Bing province barracks soldiers were not people that he could deal with. When they first arrived here, Wang Chenggu had just left. Then, not long after, Fang Gongting arrived with 400 soldiers. Therefore, the two of them didn't have the chance to get close to the room. They could only hide in the dark and watch as Dugu Feiying, Fang Gongting, and the rest left with an old woman, 2 maids, and a bloody corpse. "Okay." Tianying nodded after hesitating for a moment. However, Xian Yi was already nowhere to be seen. A hint of anger flashed across Tianying's eyes. He cursed, "F***CK. This guy won't steal the limelight again, will he?" Although he cursed, he couldn't change the fact that he was weaker than Xian Yi. As the saying went, one should do as much as one could. Right now, he had to obediently go back and report to Zhao Dian. Chapter 1926. Escape? Now that Taiyuan City is under martial law, where can we escape to? In the room, Wang Kuei frowned and said helplessly, "If they could live, who would want to die?" But the problem now was that the 4 city gates of Taiyuan City were all closed. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Wang Xinyuan said firmly, "Grandfather, we don't have to escape from the city. Aren't Guardian Zhao and the others trapped in the city now? But they can live peacefully under the search of the soldiers. As long as we take people to Guardian Zhao now, we will have a chance of survival." This guy wanted to go all the way to the dark side. But didn't you say before that Zhao Dian was of low birth and unreliable? Even if we rely on him, we can only live under his roof and look at his face? Wang Kuei was a little moved, but he remembered their previous judgment of Zhao Dian and shook his head. They came from the Wang family of Taiyuan and were members of a 1,000-year-old family. Zhao Dian was just a local official. Even if they relied on the Turks, how could they be willing to be under Zhao Dian, a Han? So they had been secretly waiting for a high-level Turk official, such as the Turk state preceptor, to come to Taiyuan City. Then they would fully surrender. Wang Xinyuan said helplessly, "Grandfather, today is different from the past. Since we have been exposed, our lives are in danger at any time. The most important thing now is to protect our lives. As long as we are still alive and have people in our hands, we will definitely be able to make a comeback. Relying on Guardian Zhao is just a temporary expedient. Sigh. Alright then. Let's leave the mansion and find Guardian Zhao. Wang Kuei was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said. Wang Xinyuan hurriedly said, Grandfather, we can't go to Guardian Lord Zhao empty-handed. In my opinion, we should quickly pack up some gold, silver and valuables, and then take the assassins that you have been cultivating over the years, as well as some of the secret guards that are loyal to you. Only in this way will Guardian Lord Zhao be willing to accept us. As the saying went, one would not get up early if there were no benefits. From a certain perspective, Wang Xinyuan and Zhao Diyan were the same kind of people who crazily sought survival in the face of adversity. Wang Xinyuan understood that if he and Wang Kuei went to Zhao Diyan empty-handed, not only would Zhao Diyan not accept their surrender, he might even sell them out to Wang Yu or the imperial army, because they had no value to Zhao Diyan. You're right. There's no time to lose. I'll gather my men, pack up my valuables and prepare to leave. However, most of the assassins this old man has trained are not in the mansion. After we escape, we will look for them. After being reminded by Wang Xinyuan, Wang Kuei came to his senses and quickly said. Then he shouted outside the door. Qizhe, immediately gather your trustworthy brothers and gather in this courtyard in half an hour. Someone outside the door immediately answered. Yes. Your subordinate obeys. In the room, Wang Kuei knew that there was not much time left, so he did not ask Wang Xinyuan to avoid him. He went directly to the table next to the bed in front of Wang Xinyuan and gently twisted the vase on it. With a ka-ka sound, the wall twisted and turned, and a secret compartment about 1 square meter in size appeared. Wang Xinyuan, who was standing behind Wang Kuei, could not help but flash his eyes. A trace of surprise and inexplicable emotion appeared on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Wang Kuei to be so secretive. A moment later, seeing Wang Yu take out a large crimson box from the secret compartment, Wang Xinyuan hurriedly went forward to help, but Wang Kuei signaled him with his eyes not to interfere. Wang Kuei put the wooden box on the table and then said to Wang Xinyuan, Here are some gold, silver, jewelry, land deeds, store deeds, and servants' contracts that I have saved over the years. They should be worth about 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. There are some other things, but I don't think there's enough time to pack them up. Take these and leave first. Chapter 1927. Iron Egg, why haven't General Flying Eagle and the others returned yet? Did something happen at Baoxing Square? In Taiyuan Courier Station, Li Tai and Iron Egg were sitting in a side hall, anxiously waiting for news from Baoxing Square. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Li Tai could not help but ask. Iron Egg frowned. In truth, he had wanted to go with Du Gufang and Han Lijing to Baoxing Square, but his father had insisted that he stay behind to protect Li Tai. Before this, Han Lijing had already heard about how Iron Egg had disguised himself as Li Tai to attract the attention of some unknown faction in the city. In Han Lijing's view, given Iron Egg's personal friendship with Li Tai, as well as his own martial arts, he was the best candidate to protect Li Tai. General Flying Eagle is personally taking action, and my father is also there, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's just wait patiently. Iron Egg was also worried, but he still spoke words of comfort. I hope so. Li Tai sighed. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the gate of the courier station. The two looked at each other and hurriedly stood up to welcome the visitor. General Dugu is back. It turned out that Dugu Exine was riding a carriage back with a group of people from the Wang family. With the help of the imperial army, Dugu Exine got off the carriage and bowed to Li Tai. He asked, Your Highness, this general heard that you have already found out the whereabouts of that assassin's family, and that Flying Eagle has already led people there. Has he returned yet? On the way back, an imperial army soldier had reported to Dugu Exine. Thus, Dugu Exine learned that Starwolf had spoken under Li Tai's interrogation, and that Starwolf had an old mother who lived in Baoxing Square in the southern part of the city. Li Tai shook his head. Not yet. But General Flying Eagle and the others have been gone for almost an hour. If things go well, they should be back soon. Dugu Exine nodded solemnly, then said meaningfully, That's right. The Wang family is also making strange movements. I have left 2 people to monitor them. Tonight Source Peak City should be very lively. Who knows, we might be able to uncover Zhao Dian and the others who are hiding in the dark. Oh? Are there any movements from the Wang family? Li Tai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What is it? Could it be that this prince's previous guess was true? That there really is someone in the Wang family colluding with Zhao Dian?" In the evening, when Han Lijing brought the intercepted secret letter to the post house, Li Tai learned of the contents of the letter and guessed that there was someone in the Wang clan who was colluding with Zhao Dian. And this person was very likely the second elder of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Du Guexen shook his head and said, "It's still unclear." This general only heard that the Wang family head had sent someone to follow a guard of the Wang family's second branch. This general had Zhao Eru and Shun Quan stay behind to keep an eye on them. When the 2 of them return, the truth will be revealed. So that's the case. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully, and then he said in a deep voice, "Although there is no clear evidence, this Wang family's second branch is definitely a major suspect. General Dugu, you have to send more people to keep an eye on them." This general understands. Dugu Xian cupped his fists in acknowledgement. While the 2 of them were talking, the sound of galloping horses suddenly came from outside the inn. From the sound of the galloping horses, there were at least a few hundred people coming, and all of them were cavalry. Li Tai said excitedly, "It must be General Fei Ying. I wonder if he brought back the assassin's old mother. This prince will go take a look." "Your Highness, please wait." Dugu Xian's expression flickered. They had only brought 1,000 imperial guardsmen with them from Chang'an, and they had to send a portion of their forces to Longshan and guard the post house. It was impossible for Dugu Feiying to bring a few hundred people to Baoxing Square tonight. And from the deafening sound of hooves coming from the street outside the post house, it was clear that several hundred cavalry had arrived. Although Taiyuan City was still under the control of the government, Dugu Xian still didn't dare to let Li Tai take the risk. He pulled back Li Tai, who was about to run out, and then shouted to the imperial guardsmen behind him, "You lot, follow this general out to take a look." "Yes, sir." The soldiers obeyed the order and followed Dugu Xian to the entrance of the courier station. They saw a long fire dragon charging towards them from the street. Just as Dugu Xian had predicted, there were about 400 to 500 soldiers in this group, and the cavalry at the front of the group was only about 300 feet away from Dugu Xian's group. As the sky was too dark and the other party was rather far away, Dugu Xian couldn't see who the commander was. "On guard!" Dugu Xian shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he gripped the sword at his waist. Although he hadn't recovered from his injuries and couldn't fight yet, if the other party really wasn't Dugu Feiying's men and were coming for Li Tai, he would have to draw his sword and fight with his life on the line. "Yes, sir." The imperial guardsmen behind Dugu Xian all drew their long sabers and looked at the fire dragon charging toward the post house warily. Thump, thump, thump. The chaotic sound of hooves came closer and closer, and Dugu Xian and the others were extremely nervous. If the other party was really coming for Li Tai, it would be very difficult for them to win as infantry. "It's Fang." When the fire dragon was about 100 feet away from the gate of the post house, Dugu Xian finally saw the face of the commander. He sighed softly and turned to the imperial guardsmen behind him as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Don't be on guard. Everyone return to your positions." "Yes, sir." The imperial guardsmen replied. They were actually relieved as well. In the courtyard, Li Tai and Iron Egg saw this and hurried out to welcome them. Dugu Xian didn't stop them this time. Although he still didn't know why Dugu Feiying had so many soldiers behind him, it was fine as long as he knew that Dugu Feiying was in that group. He had always believed in his brother without a doubt. Whoosh! A moment later, the fire dragon had already arrived in front of the inn. Dugu Feiying, Han Lijing, Fang Gongteng, and the others all dismounted and came to Li Tai. They bowed and cupped their fists. "Your Highness," Li Tai quickly said. "No need for formalities." Is Adjutant Fang here too?" It was only then that he noticed Fang Gongting and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Your Highness, after I returned from the provincial governor's residence, I summoned all the soldiers who searched the city during the day." Fang Gongting cupped his fists and briefly told Li Tai what he had told Dugu Feiying earlier. Li Tai was enlightened. He then looked at Dugu Feng and hurriedly asked, General Feng, how was it? Did you find the assassin's mother in Baoxing Lane? Earlier in the prison cell, although Star Wolf had promised Li Tai that he would be willing to tell him the mastermind, there was a precondition. He had to bring his mother over and invite Sun Simiao and other famous doctors to treat her. Therefore, Li Tai still had high hopes for the results of Dugu Feng and the others' trip. Dugu Feng didn't disappoint Li Tai. He smiled and said, Your Highness, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. Then he turned and ordered, Bring the ant here. Under the escort of 2 soldiers, the 2 young maidservants helped the old woman out of the crowd. Dugu Feng suddenly thought of something and quickly whispered something in Li Tai's ear. Then he pulled Li Tai back a few steps. Obviously, Dugu Feng was worried that the old woman's tuberculosis would be transmitted to Li Tai. Li Tai wasn't angry. Instead, he was in a good mood. Good. Good. Bring this aunt to see her son and settle her in the post house. Yes, Your Highness. Dugu Feng quickly waved his hand and signaled the 2 soldiers to bring the old woman away. Chapter 1928. In a side hall of the relay station, Dugu Feng recounted the scene that he had encountered at the Star Wolf family, as well as Wang Changwu's explanation. After everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of contemplation. A few moments later, Li Tai's eyes focused as he said, Based on the information General Dugu brought back from the Wang clan and what General Feng said just now, this king believes that there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Wang clan's second elder is colluding with Zhao Dian. As long as we can capture him, I'm confident that we can find Zhao Dian's hiding place. Dugu Xian nodded in agreement. Your Highness's words are reasonable. Although there is no conclusive evidence, Source Peak City's situation is special and perilous. This general believes that we should first capture the Wang clan's second elder and interrogate him. As the saying went, special cases had to be dealt with in a special way. In normal times, if the second elder of the Wang clan had done something that violated the laws of the Great Tang, the authorities would not have dared to arrest him without solid evidence. But things were different now. Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies in Source Peak City were threatening the safety of the city, and Wang Kuei, the second elder of the Wang clan, was colluding with Zhao Dian. Even if there was no evidence, they still needed to arrest him. It was better to kill the wrong person than to leave him alive. After all, Li Tai and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College were all in Source Peak City. If something happened to them, the imperial court would suffer a massive loss. Li Tai's face turned grim as he stood up and sternly said, Okay. Since that's the case, General Feng, this king orders you to immediately take men to the Wang clan and arrest the second elder. Afterward, you will be sent to the provincial governor's residence. We will work with Governor Wang to interrogate him through the night. As for the Wang clan head, if he tries to stop us, say that he's acting on this king's orders. When the matter is over, have him come to find this king, and this king will give him an explanation. As the person with the highest status in the group, Li Tai knew that it was time for him to make a decision. This order had to be given by him. After all, the other party was the second elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although he had no official position in the court, behind him stood a 1,000-year-old family. If Wang Kuei really colluded with the Turks, it would be fine. But if Wang Kuei was proved innocent, the one who gave the order to arrest him would have to bear the wrath of the Wang family. Therefore, Li Tai did not make things difficult for Dugu Xian and Dugu Feng, and directly gave the order. Dugu Feng stood up and cupped his fists. Understood. With that, he cupped his fists at Han Lijing and Dugu Xian before turning to leave. At that moment, 2 imperial guards rushed in and saluted Dugu Xian and Li Tai. One of them said, General, Your Highness, bad news. The Wang clan's second elder ran away. These 2 were none other than Zhao Eru and Shang Quan, whom Dugu Xian had left behind to monitor the Wang family's movements. Dugu Xian's expression changed. He ran? Why did he run away all of a sudden? What's going on? Dugu Feng, who was about to bring men to capture Wang Kuei, turned back when he heard Zhao Eru's words. Zhao Eru panted. This subordinate doesn't know either. We followed the Wang clan's guards all the way to the south of the city, but they met Wang Chenggu halfway and turned back. The 2 of us also turned back. Not long after, we heard a commotion coming from the Wang clan's ancestral mansion. Many guards were sent out by the Wang clan's patriarch. This subordinate asked around and found out that the Wang clan's second elder, Wang Kuei, had led a group of trusted aides to kill the Wang clan's guards and escaped before we returned to the Wang clan. Preposterous. This Wang Kuei must have a guilty conscience, worried that Wang Chenggu would bring back evidence against him, so he escaped prematurely. Dugu Xian frowned, a little annoyed. Speaking of which, they were about to find Zhao Dian's hiding place, but one of the key criminals had escaped prematurely. No matter who it was, they would be depressed. After Li Tai finished listening to Zhao Era's narration, he seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems that the patriarch of the Wang clan and the second elder of the Wang clan are not on the same side. Otherwise, Wang Chenggu would not have stopped and killed Wang Li at the Triumph House, and Wang Yu would not have sent people to look for Wang Kuei with great fanfare." Dugu Xian nodded. The Wang clan's patriarch can't be on the same side as Wang Kuei. This subordinate believes that he should be more anxious to find Wang Yu than we are. Dugu Xian had indeed suspected Wang Yu before, but after a series of events, he had long since eliminated Wang Yu as a suspect. Li Tai thought for a moment, and then a thought came to his mind. He muttered, "Wang Kuei's escape has confirmed the crime of colluding with Turkic spies. We can't rely on the Wang clan's power to find him. First, immediately send men to the provincial governor's residence to inform Provincial Governor Wang, and the Bing province barracks to search the entire city for Wang Kuei. Second, this prince wants to interrogate that assassin. All signs indicate that this assassin is very likely one of Wang Kuei's men. He should know better than us where Wang Kuei went after escaping from the Wang clan." Chapter 1929. It's already dark, and it's not safe outside. Your Highness, why don't you stay in the post house and allow me to lead the men there? In the prison of the post house, Dugu Xian immediately felt that something was amiss when he saw the eagerness on Li Tai's face. Right now it was completely dark outside. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Dian's men were still lurking in the city. Even if Zhao Dian wasn't around, Dugu Xian wouldn't have dared to let Li Tai personally lead his men to the manor that Starwolf had mentioned. After all, that manor was filled with Wang Kuei's assassins and death warriors. If one of them was hiding in the shadows and suddenly attacked Li Tai, then the matter would be grave. Dugu Xian definitely couldn't take this risk. He would rather take the risk himself than let Li Tai take the risk. As expected, a hint of disappointment flashed across Li Tai's face when he heard Dugu Xian's words. The little fatty was used to a life of luxury and ease, so it was inevitable that he would like to take risks and seek excitement. However, it was mainly because he believed that it was impossible for anything to happen to him under the protection of the Imperial Army. Thus, he wanted to make a trip to the manor personally. Ahem. When did this prince say that he wanted to personally go? Li Tai coughed dryly and forced himself to say this. He then said seriously, "However, General Dugu, you are still injured, so it's even more unsuitable for you to go. In this prince's opinion, it's better to let someone else go." He hadn't forgotten Gong Sunliang's previous instructions. Although most of the poison in Dugu Xian's body had been removed, he still couldn't fight for 7 days. Han Lijing stepped forward and cupped his fists to Dugu Xian and Li Tai. "If your Highness and General Dugu trust this old man is willing to lead men to the manor." Dugu Xian and Li Tai looked at each other, and Dugu Xian finally said, "This junior naturally trusts Old Master Han's character. Fei has already led men to the provincial governor's mansion and the Bing province barracks, and I'm injured. This junior is naturally grateful that Old Master Han is willing to make this trip on my behalf." At his peak, Han Lijing's strength should be around the peak of Qi transformation. Although he was injured on the battlefield and was now old, he could still hold up against those below the Grandmaster realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Dugu Fei wasn't at the post house, and Dugu Xian had yet to recover from his injuries. The Imperial Army's top fighting strength was lacking, so in this situation, Han Lijing was indeed the most suitable person for this trip. Han Lijing cupped his fists and said, "Then there's no time to lose. General Dugu, please lead a troop of soldiers and horses to follow this old man to that mysterious manor." Dugu Xian turned to Xing Lang and asked, Wang Kuei's manor, how many assassins and loyalists are there?" Dugu Xian's to decide how many men to send men to the manor. But Duguxen Duguxes to the manor. Dugu Wang to decide how many men to send men send there. The send men's to send the men to send men to send. Wang Dugudugu Han decided how many men. T to send a men to go Wang's men's as Wang's theirs. Rs t's haft Wang t's li tai teet. S chi tes. T's. S 120 people? Around the body refining realm to the chi transformation realm. Hearing this, Dugu Xian immediately felt troubled. If what Xing Lang said was true, then this team of assassins trained by Wang Kuei was completely comparable to an imperial army of the same scale. Of course, this was only on the surface. In a fight, a higher realm didn't guarantee victory. It also depended on the coordination of the battle formation. Zhao Eru. After thinking for a moment, Dugu Xian called out, "This general is here." Zhao Eru, who had run back to the post house to report the news, ran in from outside the cell and bowed. "I order you to immediately count 200 men and follow Master Han to a manor near Dragon Mountain," Dugu Xian ordered in a deep voice. Xing Lang's words were very vague. He only said that most of the 120 assassins were between the body refining realm and the chi transformation realm, but he didn't say how many of them were in the chi transformation realm. If more than 50% of the assassins were in the chi transformation realm, then the 200 Imperial Army soldiers he sent would have a hard time winning. However, there was nothing he could do about it. 200 men was the most Dugu Xian could send out. After sending out these 200 men, there would only be around 200 Imperial Army soldiers left at the relay station. This general obeys. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and loudly acknowledged the order. He then turned around and went out to count the men. "Who is it?" Han Lijing suddenly looked up at the roof and shouted. Then, he pulled out the Mo saber at his waist and threw it with all his might. The saber broke through the roof with a crash, and tiles flew everywhere. A large hole appeared in the roof of the cell. But at the same time, a man in black jumped off the roof and retreated, barely dodging Han Lijing's saber. Then, the man in black realized that he had been exposed. He hurriedly stepped off the roof and used the momentum to fly away. Han Lijing hadn't brought this saber from Yifeng County. Dugu Feng had someone prepare it for him before he went to Baoxing Lane with Dugu Feng. He hadn't had time to return it after he came back. After missing, Han Lijing didn't have time to say anything else. He rushed out of the cell and chased after the man in black. "Men, follow old Master Han in pursuit." Dugu Xian's face was dark. They had been in the cell for so long, but they hadn't noticed that someone was eavesdropping on them from the roof. Strictly speaking, this was his dereliction of duty as the commander of the Imperial Army. But in truth, this wasn't his fault. He had yet to recover from his injuries, and he didn't even have 10% of his strength left. His perception of danger was naturally not as good as before. If he hadn't been injured, this sort of thing would never have happened. The courier station was instantly filled with noise and people. An Imperial Army squad mounted their horses and galloped in the direction that Han Lijing had left. In the cell, Li Tai looked at the large hole in the roof with a thoughtful expression. Although Iron Egg was worried about his father's safety, protecting Li Tai was undoubtedly more important, so he didn't pursue. Dugu Xian was injured, so he didn't pursue either. Like Iron Egg, he stood guard by Li Tai's side. After about 5 minutes, Han Lijing finally returned. Dugu Xian hurriedly asked, "Old Master Han, how was it?" Han Lijing's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head and said with some shame, that black-clothed man's martial arts were very high, and his lightness skill was also excellent. "I followed him for a while, but I lost him." Although he was at the peak of chi transforming stage, he was good at fighting in battle, not lightness skill. Moreover, the black-clothed man's strength seemed to be above his. It was almost impossible to catch up. Dugu Xian was a little disappointed, but he still comforted him. That black-clothed man was able to sneak into the courier station and hide on the roof without us noticing. His strength must be extraordinary. It's understandable that old Master Han couldn't catch up. Li Tai then said, "I guess that black-clothed man is very likely a spy under Zhao Dian. If he heard our conversation just now, Zhao Dian will definitely send someone to the Dragon Mountain Manor to report to Wang Kuei. Our men must set off immediately and reach the Dragon Mountain Manor before Zhao Dian's men." It's best if we can intercept Wang Kuei halfway. Your Highness's words are reasonable. I'll take my men to the Dragon Mountain now. Han Lijing nodded and cupped his fists. Just then, Zhao Eru happened to walk in and cupped his fists to Du Guoxin. General, the men have been counted. We can set off at any time. Du Guoxin's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Good. Zhao Eru, take your men with Old Master Han and Su Yunqing and set off immediately. Yes. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and accepted the order. 2 imperial guards came in and untied Star Wolf from the gallows, then brought him out of the prison cell. A moment later, a group of 200 cavalrymen, each holding a torch, rushed out of the courier station and headed south. The imperial guards and the Bing province barracks went to such great lengths just for a sick old woman? Within the heavenly room of the Tongfu Inn, Sky Eagle spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the house in Triumph House. Zhao Dian's brows knit together tightly when he finished listening, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. By the time Sky Eagle's group arrived at Triumph House, Wang Li had already been killed by Wang Chenggu, and Du Gufei's men had already brought Star Wolf's mother out. Thus he didn't know much. He could only tell Zhao Dian what they had seen and some of Xian Ye's deductions. It was normal that Zhao Dian couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. You said that a great battle took place in that house, and Sky Eagle deduced that one of the combatants was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's shadow guards, Wang Chenggu? Zhao Dian's mind spun rapidly. He closed his eyes and repeated what Tianning had just said a few times in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and asked Tianning with a deep voice. Tianning? Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said. Xian Yi deduced based on the saber slashes at the scene. He said that he fought with Wang Chenggu in the morning. The only person in Source Peak City with such strength could only be Wang Chenggu. Wang Chenggu. The Wang clan. The Wang clan is also involved. It seems that this old lady's identity is definitely not ordinary. Zhao Dian nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Sky Eagle, All right. I know everything. Wait for Xian Yi to come back and see what news he can bring back. Sky Eagle brought back 2 little useful information. He could only deduce that the old lady's identity was special, and that she was related to the Wang clan and the Imperial Army. However, it was difficult to deduce why the Wang clan was involved in this matter with just this little information. It would depend on whether Xian Yi could find out more useful information in the process of following Du Gufei and the rest. Yes, your subordinate will take his leave. Sky Eagle was a little jealous when he heard Zhao Dian's words. In the end, he had really become an errand boy, and all the meritorious work had been done by Xian Yi. However, who asked him to be weaker than the other party? With his strength, it was very likely that he would be discovered if he secretly followed Du Gufei and the rest. Chapter 1930. Father, where are we going? Also, why did you give the order to kill the gatekeeper? If Uncle finds out, will he spare us? In the dark night, a group of more than 40 people was being led by 3 men on horseback. They were rushing towards the southwest of Taiyuan City. For the sake of concealment, only a few people at the front of the group were holding torches. The people at the back were following the footsteps of the people in front. At this time, the middle-aged man at the front of the group turned his head and asked the old man beside him, If we don't kill the gatekeeper, how will we escape? Right now, our only chance of survival is to escape from the Wang family. The old man replied snappily. The old man was Wang Kuei, the one who had killed the gatekeeper and escaped from the Wang family's ancestral home. The 2 people beside him were Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan. When they had fled from the Wang family, they had fled in such a hurry that Wang Kuei had not explained anything to Wang Hong. So even now, Wang Hong was still in a state of confusion. He didn't even know why his father wanted to bring him away. However, the moment Wang Kuei gave the order to kill the guards at the Wang family's back door, Wang Hong had already realized that they had caused trouble. In the future, it would be very difficult for them to return to the Wang family. Escape? Father, we didn't do anything wrong, so why do we have to escape? Wang Hong asked in confusion after hearing Wang Kuei's words. Wang Kuei paused for a moment then sighed deeply. That's right. We didn't do anything wrong. This old man just wants to take control of the Wang family and restore the Wang family to its former glory as a 1,000-year-old clan. Wang Hong felt that the first half of this sentence was quite normal, but the second half. When Wang Hong heard this, he was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse. What? Father, you want the second branch to take control of the clan? Are you trying to rebel against uncle and big brother? Our second branch hasn't had to worry about food and drink all these years. Why do you want to take control of the clan instead of living a good life? Wang Hong was a typical scion of an aristocratic family. He only wanted to live a comfortable life with the Wang family as his backing. With the Wang family as his backing, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink, but he would also be able to do whatever he wanted in Source Peak City. As for the position of patriarch and authority in the clan, what did that have to do with him? He had never cared about it. Of course, as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. It was precisely because Wang Kuei knew that his son was unambitious, that Wang Kuei did not involve Wang Hong in the matters such as surrendering to the Turks and kidnapping Li Tai, nor did he mention them in front of Wang Hong. It was no wonder that Wang Hong was so confused. Bullshit. Not only are you ignorant and incompetent, you don't even have the slightest bit of ambition. All these years, our second branch has been suppressed by the first branch. Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao have relied on their family's resources to become provincial governors of provinces. They hold high positions and power. Are you willing to submit to others for the rest of your life? Wang Kuei cursed angrily when he heard Wang Hong's words. He was exasperated that Wang Hong had failed to meet his expectations. Perhaps he was used to being scolded by his father. Wang Hong subconsciously shrank his neck in fear, but he still couldn't help but whisper, "Submit to others? I'm living a good life in the clan. I don't feel like I'm beneath anyone." Wang Kuei was old, so his hearing was naturally not as sharp as a young man's. He did not hear Wang Hong's whispers. As the group continued forward, Wang Hong said, "Then father, in order to take control of the clan, what have you done recently?" "Oh no, what have you done? If we go back now and admit our mistakes, will uncle and big brother forgive us?" Even though the person in front of him was his own son, Wang Kuei still had the urge to beat him to death at this moment. He glared at Wang Hong and said hatefully, "You useless thing, I shouldn't have taken you with me." Oh. Chapter 1931. Big brother second brother really colluded with the Turks? And even tried to kidnap His Highness King of Wei? What is he after? In the main hall of the Wang clan residence, the third elder still found it hard to believe that Wang Kuei would do such a disgraceful thing. The main reason was that he couldn't imagine Wang Kuei's motive, or rather, he couldn't imagine what benefit Wang Kuei would gain from this matter. Third brother, although no one saw second brother colluding with the Turks and kidnapping King Wei, all the evidence points to second brother. Now, second brother has led his men to kill the gatekeeper and escape from the residence, thus confirming his crimes. There's no need to explain this matter. The most important thing is to find second brother as quickly as possible, capture him, and send him to the provincial governor's residence. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames us, the Wang clan might be wiped out. Wang Bing sternly said, his face cold. When he had first learned that Wang Kuei had fled with his men, he had also been stunned, but when he came to his senses, he had been infuriated. After all, Wang Kuei had committed a disgraceful act, and now that he had fled, the rest of the Wang clan had to take the blame. In this situation, Wang Bing, the Situ of the previous dynasty and the previous clan head of the Wang clan, had no choice but to step forward and preside over the situation. Everyone in the hall scowled at these words, especially the third elder, fourth elder and fifth elder. They had always been close to Wang Kuei, but this did not mean that they were willing to take the blame for Wang Kuei, especially when it was a crime that involved the execution of 9 generations of the clan. Wang Kuei had to be found. This was the common belief in everyone's hearts. Big brother is right. We must find second brother, Wang Ku, as soon as possible. Apart from the ancestral residence, I remember that he seems to have another residence in Chui Sufang and Pingruofang. I wonder if he will go there? The fourth elder spoke up in support of Wang Bing. He had been sitting at home, but the pot had fallen from the sky. In his anger, the old fellow had changed his address of Wang Kuei from second brother to directly calling him by his name. Wang Yu, who was sitting next to the fourth elder, said, "Fourth uncle, I've already sent people to these 2 residences. I'm confident that we'll have news soon." Obviously, Wang Yu had already guessed that Wang Kuei had bought this business before. Otherwise, he would have been the head of the family for nothing. Wang Bing's face darkened as he said, "There are records of the businesses that second brother has purchased outside these years. You don't have to say anything. The shadow guards of the clan have all gone to investigate. Think about it carefully and see if there are any other businesses that second brother secretly bought behind the back of the family." As soon as he said this, third elder and fifth elder, who were about to speak, swallowed the words that were already at the tip of their tongues. The hall fell silent for a moment. A moment later, Princess Tong'an said, "Father, I heard that when second elder escaped this time, other than taking some guards with him, he only took Wang Xinwen and Uncle Wang Hong. Uncle's concubines are still in the estate. Since the elders can't think of any valuable clues, why don't we ask Uncle's concubines? After all, they are the closest to Uncle. Maybe they know something that we don't." Little Uncle. In addition to addressing the father's youngest brother, married women generally address their husband's younger brother as Little Uncle. Chapter 1932. Reporting to the general, this general followed your orders to search the fifth house on the east side of Shurenfang when it was dark. There was indeed no one in the house, but this subordinate found many weapons in the garden in the backyard. However, this subordinate does not know if they are the weapons that the government is searching for among the people today. In a residence near Tongfu Inn, a soldier cupped his fist and reported to Li Junxian. This soldier's name was Yan Gui. During the day, Li Junxian had ordered him to infiltrate the fifth residence on the east side of Xuanren Lane, the place where Kong Chang'an and Zhu Zeqing had been hiding, and search to see if he could find anything new. Li Junxian had given this order on a whim, as he had no idea what the situation in the city was like. He didn't have much hope, but to his surprise, Yan Gui had actually found something. "Oh? How many weapons are there? Where are they now?" Li Junxian asked, his expression shifting. "General, there are 7 swords, 21 scimitars, and some hidden weapons. This subordinate and my brothers have already brought back all the weapons." Yan Gui cupped his fist and replied, 7 swords, 21 scimitars? And some hidden weapons?" Li Junxian frowned and muttered, "Based on the number of weapons, the enemy doesn't have many people. But since Zhao Dian dared to stir up a storm in the city and plot against all of Taiyuan City, he can't have just this much strength." This meant that the house was most likely the place where a portion of his subordinates once stayed. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and there must be many other places like this. This Zhao Dian truly isn't simple. Li Junxian turned to another soldier and asked, "Zhao Kong, I had you send a letter to the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. Has it been sent?" The soldier cupped his fist and replied, "General, the letter has been sent. In addition, this morning, you ordered this general to take men to the north of the city to see if there were any carrier pigeons flying out. This general and my men stood guard in the north of the city until nightfall, but we did not see any carrier pigeons flying out. Should we continue to stand guard in the north of the city tomorrow?" Near noon, Li Junxian had led 100 cavalry into the city. After learning about the current situation in Taiyuan City from Wang Liaoyuan, he had determined that the faction hiding in the city was probably a Turkic spy. Thus, he had sent Zhao Kong and his men to the north of Taiyuan City to intercept the carrier pigeons. Li Junxian shook his head. "There's no need. We were too late. Zhao Dian has already sent the letter." In the evening, he learned from Governor Wang at the provincial governor's manor that the letter that Han Lijing brought to Taiyuan was sent by Zhao Dian. He then knew that his order in the morning was still a step late, because Zhao Dian had sent the letter out early in the morning. When they entered the city, it was already close to noon. The timing was perfect. "Yes," Zhao Kong replied. Seeing that Li Junxian had no other orders, he stood back to the side. Zhao Kang's Zhao's names Wang Wangs of the city was Zhao's Wangs Zhao Wangs have S's A's. "Lord General." Yan Gui cupped his fist in acknowledgement. After some thought he asked, "Then should this general continue to search the city for other Turkic spies?" Li Junxian's brow furrowed in thought for a few moments, and then he shook his head. "There's no need. Taiyuan City isn't big, but it's definitely not small either. Searching aimlessly is like searching for a needle in a haystack. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. As long as we can capture Zhao Dian, the leader of the spies, his subordinates will be captured sooner or later. General is wise. This general will send the weapons to the provincial governor's residence. Hearing this, Yangui nodded in response, then turned and left. Oh. Chapter 1933. Just who are you people? Why do you want to capture this old man? How dare you kidnap people in broad daylight? How dare you do such a thing? How preposterous! Do you have any respect for the law? As Li Junxian and the others approached the woodshed, they heard the bellowing of an outwardly strong but inwardly weak voice. Don't you want money? Release this old man and this old man will take you to get the money. Let me tell you, there are some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If my second master learns that you've kidnapped this old man, all of you here will die. And you'll die a very ugly death, and it'll be too late to regret it. Oh? I hear that someone wants this general to die a very ugly death? At this moment, Li Junxian pushed open the door and interrupted the man's clamor. In the woodshed, a middle-aged man with his hands and feet tied sat on the ground. This man looked very fat, his face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were very small, typical of squinting. From afar he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. In front of this middle-aged man were two men in martial arts robes, their backs to him. Laughably, even though this fellow had been hooting the entire time, the two men had completely ignored him. Perhaps because no one had taken care of this woodshed in a very long time, Li Junxian sensed that there was a strange odor to it. But interrogating Sun Dafu was more important, so he didn't care. The two of them were just about to step forward and bow to Li Junxian, but the middle-aged man's mouth was even faster. Pa! A bunch of hoodlums who rely on kidnapping and extortion. What kind of general are you? He had come to Taiyuan on this trip. Li Junxian and the 100 horsemen he had brought were primarily meant to protect Li Tai from the shadows, so they normally wore the clothes of ordinary people. This was why the middle-aged man had mocked Li Junxian when he heard him call himself a general. Impudent! Are your dog eyes blind? The one standing in front of you is... Seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking rudely to Li Junxian, one of the men in the room angrily glared at him and prepared to attack. But Li Junxian pulled him back. Lin Jiang, stop. Li Junxian waved his hand and said, one who doesn't know is not guilty. This person must be the shopkeeper of Tongfu Inn Sun Dafu? Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, yes, General. Li Junxian nodded and then he curiously asked, how did you kidnap him? Why would he think that we are hooligans who kidnap and blackmail people? Lin Jiang pursed his lips and replied in all seriousness. Replying to the general, this general snuck into the inn when it was dark and happened to see this fellow going to the outhouse. This subordinate tailed him and knocked him out when he wasn't paying attention. Then I stuffed him into a sack and carried him back. Li Junxian was speechless. It's no wonder Sun Dafu thought you were a kidnapper. Your methods are exactly the same as those of a scoundrel. You still have the nerve to say that? This old man has always emphasized that amiability brings wealth, and I've never offended you. But a young man like you tried to sneak attack me, an old man who doesn't know any martial arts. You don't have any martial virtues. Lin Jiang's earnest explanation had thoroughly infuriated Sun Dafu, but his words seemed lacking in confidence. Moreover, as he spoke, Sun Dafu clamped his legs together and leaned his body as far away from Li Junxian as possible, as if there was something he didn't want Li Junxian to see. Li Junxian naturally noticed Sun Dafu's little movements, and he curiously turned to Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang innocently said, General, before this subordinate knocked him out, he hadn't finished peeing, so after I knocked him out, he immediately peed his pants. Li Junxian's lips twitched in speechlessness. Although it was true that he had ordered Lin Jiang to kidnap Sun Dafu, Lin Jiang's methods were truly rather lacking in martial virtues. If you want to sneak attack someone, you can sneak attack them, but at least wait until they're done peeing before knocking them out. Sun Dafu's face turned red, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Of course, before he did that, he would have to drag this immoral Lin Jiang down with him. Enough! This general's subordinate was just following orders. Shopkeeper son, don't get angry with him. Besides, who hasn't peed their pants in their life? No one will laugh at you. Li Junxian saw Sun Dafu's embarrassed expression and hurriedly tried to resolve the situation. Lin Jiang and the other soldier almost laughed out loud, but when they saw that Li Junxian wasn't laughing, they suppressed their laughter. Sun Dafu glared at Li Junxian with hatred. If looks could kill, Li Junxian would have died many times over by now. But through his observations, he had realized that Li Junxian and the other two soldiers in the room truly were soldiers. Thus, even though he was furious, Sun Dafu was still able to restrain himself. Shopkeeper son, I didn't invite you here today to take your money, but because this general has a matter to ask you. After a round of banter, Li Junxian turned serious and spoke to Sun Dafu. Invite? This is how you invite people. Sun Dafu glanced at the ropes binding him and sneered. Moreover, this old man has not committed any crime, nor has he broken any laws. You claim to be a soldier, so what right do you have to knowingly break the law and use such despicable methods to imprison this old man? Do you still have any respect for the laws of the country? When one couldn't win with their fists, one had to reason with them. Sun Dafu understood this, and he wanted to reason with Li Junxian right now. But Li Junxian had no desire to reason with Sun Dafu, because his fists were bigger, and more importantly, he truly had broken the law in this matter. He was in the wrong. Shopkeeper son, there's no need to talk about such useless things. If you really did break the law, the one who captured you wouldn't have been this general, but the bailiffs of the government. Since this general had you tied up and brought here, if you don't truthfully answer this general's questions, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive. Sun Dafu's face instantly paled. He hadn't expected Li Junxian to be so direct and ruthless. He didn't know if Li Junxian really dared to kill him, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, each person only had one life, and he greatly cherished it. This old man is just the shopkeeper of an inn. What could I know? If you want to ask, then hurry up and ask. Sun Dafu said after a few moments of silence. At this moment, Lin Jiang brought over a bench, and Li Junxian sat down in front of Sun Dafu. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned over to ask, the second master you spoke of before should be the owner of Tongfu in Gao Yong, right? Gao Yong is the second son of the Gao clan. He has an older brother called Gao Su and a younger sister called Gao Ping, the concubine of the Wang clan's second son, Wang Hong. It is precisely because he has managed to climb up the branch of the Wang clan that Gao Yong has been able to flourish in Taiyuan City. Sun Dafu's pupils constricted in shock. He stared at Li Junxian and asked word by word, You're investigating the second master? Just who are you? Just who are you people? Li Junxian unhappily said, My time is limited, so it's best if you don't waste it. Answer my questions or else. Li Junxian glanced at Lin Jiang. The latter understood, unsheathed his saber, and placed it against Sun Dafu's neck. With a savage smile he said, Hey, shopkeeper son. I recently learned a saber art that can remove the bones from a person's limbs without killing them. Do you want to give it a try? Sun Dafu lived like a prince, so how could he possibly endure such a shock? He hurriedly shook his head and said, I'll talk. Take your saber away. Humph. At least you know your place. Lin Jiang coldly snorted and then pulled his saber back. Sun Dafu nodded at Li Junxian and said, What you said just now was correct. The second master truly is the owner of Tongfu Inn. Relying on his relationship with the Wang clan, the second master's business has been getting better and better, and he's opening more and more shops. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction and asked, Very good. This general will ask you again. This morning did Wang Rini, the current Wang Xinyun, go to your inn? Sun Dafu was taken aback, a hint of panic in his eyes. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly shook his head and said, Wang Xinyun? This old man has never seen him before. Li Junxian sat up straight and gave Sun Dafu a meaningful smile. Sun Dafu felt his scalp tingle, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Jiang was also savagely smiling at him. Shivering in fright, he hastily corrected himself. Don't worry about me. Yes, young Master Wang really did come to the inn this morning. Li Junxian leaned over and asked, Who did he meet at the inn? Sun Dafu immediately shook his head and said, This old man doesn't know. Afraid that Li Junxian and Lin Jiang wouldn't believe him, he hurriedly explained, This old man really doesn't know that person's identity. I only heard that he's a good friend of young Master Wang, and that he stayed at the inn yesterday. Moreover, the second master said that that person was an honored guest of his, and would only be staying at the inn for 2 days. That honored guest rarely goes out and spends almost all of his time in his room. When he checked in, he specifically instructed that no one was to disturb him, so this old man still doesn't know that person's name. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed, and after a few moments of silence he asked, "Is that person still staying at the inn?" Sun Dafu nodded. "Yes. He's still there. That honored guest is staying in the heaven guest room." Li Junxian calmed down a little. He stood up and said to Sun Dafu, "Shopkeeper son, you'll have to suffer here for 1 night. Once this old man finishes his business tomorrow, I'll let you go. Don't think about running away. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, if you're captured, this general can't guarantee that the brothers in the courtyard won't do anything to you." Sun Dafu's old face instantly became as pale as a bitter gourd. But the situation was stronger than him, so what else could he do but lower his head? Leaving the woodshed and entering the courtyard, Li Junxian muttered to himself, "The most dangerous place truly is the safest place. Zhu Zeqing was just captured in the heaven guest room, and someone is already staying there. This person is truly skilled and bold." "Zhao Kong." After sighing with emotion, Li Junxian shouted into the courtyard, and a soldier quickly ran over. "This general is here. Immediately head to the provincial governor's residence and have Governor Wang bring soldiers to Tongfu Inn," Li Junxian ordered. "Yes." Zhao Kong cupped his fists and left. Li Junxian called out, "Lin Jiang." Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, "This general is here." Li Junxian ordered, "Leave 2 people to guard Sun Dafu. The rest of you, immediately follow this general to Tongfu Inn to capture him." "Yes." Lin Jiang cupped his fists and left to pass on the order. Li Junxian meaningfully whispered, "It's finally time to draw in the net. I hope that this is a big fish and not a small shrimp." Chapter 1934. At the same time, in the Wang clan ancestral home. As this matter concerns the survival of the Wang clan, this princess hopes that all of you will think carefully about where Second Elder and the others might have gone after fleeing the Wang clan. If Second Elder cannot be found in time, the Wang clan will be destroyed, and your good days will come to an end. In a side hall, Princess Tong and sternly reprimanded a group of beautiful women dressed in gaudy silk dresses. Behind her sat an old woman with a head full of silver hair. Her clothes were rather simple, but her expression was rather dignified. This old woman was Wang Bing's wife, Madame Yang. She had been born a noble in the previous dynasty and had followed Wang Bing through the vicissitudes of dynasties and the ups and downs of troubled times. She was the supreme matriarch of the Wang clan. Ever since her son Wang Yu took over the Wang clan, the matriarch Yang and Wang Bing had retired from the clan. She no longer interfered in the affairs of the Wang clan, but Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. There was a high chance that the entire Wang clan would be dragged into the abyss, and the interrogation of Wang Hong's concubines required a woman of virtue and prestige. As Princess Tong and was born in the imperial household of the Tang dynasty, her status in the Wang clan was rather high, but her seniority was still lacking. Thus, the astute Wang Bing had invited his wife to hold the fort. What Shurong said just now was this old woman's intention. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If all of you still want to have a good life in the future, think carefully. If you can help the clan find Second Elder as quickly as possible, you will naturally be rewarded. After Princess Tong had finished speaking, Matriarch Yang, who was sitting behind her, spoke. Shurong was Princess Tong's nickname. In the entire Wang family, probably only old Madame Yang dared to call her that. When the matron standing in the side hall learned from Princess Tong, and that Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled with Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan in fear of punishment, they were at a loss for what to do. Back then they had married Wang Hong this softe, only because of Wang Hong's family background. Now that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment, the second branch of the Wang family was most likely finished, and it might even affect the entire Wang family. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. At this moment, most of the matrons were thinking of packing up their valuables and running away after returning to avoid being implicated when the emperor punished the Wang family in the future. However, there was still a portion of them who, after hearing old matriarch Yang's words, still had a glimmer of hope for the Wang family. "Old madam, the clan has records of the businesses and private residences my father and husband have set up in Taiyuan City. As for the rest, how would we know? Husband and the others usually don't tell us." "That's right. Husband rarely tells us these things. As for the old master, ever since this concubine married into the family, I have only seen him a few times. Husband has only favored Ping these past 2 years. Princess and old madam should ask her about this matter, right?" Right. You should ask Ping." 3 women were a show, and there were now 6 or 7 women standing in this room. The chattering was so lively that it was like they were singing a show. Princess Tong'an frowned. However, from what she heard, Wang Hong seemed to have only favored one concubine these past few years. Thus, she followed the matron's gazes and saw a petite, beautiful woman around 18 or 19 years old wearing a white silk dress. It has to be said that Wang Hong, this old fellow, is truly shameless. He's clearly in his 30s or 40s, but he still married an 18 or 19-year-old concubine. This is truly an old cow eating young grass, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Princess Tong, and had been living with Wang Yu and Suizhou these past few years. She had only heard a little about the second branch, but she had never seen this woman called Ping before. "You are Ping?" Seeing Wang Hong's concubines looking at one of the young women, Princess Tong, and walked over and asked the beautiful and petite woman, "Greetings, princess. This concubine is called Gao Ping. Husband has always called this concubine Ping." The young woman appeared rather nervous, but when she saw Princess Tong and come over and ask her a question, she hastily bowed and respectfully answered. Princess Tong nodded and then asked, "Ping's second elder colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. From what master has learned, Wang Hong did not participate too much in this matter. If you can help the clan find second elder as soon as possible, Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment. Think carefully. Did Wang Hong and second elder do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days? Or did Wang Hong and second elder secretly set up other businesses in the city that the clan is unaware of?" Hearing Princess Tong and say that Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment, Gao Ping's eyes brightened. Although she and Wang Hong were an old married couple, just as those concubines had said, ever since she married into the Wang clan, Wang Hong had always doted on her. This made her feel love and warmth. There was still true love between them. If Wang Hong was innocent, the Wang clan's second branch would not have collapsed, and she and Wang Hong could return to their previous lives. With this thought, Gao Ping frowned and began to seriously recall. After a while, her eyebrows trembled and she suddenly said, This concubine remembers. Husband's behavior these past few days was normal, but yesterday, when my second brother came to the residence to visit me, he was dragged away by Xian Yuan. The 2 of them chatted for a while before my second brother left the Wang clan." "Your second brother? Who's your second brother?" Princess Tong'an frowned and asked subconsciously. Gao Ping said somewhat embarrassedly, "My second brother's name is Gao Yong and he's a businessman. He opened many shops in the city, and the largest inn in the city, Tongfu Inn, was also opened by him." Gao Ping was born into a merchant family. In terms of family status, Gao Ping and Wang Hong were indeed not compatible. However, after marrying into the Wang clan, not only did Wang Hong not look down on her because of her background, he even tried his best to protect her. This was also one of the reasons why she wanted to help Wang Hong exonerate himself. After introducing Gao Yong's identity, Gao Ping continued. "Early this morning, Xian Yuan suddenly told my husband that he was going out to meet a friend at Tongfu Inn. Now that I think about it, there are too many coincidences. Yesterday my husband introduced Xian Yuan to my second brother, and today Xian Yuan went out to Tongfu Inn. I have a feeling that they are hiding something from me and my husband. Moreover, Xian Yuan was imprisoned in the clan for a year before. Now that he has just been released, why would his friend be waiting for him at Tongfu Inn? Wang Xing in Tongfu Inn." Princess Tong'an's expression changed slightly. She had heard from Wang Yu that Wang Chenggu had found Wang Xinyuan sneaking out of the residence this morning. Unexpectedly, he had gone to Tongfu Inn. A few days ago, the Turkic Zhu Zeqing, who had appeared in the city, had also been staying at Tongfu Inn. Now that Zhu Zeqing had been arrested, Wang Xinyuan was still secretly running to Tongfu Inn. As for meeting a friend, who was he trying to fool? Who would meet a friend at an inn? Unless your friend was from another city. However, just as Gao Ping had analyzed, Wang Xinyuan had been imprisoned in the clan for more than a year. How could it be so coincidental that a friend from another city came to see him as soon as he was released? Therefore, Wang Xinyuan definitely did not go to Tongfu Inn to meet a friend, but to have an ulterior motive. Then there must be something wrong with Tongfu Inn. Apart from this, can you think of any other clues? Princess Tong An's mind was filled with thoughts. After she came back to her senses, she looked at Gao Ping and asked again. Gao Ping thought seriously for a moment, but finally shook her head and said, "No, that's all I can think of. Other than that, I don't think there's anything strange these few days." Good. All of you are dismissed. If you think of anything else, come and tell me immediately. Princess Tong An nodded and said to the women in the room. Yes. Wang Hong's concubines hurriedly left the side hall as if they had been granted amnesty. Only Gao Ping was the last to leave, a trace of worry on her face. Clearly, she was worried about Wang Hong's situation. Mother, what do you think? After the women left, Princess Tong An looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table and bowed. A wisp of wisdom flashed across the old woman's weathered eyes. She said meaningfully to Princess Tong An, "Shurong, since you already have an answer in your heart, why ask me? Do as you wish. I believe that you can definitely save the Wang family." Princess Tong An was slightly shocked, and she immediately felt respect for the old woman in front of her. She bowed and said, "Then this daughter-in-law will take her leave. I'll inform master and father now." Go. This old woman will return on her own." Matriarch Yang waved a hand at Princess Tong An. In the face of danger, her expression remained calm and composed. This matriarch Yang had truly weathered all sorts of storms and experienced all sorts of ups and downs. In the main hall of the Wang family residence, after Princess Tong An told Wang Bing, Wang Yu, and the rest of the group about what Gao Ping had told her, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Tongfu Tavern, it's Tongfu Tavern again. First it was Zhu Zeqing. Who's staying there now?" In the afternoon, Wang Chenggu had reported to Wang Yu that Wang Xinyuan had left the estate early in the morning to meet with friends in the city. He had not expected Wang Xinyuan to go to Tongfu Inn. Just like Princess Tong An, he also felt that there was something wrong with Tongfu Inn. To be more precise, there was something wrong with the person Wang Xinyuan had met in Tongfu Inn. "Princess, are you saying that the matter of second son colluding with the Turkic spies is also related to the patriarch's son, Wang Xinyuan?" Third elder's eyes flashed, and he looked at Princess Tong An meaningfully. Princess Tong An's phoenix-like eyes focused, and she said unhappily, "Third elder, are you blaming my old master instead?" Even if this matter is related to Wang Xinyuan, he's now a member of the second branch. When he was imprisoned, everything was fine. Who forced my old master to adopt Wang Runny to the second branch? He's causing trouble as soon as he's out. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those people who forced my old master to adopt him to the second branch. You! Third elder was furious, but due to Princess Tong An's status, he still restrained himself. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "What are you saying? This old man was just asking casually. When did I ever blame the patriarch? Besides, it was the patriarch who willingly adopted Xinyuan to the second branch. Who in the estate would dare to threaten the patriarch?" Seeing that third elder had given in, Princess Tong An sneered and did not continue to harp on this matter. Sitting at the head of the table, Wang Bing said solemnly, "Enough. Right now, it's more important to find second son as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he said to Wang Yu, Since you and the princess both feel that there's something wrong with this Tongfu Inn, and the owner of this Tongfu Inn has a certain relationship with the second branch, then immediately send someone to the Tongfu Inn and investigate the guests inside. If you can find this Gao Yong, then that's even better. Perhaps he knows the whereabouts of the second branch." "Yes, this son will arrange it right away." Wang Yu got up and cupped his hands to accept the order, then left the main hall with Princess Tong An. Chapter 1935. Taiyuan City Tongfu Inn. Bang! 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 Lord Guard. Inside the heaven-class guest room, Zhao Dian was standing by the window staring out. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, followed by a low voice. Zhao Dian's gaze turned cold, but he immediately relaxed because he recognized the identity of the person outside. He said calmly, "Come in." The door wasn't locked. Xian Yi, dressed in black, pushed the door open and entered. After closing the door again, he quickly walked to Zhao Dian, cupped his fists and said, "Lord Guard, I'm back." At this time, all the guests and waiters in the inn were resting. Naturally, Xian Yi couldn't enter from the main entrance of the inn. He could only climb in through the window like how he climbed out of the window earlier. However, even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to climb through the window of Zhao Dian's room. He climbed in through the window of the Earth-class guest room next door. After that, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before he came straight to Zhao Dian. "Did you find out anything?" Zhao Dian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Lord Guard, I found out that the fire in the long alley in the south of the city this afternoon was set by Wang Xinyuan. He knew that the King of Wei was going to personally escort a batch of supplies to Dragon Mountain, so he sent people to ambush in the south of the city in advance. He didn't expect to fall into the King of Wei's trap, and one of their assassins was captured alive by the other party." Xian Yi cupped his fists and slowly recounted the conversation between Li Tai and Su Yunqing that he had eavesdropped on at the post house just now. When he finally learned the truth about the fire in the south of the city today, Zhao Dian's face was as gloomy as water. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei, these two idiots. The other party deliberately revealed a little flaw and acted rashly. They really can't do anything right, but they're good at ruining things. Now that their whereabouts have been exposed, if they fall into the hands of the government, I'm afraid they'll ruin my plans. At this moment, if Zhao Dian were a modern person, he really wanted to say, "Don't be afraid of godlike opponents, but be afraid of pig-like teammates." With the current situation in Taiyuan City, they had already formed a confrontation with the government forces in the dark and in the open. No one could do anything to the other. They were just waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Then, he and Wang Kuei would launch an all-out attack. Then the entire Taiyuan City would be theirs. However, the two idiots, Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, after a series of stupid actions, directly broke the stalemate. It was very likely that the government would find a breakthrough here. But what Zhao Dian did not know was that one of the carrier pigeons he had sent to Shelly Kogan had been intercepted by Han Lijing. Even without Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei's disruption, Li Tai and the others had already learned of his plan. Although they would not be able to capture him in the short term, both the Great Tang border and Taiyuan City were now on guard. Even if his reinforcements really did come, they would find it very difficult to take Taiyuan City. But in any case, the disruption of Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei had accelerated Zhao Dian's exposure and failure. Xian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Lord Wei. I heard from King Wei and Dugu Exine that Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan should have escaped. Wang Kuei has a secret manor near Longshan in the south of the city. Over the years, Wang Kuei has trained a group of killers in that manor. The killer captured alive by the Imperial Army today is one of them. The old woman that the Imperial Army took away from Baoxing Lane earlier is the killer's mother. Today, the provincial governor's mansion posted the portrait and reward notice of this killer all over the city. Wang Kuei wanted to send his men to kill the old woman to silence her. But he did not expect that the man he sent was killed by Wang Changgu, the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. Later, the old woman fell into the hands of the Imperial Army. The killer confessed everything about Wang Kuei. Now, Dugu Exine has sent the Imperial Army to Wang Kuei's secret manor in the south of the city. This Wang Kuei is really difficult to achieve great things." Zhao Dian frowned. Then he reacted and asked, Did you just say Dugu Exine? What? From what you said, he is still alive and well. He is not dead yet?" Chapter 1936. Coincidentally, just as Zhao Dian was ordering Xian Yi to gather his men to attack Taiyuan Relay Station, Li Junxian was also gathering his men and preparing to head to Tongfu Inn. Although the two sides had begun to move at almost the same time, there was a problem. Li Junxian only had 10 some cavalry under his command, while Zhao Dian had dared to attack the post house. This meant that he had more than 10 some subordinates, most likely 1 or 200. Moreover, these 200 couldn't all be staying at Tongfu Inn, as that would be far too conspicuous. As a result, Zhao Diyan would need to gather his forces much more quickly than Li Junxian. And the residence that Li Junxian was temporarily staying in was less than 1 li away from Tongfu Inn. Thus, Zhao Diyan couldn't possibly gather his men before Li Junxian arrived at Tongfu Inn. Lord Guard. Bad news. Zhao Diyan was preparing to go out and see how things were going when he heard Xianye's voice. Zhao Diyan's heart trembled. At this critical moment he feared nothing more than an accident, and he feared nothing more than someone telling him bad news. He hastily opened the door and Xianye rushed in. After closing the door he clasped his fists before Zhao Diyan could ask anything. Lord Guard, your subordinate went to the innkeeper's room to ask him to gather our men, but there was no one in the room. Innkeeper's son, he disappeared. Disappeared? Zhao Diyan frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Back when they had first arrived in Source Peak City, they hadn't chosen to stay in the Tongfu Inn. Because there were many of them, it would be difficult for them to hide if they stayed in the inn. It would be very easy for the innkeeper and waiters to notice that something was amiss. So only Zhao Diyan, Xianye, and Skyhawk stayed in the inn while the rest of them hid in various parts of the city. But after Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei surrendered to them, Zhao Diyan learned that the owner behind the scenes of the Tongfu Inn was actually related to the second branch of the Wang family. As a result, he didn't have to worry about all of them moving in and alerting the innkeeper or waiters. He directly ordered Xianye to gather all of their spies in the city into the inn and stuff them into the empty guest rooms of the inn. As for those that couldn't be stuffed, Gao Yong and Wang Kuei helped to arrange for them to stay in a few houses near the Tongfu Inn. It was because of this that Xianye had thought of asking the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, for help when Zhao Diyan ordered Xianye to gather his men. Only in this way could they gather all their men in the shortest amount of time. But Xianye had never expected that Sun Dafu, who had been staying at the inn for the past few days, would actually disappear. Didn't Gao Yong say that Sun Dafu would be staying at the inn to cooperate with us? How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be? Zhao Diyan muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Not good. It's very likely that someone has set their sights on Tongfu Inn. We've been exposed." Then what should we do? Xianye was shocked when he heard this and asked subconsciously. Then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Lord Guard, please evacuate immediately. Your subordinates are willing to risk their lives to escort you." Chapter 1937. What? A group of people is coming from the east? Aren't the relay station and the provincial governor's mansion in the north? Why are there people coming from the east? And they are so fast? In the alley behind Tongfu Inn, Zhao Diyan was shocked when he heard Sky Eagle say that there was a group of people coming from the east. However, when he came to his senses, he could not help but feel a little strange. When he found out that Sun Dafu, the innkeeper of the inn, had gone missing, he guessed that Sun Dafu might have been captured by the provincial governor's mansion or the imperial army. However, the provincial governor's mansion and the relay station were in the north of Taiyuan City. Even if the other party had sent people to surround the inn, they should have come from the north. Moreover, the other party should not have come so quickly. After all, Tongfu Inn was in the south of Taiyuan City. How many people are coming from the other party? After forcing himself to calm down, Zhao Diyan regained his composure and looked at Sky Eagle as he asked in a low voice. Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to the guard master, the other party does not have many people. There are only about 10 of them. All of them are riding fast horses. They will catch up in a while. Do you want me to bring a few people to deal with them?" 10 of them? All of them are riding fast horses? Zhao Diyan's heart sank when he heard this. Of course, he knew that Taiyuan City would implement a curfew system at night. Those who dared to ride horses in public in the middle of the night either had their heads kicked by a donkey, or the other party really had an official background. Obviously, these 10 or so cavalrymen coming toward the inn were definitely from the Tang Empire's government. When did the government arrange such a surprise army near the inn? This was a question that Zhao Diyan could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. However, there was no time for him to think about this at this moment. He had to make a decision. Although the cavalry coming from the east didn't have many people, they were fast. If he didn't pay attention to them, the other party would first miss the inn and then chase after them from behind. Or the other party might guess their intentions and go to the post house to report in advance. However, if he followed Sky Eagle's suggestion and sent people to intercept the cavalrymen, on the one hand, they only had about 100 people. If they split their forces to deal with the cavalrymen, it would definitely weaken the power to attack the relay station. On the other hand, although the other party only had about 10 people, he did not know how strong they were. The people he could send to intercept them were very limited. If they could not win or the noise during the battle attracted the Yamans patrolling in the city, the other party would still send people on fast horses to chase them. Who would have thought that a cavalry troop of over 10 people would actually cause Zhao Dian's current situation to seem to have fallen into a dead knot that could not be untied no matter what? Guardmaster, quickly give the order. If those people catch up any later, our operation might be exposed. Seeing Zhao Dian standing on the spot without saying a word, Sky Eagle was anxious and could not help but urge. Zhao Dian's eyes flashed as he recovered from his deep thoughts. Just a moment ago, he suddenly thought of a plan that satisfied both sides and was extremely bold. Taking 2 deep breaths, Zhao Dian looked at Sky Eagle and Xianyi and said in a deep voice, "Xianyi, Sky Eagle, the two of you lead these people to attack the relay station immediately. You must capture Li Tai alive. Leave 10 people behind and follow me back to the relay station." What? Sky Eagle and Xianyi turned pale with fright when they heard this. They hurriedly said, "Guard Master, you must not do this." Xianyi hurriedly said, "The other party only has about 10 people. I'll lead people to eliminate them now, and then chase after them to assist Guardmaster in attacking the relay station. We definitely won't waste any time." "That's right. Guardmaster. The other party only has about 10 people. Why do you have to personally take the risk?" Sky Eagle also said. Zhao Dian's face was extremely grim. He looked at the 2 people before him and said coldly, "Humph. After knowing that I'm in the inn, the other party only has about 10 people who dare to surround the inn. Why do you think this is? Humph. This is because either there's a top-notch expert among them, or these 10 over people are only the enemy's vanguard. After they find out the actual situation, the enemy's main force will immediately surround us." Hearing Zhao Dian's words, Xianyi and Sky Eagle calmed down one after another. Indeed, if there was a top-notch expert among the enemy, then they would be utterly unable to finish the battle in a short period of time. If there was a large force following behind the enemy, then it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 1938. Immediately send a message to our men near the inn. Tell them to bring their weapons to the inn immediately. After Zhao Dian returned to the heavenly guest room, he could already vaguely hear the da-da-da sound of horse hooves coming from the east street. At this moment he called over a subordinate and instructed him. He did not know the exact name of this subordinate because he had too many subordinates. Xianyi, Sky Eagle, and the others had all taken away experts. The 10 people left by his side were the weakest among them, so he naturally did not remember their names. Zhao Dian had planted a total of 200 people in Source Peak City. Xianyi had taken away 110 people, and he had left 10 people with him. In the houses near Tong Fu Inn, there were still 80 or so of his men. Previously, due to the urgency of time, Zhao Dian did not wait for everyone to arrive before giving the order to attack the post house. But now, since he had chosen to use himself as bait and guard the inn, then these people naturally had to be called over. After all, if the cavalry coming from the east was weak, Zhao Dian was confident that he could take them down with these people. If the opponent was strong, it did not matter even if he lost because his goal of restraining the opponent would have been achieved. "Yes, Guard Master." That person cupped his fists respectfully to Zhao Dian, then turned around and left. "If you want to put on a show, you have to do it all the way. The few of you wait in the room next door. If this cavalry comes straight for my room after entering the inn, then find an opportunity to kill your way out." Zhao Dian instructed the other 9 people. Yes. Everyone cupped their fists and accepted the order. Then they turned around and went out to the Earthrank guest room next door. Bang bang bang. Not long after this series of arrangements was completed, Zhao Dian heard the door of the inn being directly knocked open from the outside, emitting a few loud bangs. Almost all of the sleeping guests in the inn were woken up, and some with bad tempers couldn't help but curse loudly. Who the F***ck is this? Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you knocking on the door for? What is the innkeeper doing? Who the F***ck is knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Which bastard is it? Why don't you try hitting me again? In the midst of the scattered curses, many rooms that were originally in darkness lit up one after another. Then, a crowd of people could be seen moving about. Obviously, those were the guests who had been woken up. They came out of their rooms to see what was happening outside. With just one look, the people who were cursing earlier immediately shut their mouths. More than 10 men with weapons in their hands were standing in the hall with murderous looks on their faces. Although there were only a dozen of them, they gave off the aura of hundreds and thousands of people. Aura was a mysterious thing, but it did exist. A general who had been through hundreds of battles and a new recruit who had just joined the army would definitely give off a different feeling when they stood in front of each other. The 100 cavalry was the most mysterious and elite force of the Great Tang. Each of its soldiers was an elite, and as the commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Juanxian's strength was even greater. Amongst all the Tang generals, he could be considered one of the strongest. This group of elites standing in front of the crowd naturally exerted an invisible pressure on them. Although the Tang revered martial arts and many of their refined guests carried sabers and swords with them, for Li Juanxian and his men to charge into an inn with weapons in the middle of the night clearly meant that they had come with ill intentions. If not for the fact that they were all dressed rather neatly and had no bandit faces like one-eyed man or scarred face on them, the guests would have thought that they were bandits. Even if they weren't bandits, Li Juanxian's group still gave off the impression that they were not to be trifled with. Thus, those guests who had been about to come out of their rooms and curse when they saw Li Juanxian's group swallowed their words and dejectedly returned to their rooms. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Li Juanxian's group was simply too powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them would have to have been kicked in the head by a donkey. In truth, Li Juanxian didn't think much of these guests. Ever since he had entered the inn, his eyes had never once paused on them. His head was raised as he scanned the small wooden plates above the doors of each room on the second floor, recording the room number of each room. As the largest inn in Taiyuan City, Tongfuan had divided its rooms into heaven, earth, human, and common. There was only one heaven room, but it was so expensive that ordinary people couldn't afford it. The lower the level of the rooms, the more there were, and correspondingly the cheaper each night. Thus, Li Juanxian only needed to find the heaven character on the wooden plates in front of each room. Over there. Li Juanxian's eyes focused as he pointed at the westernmost room and sternly said, Chun Fu Shan Tu, the two of you guard the front and back doors of the inn. The rest of you follow me upstairs. Yes. Everyone bowed and received their orders. 2 of them went to the front door and the back door of the inn, while Li Juanxian led the rest of them up the stairs to the heaven guest room on the west side. There's no need to knock. Just open the door. One of the 100 horsemen was just about to knock on the door when Li Juanxian stopped him. As the saying went, delay could lead to change, and he did not want any changes. After saying this, he walked past the 100 horsemen and kicked open the door. In truth, the door wasn't locked. The moment the door was kicked open, Li Juanxian's group rushed in and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man casually drinking tea at the tea table in the center of the room. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the intrusion of Li Juanxian's group, and then he frowned. Who are you? Why have you barged into this one's room? Li Juanxian frowned when he saw that there was only one person in the room, a seemingly refined middle-aged man who didn't seem to know any martial arts. He began to wonder if his previous judgment had been wrong, but since he was here, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. He signaled the people around him with his eyes, and several of the riders went to guard the door and the windows to prevent the middle-aged man from escaping. Li Juanxian sat down across from the middle-aged man and stared at him. Instead of answering his question, he asked, Why? There's no need for you to know who we are. First tell me who you are. Where did you come from? Why have you come to Taiyuan City? The middle-aged man scowled in displeasure and coldly snorted. Good sir has barged into someone else's room in the middle of the night. It's fine if you don't give an explanation, but now you're questioning me? Truly tyrannical. Do you really think there's no law in Taiyuan City? Li Juanxian couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so he bluntly said, Don't waste words with me. I'll give you one more chance. If you can't clearly explain your background, we'll arrest you and send you to the authorities. Once we're there, we'll slowly talk to you about the law. Arrest me? This one has not committed any crime, nor has he stolen or robbed. What right do you have to arrest me? The middle-aged man coldly sneered. Li Junxian chuckled. Heh, you're not going to speak? Come, arrest him and send him to the provincial governor's residence for interrogation. Although he couldn't be sure of the middle-aged man's exact identity, since he was connected to the Wang clan's second branch, and on the way to the inn, Li Junxian had learned that Wang Kuei had fled for fear of punishment. This meant that the Wang clan's second branch truly had colluded with Turkic spies. Since this middle-aged man had secretly met with Wang Xinyuan, this meant that he was in cahoots with Zhao Dian. At the very least, he was someone Zhao Dian had sent to liaise with the Wang clan's second branch. After saying this, Li Junxian got up and prepared to leave. The two horsemen at his side began to approach the middle-aged man, clearly intending to capture him. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face, and he hurriedly said, Are you from the authorities? Fine, I'll speak. This one is Yu Dexing, a native of Yunzhou. I came to Taiyuan to buy some goods. Once I'm done, I'll return. A merchant of Yunzhou? A playful smile appeared on Li Junxian's face as he indifferently asked, Then do you have a talisman scroll? A talisman scroll was equivalent to a modern letter of introduction. In ancient times, one needed an identity card to stay in an inn. However, this identity card was not the same as the modern one, but something similar to a letter of introduction. Although ancient China did not have an information system to manage household registers, it had a complete household register system long ago. In order to distinguish between people, the ancients had invented travel permits, door tickets, fish tokens, and tooth tokens to prove one's identity. The majority of ancient China rarely had the opportunity to travel, and only a few people had the need for such things. If an official or merchant was on a business trip or engaged in an official foreign activity, they would have a talisman scroll or a talisman scroll. These talismans, sections, and scrolls were all proof of identity for staying in an inn in the early days. They were equivalent to modern letters of introduction. Later on, courier scrolls and letter tokens were also proof of travel. Without a proof of travel, it was impossible to stay in an inn, especially one run by an official. In the Tang dynasty, officials of rank 5 and above had a fish token issued by the imperial court to prove their identity. If an ordinary person wanted to travel, they had to report it to the prefect inspector or fangzheng. The prefect inspector or fangzheng would then report it to the local yamen, and the prefect or secretary would issue a talisman scroll, letter of introduction, upon approval. In truth, the travel permits of the Ming dynasty were similar to these things. I do. The middle-aged man seemed to believe that Li Junxian was an official. He nodded and then took out a yellowed paper from his bosom and placed it on the table. Li Junxian took it and began to carefully examine it. A few moments later, Li Junxian put down the paper and smiled at the middle-aged man. This talisman scroll is forged so well that it looks almost real. If this general hadn't seen the talisman scroll from Yunzhou, you really might have fooled me. Come, seize this man. The middle-aged man grimaced and immediately backed away, harshly saying, My talisman scroll really can't be any more real. Good sir is deliberately making things difficult for a deer as a horse. Just what are your intentions? Do you really think that this Yu is easy to bully? After saying this, he picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it to the ground. At the same time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and then a group of people charged in, sabers and swords in hand. At a glance, there were 20 to 30 people. It was clear that some of the reinforcements Zhao Dian had sent earlier had already arrived at the inn. Oh, Chapter 1939. Finally willing to reveal your true face? In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, Li Junxian showed no fear in the face of these menacing 20 to 30 men. On the contrary, he would have found it strange if this middle-aged man had no helpers. The more subordinates he had, the higher his status on Zhao Dian's side. There was even a chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. The middle-aged man was now standing close to the door, and the 20 to 30 people who had broken in with their sabers and swords had automatically moved to the left and right of the middle-aged man. The two sides were now in a standoff. The middle-aged man looked at Li Junxian and said, "Since good sir insists on pestering this you endlessly, don't blame this you for being impolite." After he finished speaking, he looked at the guards beside him and said, "When going out to do business, it's inevitable to encounter some bandits. For the sake of safety, this you specially hired some guards. If your excellency is from the government, then please reveal your identity. If your excellency is here to make things difficult for this you, then these guards of mine won't show you any mercy." A hint of derision appeared on Li Junxian's face. "Reveal my identity? You still don't have the right to know who I am. In my view, you should stop pretending. If you didn't have firm evidence, I wouldn't have personally led my men here. Tell me, what is your true identity? Where is your leader, Zhao Dian?" Zhao Dian. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He had clearly not expected Li Junxian to know his identity. After all, ever since he had infiltrated Taiyuan City, he had been operating in secret. Other than Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, he had never revealed his identity to anyone else, so how did Li Junxian know his name? He had no idea that the secret letter he had sent to the steppe this morning had already been intercepted by Han Lijing and brought to Taiyuan City. What leader? This one doesn't know what you're talking about. Come, see the guests out. The middle-aged man was only a few moments stunned before he ordered his men. Please leave. My master does not welcome you. Two saber-wielding soldiers stepped forward and sternly barked at Li Junxian's group. Could you be Zhao Dian? Very good. Li Junxian had noticed the expression on the middle-aged man's face, and he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Thus, he decisively ordered the some cavalry in the room. Capture him. Yes. The 8 horsemen in the house answered loudly. Then, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The horsemen drew their weapons and charged at the middle-aged man. You are courting death. The leader of the guards beside the middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all and led a few people to greet them. As the weapons clashed, the room was suddenly filled with the sound of ding ding pong pong. In terms of numbers, Li Junxian's side had no advantage in a battle of 8 against 30, but the 100 cavalry were the most elite soldiers of the Great Tang, and each one of them was a top-notch expert. In terms of individual strength, the 100 cavalry had the advantage. In addition, there was limited space in the room, and with so many people it was very difficult to move freely. If this had been an open area outside the room, the middle-aged man's side would have been able to use their numbers to pincer him. But there was only so much space in the room, and the 30 of them had basically filled the room. And this was only because the middle-aged man was staying in the most expensive room of Tongfu Inn, the Heaven Room. Compared to the other rooms, this room was not only luxuriously decorated, but it was also large enough. If they had been staying in a shared room, it would have been a problem for them to even squeeze in. Thus, even though they had the advantage in numbers, the middle-aged man's side had not been able to gain much of an advantage. On the contrary, after a few rounds, several of them had been stabbed in the vitals and dropped to the ground. The middle-aged man stood motionless in the doorway, 2 guards on his left and right. Li Junxian also did not move. He was coldly watching the middle-aged man to prevent him from escaping. As for the battle, he was not very worried. Although the 100 cavalry were not strong enough to fight against 10 or 100, he was confident that his men would be able to deal with an enemy 3 times their size. Sure enough, after the 2 sides fought for more than 10 rounds, the middle-aged man's side was already showing signs of defeat. There were more than 10 people lying on the ground. The 2 guards beside the middle-aged man said in a low voice, Master, we will escort you to retreat first." In his panic, this fellow had almost let his tongue slip. Li Junxian's sharp ears had picked up on this small slip of the tongue in the chaos, and his eyes brightened. This middle-aged man really was a big fish, and there was a high chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. Thus Li Junxian wasted no more time. As the saying went, to capture bandits, capture the leader first. He blinked up to the middle-aged man and sneered. You want to escape? You won't be able to escape tonight. As he spoke, Li Junxian reached out with his hand to grab the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man hastily backed away, but he was far slower than the Grandmaster Li Junxian. As Li Junxian's hand got closer and closer, A hint of panic appeared in his eyes. At this moment the two guards at his side attacked. Two sabers slashed at Li Junxian's arm. If Li Junxian continued forward, he would have been able to grab the middle-aged man before the sabers fell, but once he did, he would not have the time to pull back his arm. Although Li Junxian was a powerful martial artist, he was far from being invulnerable. How could a body of flesh and blood stand against sharp sabers? Thus Li Junxian chose to retreat for now. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword and brazenly charged at the two guards at the middle-aged man's side. Clang clang. Saber and sword clashed. These two were only at the Qi transformation realm, so how could they possibly contend against Li Junxian, who had already reached the Grandmaster realm? In just 2 or 3 moves, Li Junxian had found a small flaw in their saber techniques. Once the time was right, he cut their throats with a single slash. While he was fighting with the two guards, the middle-aged man was hastily backing away. As the two guards fell, clutching their necks, the middle-aged man hastily turned around and ran out of the room. Too powerful. Li Junxian gave him the feeling that he was simply too powerful. Although Xian Yi was also a grandmaster, he was still lacking compared to Li Junxian. In just 2 or 3 moves he had killed 2 Qi transformation experts. Even if all the 30-some people in the room had attacked together, they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to Li Junxian. Humph! Li Junxian sneered as he saw the middle-aged man fleeing faster than a rabbit. With a tap of his foot, the middle-aged man felt a gust of wind, and then he saw Li Junxian standing in front of him. You still want to run? I already said that you won't be going anywhere today. Obediently come back with me. Li Junxian indifferently said. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face. Suddenly he heard hurried footsteps outside the inn. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips as he turned to look at the entrance and then said to Li Junxian, "Heh? Run. This god never said anything about running. No matter who you are, all of you will die here today." Li Junxian followed the middle-aged man's gaze and saw that 50 to 60 armed warriors had entered the entrance of the inn. Cough cough, of course not all of them were wielding weapons. If one looked carefully, one could see that some of them were unarmed. Chan Fu, who had been assigned by Li Junxian to guard the entrance of the inn, had been forced to retreat into the hall on the first floor of the inn by these 50 to 60 warriors. He was not a grandmaster like Li Junxian, so it was only natural for him to feel uneasy in the face of so many people. Shintu, who had been guarding the back gate, had hurried over when he heard the commotion at the front gate, but the two of them were still useless against 50 to 60 people. Li Junxian finally understood why the middle-aged man had suddenly become so confident. These 50 to 60 people and the 30-some in the room made for a total of 80 to 90 people. But the 100 horsemen only had 10 people. This made the situation even more difficult to deal with. But Li Junxian was not afraid. On the contrary, he was rather excited. The more people that came to the middle-aged man's rescue, the higher his status. At this moment, he was almost certain that this middle-aged man was Zhao Dian. Heh, I didn't think that you would have so many subordinates. It seems like you're Zhao Dian. Upon seeing the situation, Li Junxian showed no signs of nervousness. He looked at the middle-aged man and chuckled. Seeing that the situation was settled, the middle-aged man no longer put on an act. He neither admitted nor denied it, but asked, "Just who are you? How did you know of this god's identity?" Although the middle-aged man did not directly admit it, his words were basically a tacit admission that he was Zhao Dian. Li Junxian turned serious and indifferently said, "Remember, the one who captured you today is Li Junxian of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry. As for how this general knew of your identity, you will understand once you follow this general to the Yamen." 100 Cavalry? Li Junxian? You're actually Li Junxian? Zhao Dian was flabbergasted by Li Junxian's report of his identity. Not even with Kongming's wisdom could he have predicted that the 100 Cavalry commander of Chang and would suddenly appear in Taiyuan City. In this case, it was no surprise that his identity had been exposed. After all, few people in the world could compare to the 100 Horsemen's ability to gather information. So that's how it is. No wonder shopkeeper-son suddenly disappeared. No wonder you were able to find this place. However, this god came to Taiyuan and managed to take down the 100 Cavalry commander of the Great Tang. That's not a loss. Zhao Dian turned to Li Junxian and sneered. Humph. Take down? Do you think that victory is already in your grasp? Li Junxian jeered. Do you think they're faster? Or this general is faster? As he spoke, Li Junxian vanished. A moment later, he appeared at Zhao Dian's side, one hand clamping down on Zhao Dian's shoulder while the other clamped down on Zhao Dian's neck. The warriors in the hall had no time to react, only enough time to shout. Brother Li, you're in the middle of nowhere. Lord Guard. Release Lord Guard. Oh. Chapter 1940. Qingke, why haven't you gone to bed yet? In Taiyuan Post Station, Iron Egg's room. Iron Egg couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai come in. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening in modern times. Most people had already eaten dinner and gone to bed. In the post station, other than the Imperial Guards on night patrol and Han Lijing and the others who went to Wang Kuei's manor near Longshan, the rest of the people had already returned to their rooms after dinner. It can't be helped. The ancient people's biological clocks were like this. Iron Egg was sitting at the table and reading a book. This was the mathematics textbook for the next semester of Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan had already compiled it before he entered the military camp, but it hadn't been printed on a large scale yet. After all, Li Zixuan was his brother-in-law, so Li Zixuan had opened a back door for Iron Egg in this regard. I can't sleep. Li Tai walked in and sat across from Iron Egg without hesitation. When he saw the book in Iron Egg's hands, he couldn't help but mutter, Iron Egg, you're not being kind. Everyone is busy working for the telegraph relay station, but you're the only one enjoying the special treatment from the Yamacho. This is unfair competition. Speaking up to this point, Little Fatty's face was full of indignation. That look was a bit like a modern school sports meet, where students were all participating in the sports meet on the field, but someone discovered that a student was secretly studying in the classroom. Iron Egg put down the book in his hand and said with a speechless face, What unfair competition? Master gave me the mathematics textbook for the next semester. It's not like you haven't read it before. It wasn't a secret that he had the mathematics textbook for the next semester. At least Li Tai, Ming Wenhao, and Qin Huayu already knew about it. Moreover, they had borrowed it from Iron Egg before, and Iron Egg had never rejected it. The world seems to be stable now, but I always feel that it will soon enter an eventful period. As a student of Yanhuang College, I have to follow my master's wishes and establish a heart for the world, a life for the people, and a life for the past. In the second half of the year, when the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks starts, Yanhuang College will definitely not be able to stay out of it. At that time, we might have to run around like we are now. Therefore, I want to use the time every night to prepare for the next semester's classes in advance to avoid falling behind in my studies. Iron Egg suddenly sighed and said softly as he closed the book and placed it on the table. Just as he said when Li Zixuan founded Yanhuang College, he hoped to cultivate a group of people who were truly useful to the country and the people, not bookworms who only knew how to study. Therefore, whether it was the Battle of Guan City in April, the killing of locusts in June, or the establishment of telegraph relay stations in Taiyuan and Yunzhou, all of these events more or less had the shadow of Yanhuang College's students. As the first batch of students of Yanhuang College, and as Li Zixuan believed, they were the golden generation of Yanhuang College. Iron Egg, Li Tai, and Lika's cohort of students had high hopes for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan hoped that not only could they study well in the academy, but that in the process, if the country needed them, the students of the academy had to be there for them. If the Tang Empire's golden age wanted to last forever, it needed too many people who could serve the country. This was the main reason why Li Zixuan risked universal condemnation to establish the engineering school and Yanhuang College. Chapter 1941. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the Taiyuan post house wasn't small at all. There were a total of 28 individual buildings in the post house, and each building had a few to over 20 guest rooms. In the dark night, 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on the roofs of the buildings in the east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the courier station. Using the weak light from the stone lanterns in the courtyards of the courier station, the 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on high points and meticulously scanned the entire courier station. Below them, there would be a group of soldiers patrolling with torches every once in a while. Although Dugu Xian didn't expect Zhao Dian to send people to attack the post house tonight, The defense of the post house didn't relax because of this. There were both open and hidden sentries. If an unknown person broke into the post house, these Imperial Army soldiers on night duty would be able to immediately discover it and issue a warning. This was the Imperial Army. No matter when or where, they wouldn't abandon their superb military discipline. Whoosh! In the night, a thin needle with a cold glow flew straight toward the Imperial Army soldier on the east side of the building. It wasn't daytime and there was no moon tonight. The Imperial Army soldier on the roof naturally couldn't see this thin needle. However, when the thin needle was about to reach him, he could still feel the turbulence in the air. But at this time it was already too late for him to dodge. The thin needle silently pierced through the Imperial Army soldier's throat without any reservation. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he clutched his throat and fell straight to the ground. Based on the way he fell, when he hit the ground, he would definitely make a sound and attract the attention of the other troops. But at this moment a black shadow flew over. Before the Imperial Army soldier fell, he caught the latter's body and gently placed him on the roof. As there was only a faint light in the courtyard and no light on the roof, the fall of this Imperial Army soldier didn't attract the attention of the hidden sentries at the southeast and northeast corners that were closest to him. After putting down the Imperial Army soldier's body, the black shadow didn't stop and headed straight for the hidden sentries at the southeast corner. Whoosh! Whoosh! Using the same method, the black shadow quietly eliminated the 3 hidden sentries that the Imperial Army had placed in the southeast, east, and southwest of the post house in less than 15 minutes. At this point, all the hidden sentries in the east of the post house had been eliminated by the black shadow. It had to be said that this shadow's strength was indeed formidable. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes," everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes," everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. A dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. Chapter 1942. What's going on outside? Outside the room, Dugu Exian called over the guard at the door and asked in a low voice, "General, there's a warning from our brothers at the east of the post house. General who has already led his men there." The guard at the door cupped his fists and replied, "I'll go and take a look." Dugu Exian's expression turned grim. "Wang Tong, Guojian, the 2 of you stay here to ensure His Highness' safety. If the situation turns bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness." The 2 of them looked at each other, then cupped their fists and said in unison, "General will go with you." They were Dugu Exian's personal guards. Naturally, wherever Dugu Exian went, they would follow. Dugu Exian's expression was cold as he said sternly, "This is a military order. Do the 2 of you dare to disobey a military order?" Seeing Dugu Exian's anger, Wang Tong and Guojian lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Dugu Exian tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This was the sword that had accompanied him in battle for many years, and it had never left his side. However, he had been seriously injured this time and had almost died. Because of the severity of his injuries and the doctor's warning that he could not use martial arts for the time being, his sword had been removed by Dugu Feng and placed on the sword rack. When he heard the sound of an enemy attack from outside, Dugu Exian had not hesitated and had come out with his sword. As the leader of this army, there was no reason for him to be a coward in the face of a great enemy. "I'll leave this place to the 2 of you. Remember, even if the 2 of you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness' safety." Dugu Exian said in a low voice as he patted Wang Tong's shoulder, then left with his sword. His tone was no longer as stern as before. It was just that his back looked a little tragic and desolate. Dugu Xian had a strong premonition that the enemy tonight was no ordinary person. The guess that Li Tai had mentioned to him earlier might very well be true. Zhao Dian had really gathered all his men to launch a sneak attack on the post house. Yes, General. The two personal guards felt a little sour in their noses as they looked at Dugu Xian's bleak back and cupped their fists. The location of the incident was actually very close to Dugu Xian's room. It didn't take long for Dugu Xian to arrive at the scene. At that moment, the Imperial Army and a group of unidentified men in black were already engaged in battle. There were many scattered torches on the ground, which meant that they had already lost a lot of men. Only the Imperial Army would carry torches. The people who came to ambush the post house definitely wouldn't have brought their own torches. With the light from the scattered torches on the ground and the stone lanterns in the courtyard, Dugu Xian was able to make out the situation. The other side had around 100 men while the Imperial Army had more than 200. While it seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, the Imperial Army had no advantage in the overall situation. Among the group of black-clothed men, there was a thin and slightly shorter man who was constantly flying through the crowd. Every time he waved his sleeve, there would be a few flashes of silver light. Then, a few Imperial Army soldiers would be killed by those flashes of silver light. He was truly a harvester of human lives. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. It's him. Dugu Xian narrowed his eyes. Although the man was dressed in black and had his face covered, Dugu Xian still recognized him at a glance. It was the masked assassin who had severely injured him in the southern part of the city this morning. The hidden weapons used by the two of them were exactly the same, as well as the way they used them. In the entire Taiyuan city, there was probably no other person who could use hidden weapons to such an extent. Seeing this, Dugu Xian quickly stepped forward, wanting to join the battle. Although he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, and although Gong Sun Liang had warned him not to use force for 7 days, he couldn't just stand by and watch his men get slaughtered in front of him. Not only was there a martial arts master on the other side, but the strength of the rest was also not low. Dugu Xian could clearly see that among the more than 100 men, there were at least 6 or 7 martial arts masters at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. There were nearly a dozen martial arts masters at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Although these people were fighting individually on the battlefield without any cooperation, the Imperial Army soldiers without a commander had already been beaten into a daze. There was no need for them to cooperate in battle. The main reason was that Xian Ye's individual strength was too strong. As the only martial arts master on the battlefield, he was like a living king of hell. If he wanted to take someone's life, that person would fall in the next moment. Such tyrannical strength was completely terrifying. Although the Imperial Army soldiers had undergone a long period of training and were not afraid of death, none of them wanted to die in such a humiliating manner. Therefore, under such circumstances, Dugu Xian had no choice but to take the field himself. General. The Imperial Army soldiers at the back were the first to notice Dugu Xian. First they were surprised. After all, they had more or less heard about Dugu Xian's injuries. After the surprise they were ecstatic. A large part of the reason why the Imperial Army was being suppressed and thrown into disarray was because they did not have a commander on their side who could match the top martial arts masters of the enemy. In other words, they did not have a backbone. With Dugu Xian's appearance, this problem was easily solved. This was because in the eyes of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian was an invincible existence. Even if he had not recovered from his injuries, he was still the spiritual faith of the Imperial Army. Nodding slightly at the Imperial Army soldiers, Dugu Xian quickly walked into the ranks. Circulating qi in his dantian, Dugu Xian roared. Generals, listen up. Set up the formation. Goose formation. This was a roar that contained qi. At this time, although the courier station was filled with battle cries, Dugu Xian's roar still clearly reached the ears of every Imperial Army soldier. In the morning, he had been severely injured by Xian Yi and had almost died. After a day of recuperation, although Gong Sun Liang had ordered him not to fight, this did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In truth, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Xian had recovered about 50% of his qi, and he was now able to fight against Xian Yi. But after this battle, he was likely to be even more injured. At best, his cultivation would be damaged, and at worst, he would lose his life. Dugu Xian naturally understood the consequences, but with the enemy before them and Li Tai's safety threatened, he could no longer care so much. He had to fight and buy time for Li Tai to retreat. Yes, sir. A loud roar instantly woke up the Imperial army from their stupor. This battle-hardened army immediately had a backbone. The 200 or so Imperial army soldiers responded loudly. Immediately after, the Imperial army soldiers that were fighting with Xian Yi and the others quickly broke away from the battle. Then, according to the formation that they had been trained in, they quickly split into 3 rows. The left and right wings were arranged in an echelon formation, forming an inverted V shape. This was the goose formation. The tip of the inverted V was where the strongest fighting force of the Imperial army was gathered. Dugu Xian was naturally in the middle. In this way, not only could he protect the 2 flanks and the rear, he could also prevent the enemy from circling around. Facing this group of martial arts experts, Dugu Xian wanted to use the goose formation to defend the east side of the courier station. On one hand, he could prevent the enemy's top experts from slaughtering his own soldiers. On the other hand, he could quickly stabilize the situation and buy time for Li Tai's safe retreat. Otherwise, if any of these martial arts experts went around them to find Li Tai, it would be a great threat to Li Tai and Iron Egg. However, he did not know that before he came, someone had already gone around the Imperial army to find Li Tai. Seeing the Imperial army get into a battle formation under the command of a young general, the leader of the men in black could not help but frown. This was because he knew that fighting alone was the strength of this group of people, and cooperation in battle formations was the strength of the Imperial army. Once the Imperial army got into formation, it would not be easy for them to slaughter the Imperial army as they had before. The situation of the battle could very well be reversed. After seeing the young general's appearance, the leader of the men in black could not help but sneer. Dugu Xian? Still want to resist stubbornly? I wonder how much strength you have now? From the voice, who else could this leader be but Xian Yi, who had tried to assassinate Dugu Xian in the morning? You'll know how much strength I have after you try. Dugu Xian's face was flushed. It seemed that he had recovered to his peak condition. He answered Xian Yi indifferently, then raised his sword to the sky and ordered loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 200 Imperial army soldiers had been suppressed for a long time, and their stomachs were already filled with anger. Dugu Xian's shout of "Kill!" completely ignited the flames of vengeance in their hearts. The Imperial army soldiers all responded loudly, and under Dugu Xian's lead, they charged toward the group of men in black with weapons in hand. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Dugu Xian's calm and confident tone made Xian Yi feel a little uneasy. For a moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt the poison he had concocted. According to common sense, once his weapon or hidden weapon scratched the enemy, even if the enemy didn't die immediately, they would die within 2 hours of the poison acting up. Dugu Xian had been poisoned by several weapons in the morning, but not only was he completely fine, he was even able to wield his sword. This did not make sense. Could it be that his strength has really recovered completely? But how is that possible? Xian Yi could not help but think to himself. The reason why more than 100 of them had dared to attack the post house tonight was that they had concluded that Dugu Xian had not yet recovered from his injuries, and that his strength was less than 10%. If Dugu Xian had really recovered completely, then their surprise attack tonight would have no chance of success. Xian Yi's heart was in a mess at this moment. Kill. Although Xian Yi had thought so much, it was only a matter of a moment. Seeing Dugu Xian leading the Imperial army to attack, Xian Yi felt a little uneasy, but he did not show any weakness on the surface. He waved behind him and shouted the word "Kill," then led the charge toward the Imperial army. To be precise, he was charging toward Dugu Xian. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. This was a decisive battle between kings and kings. Chapter 1943. Reporting. Night, Grasslands, Tujue Royal Court. In the evening, the Grassland coalition of 10 tribes launched a fierce offensive against Tuli, causing Tuli to suffer disastrous losses. After Xieli received the battle report, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He specially set up a banquet in the royal court to entertain the 10 tribal chiefs. At this time the banquet had already ended for quite some time. Xieli was just about to rest when he heard a series of urgent shouts coming from outside the tent. Xieli couldn't help but frown and said, "Come in." Although he didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping, Xieli knew in his heart that the soldiers outside the tent dared to come to him at this time. They definitely had urgent military information to report to him. The curtain was lifted. A soldier dressed as a tujue, but his face looked like a Han, quickly walked in. The soldier came to Xieli's front. His hands tightly clenched a slip of paper. He bowed to Xieli and saluted. Reporting to Khan, Guard Lord sent urgent information from Taiyuan. Khan, please take a look. Finished speaking, he raised the letter in his hands above his head. The soldier's respectful attitude and thorough etiquette made Xieli's heart feel very comfortable. His anger from being disturbed from his rest earlier immediately dissipated a little. Speaking of which, the reason why he wanted to plot against the Central Plains, other than the rich land and abundant natural resources, there was another important reason. The people of the Central Plains had been educated in etiquette for thousands of years. The dynasties of the Central Plains also had a set of strict hierarchical system. Those in lower positions were generally respectful and courteous to those in higher positions. The grassland people, on the other hand, were mostly boorish men who liked to be straightforward. In Xieli's view, these people were all barbarians who needed to accept the education of the Central Plains etiquette. Only in this way could he demonstrate his status and authority. This was also one of the important reasons why he put Zhao Dian, a Han, in an important position. It was because he wanted to move the system of the Central Plains imperial court and the etiquette and education that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Central Plains to the grasslands. Only in this way could he be likely heir and become a truly respected emperor. Oh, urgent information from Zhao Dian? Let this Khan take a look. When he heard that it was an urgent intelligence sent by his trusted minister, Xieli attached great importance to it. He quickly walked up and took the letter from the soldier's hand before opening it and reading it carefully. The Great Tang's Prince of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. I implore the Great Khan to send a troop of 10,000 wolf riders, to coordinate with the enemy, to take down Taiyuan City, to capture the Great Tang's Prince of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College alive. After reading the contents in his mind, Xieli put away the letter and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was weighing the feasibility of Zhao Dian's plan. After all, not long ago, because he had believed in Wuxia's plan, he had lost 50,000 elite wolf cavalry on the border of the Great Tang, all of them under his command. In the end, not only had he failed to obtain any of the Academy's secrets, he had even lost soldiers. Now that Zhao Dian had requested him to send troops to infiltrate Great Tang, he had no choice but to be cautious. When did Zhao Dian send out this letter? After thinking for a moment, Xieli was still somewhat moved by Zhao Dian's plan. He turned around and asked the soldier. The messenger soldier thought for a moment before replying. Replying to the Great Khan, based on the time, this secret letter should have been sent out by the Guard Lord this morning. Xieli nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, the soldier seemed to have something to say but hesitated. What else do you have to report? Xieli seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look at the messenger soldier and asked. Replying to the Great Khan, according to the usual practice, the Guard Lord would use 2 carrier pigeons to send 2 letters each time he sent a letter back to prevent any accidents on the way. However, this time, the Guard Lord sent a carrier pigeon back to the grasslands, but we only received a single carrier pigeon. Chapter 1944. Jia, why did father call you over just now? In a large tent to the west of the Eastern Turkic royal court, a beautiful Turkic woman lifted the curtain and walked in. A tall and mighty black-robed man was seated in front of a couch, wiping a spiked club in his hand. Upon seeing the black-robed man's actions, the woman's cheerful steps suddenly stopped. She stood a few steps in front of the black-robed man and couldn't help but ask, Wuxia, are you leaving the steppe again? The black-robed man in the tent was none other than the Turkic state teacher, Wuxia. Last month, after failing to infiltrate the Great Tang and steal the secrets of Yanhuang College, Wuxia had fled back to the steppe and returned to his old life. Even though Wuxia and Ashina had lost more than 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry in the battle on the Great Tang border, Wuxia's terrifying strength and his irreplaceable role on the steppe meant that Xieli had only punished Ashina and not Wuxia. At that time, Wuxia had fought several top experts within the borders of Great Tang, and he had also fought the half-step Grandmaster Xianqing of Longhu Mountain outside the Dragon Gate. He had suffered some injuries, but after more than a month of recuperation, his injuries had basically healed. Kagan wants me to lead soldiers to Taiyuan tomorrow. Hearing the woman's voice, Wu Jie's action of wiping his mace suddenly stopped, not even bothering to raise his head as he replied faintly in his hoarse voice. Listening to the meaning in his words, when Xieli told him to go to the tent just now, it should be to arrange for him to lead 10,000 wolf cavalry to go to Taiyuan and cooperate with Zhao Dian from the inside and outside, to thoroughly take down Taiyuan city. Looking at it this way, Xieli had made up his mind to take the risk according to Zhao Dian's plan. What? Father wants you to lead soldiers to the Great Tang again? How can this be? The woman cried out in alarm and then angrily said, Last time when father sent you to Chang'an you almost didn't return. Although your martial arts are formidable and unparalleled, the people of the Central Plains have a saying that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the martial arts world of the Central Plains has as many experts as the clouds. If you are surrounded by them, you will definitely be injured again. Why did father give you such a dangerous mission? No, I have to go find father. After saying this, the woman turned to leave. The woman's full name was Ashina Xian. She was the pearl of Xieli Kagan's palm and one of his most beloved daughters. Stop! Seeing that Ashina Xian was about to go find Xieli, Wu Jie finally raised his head, his back facing Ashina Xian as he said, I am the imperial teacher of the Great Zhou dynasty, enjoying the worship of tens of thousands of people. It is only right for me to share the burden of the Great Khan. Besides, no one can hurt me. This last sentence showed Wu Jie's confidence in his own strength. Even though he was slightly injured when he fought with Xianqing before the Dragon Gate, he didn't think that Xianqing's strength was higher than his. It was mainly because he had escaped from Cloud Mountain to the Dragon Gate. Before he fought with Xianqing, he had already fought with Mo Huai, the Bearded Guest, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feng, Li Zishuan, and many other top experts. At that time, he had used up more than half of his true qi, which was why he had suffered a small loss in the hands of Xianqing. If both of them were at their peak, he believed that Xianqing would be defeated within 100 moves. Ashina Xian stopped in her tracks and turned around. She stomped her feet angrily and said, Humph, father has so many warriors under his command. Why do you have to take the risk? What mission did father send you to Taiyuan for? As the little princess of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Ashina Xian's loyalty to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was unquestionable. Therefore, Wu Jie didn't hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he said, Half a month ago, Zhao Dian led the wolf guards to sneak into Taiyuan. Now he and his men are trapped in Taiyuan city. Apart from him, there are also King Wei of Great Tang and some teachers and students from Yanhuang College. The Khagan wants me to lead a team of wolf guards to sneak into Great Tang and surround Taiyuan city. Together with Zhao Dian, not only can we take down the city, we can also capture King Wei of Great Tang and the teachers and students from Yanhuang College back to the grasslands. What? Father sent you to attack Taiyuan? Ashina Xian was shocked when she heard this. She had thought that Xieli had sent Wu Jie to infiltrate the Great Tang like the last time, just to carry out a mission to steal information. She had never imagined that Xieli would send Wu Jie to attack the Great Tang's largest city in the north, Taiyuan city. That was not the Great Tang's border, but the inner pass. Not to mention the height and thickness of Taiyuan city. If Taiyuan city was besieged, the surrounding provinces and counties would immediately send reinforcements. Xieli sending Wu Jie on this mission was no different from sending Wu Jie to his death. How many soldiers did father give you? After coming back to her senses, Ashina Xian asked. In Ashina Xian's view, to penetrate deep into the heart of the Great Tang's Guangzhong and attack a major city like Taiyuan city, it would be impossible to succeed without at least 100,000 soldiers. 10,000 elite wolf guards. Wu Jie indifferently replied. Then he added, This is Zhao Dian's plan. He has already made arrangements in Taiyuan city. 10,000 soldiers is enough to take down Taiyuan city. Moreover, the situation on the steppe is unstable, and Kagan is concentrating his forces to encircle Tuli. He can't spare too many men. But when she heard the name Zhao Dian, a hint of anger flashed across Ashina Shuyan's face. She angrily stomped her foot and indignantly said, "Zhao Dian! It's that treacherous and hateful Han Zhao Dian again. Father sweat. He must have been possessed by the devil. Ever since he was placed in an important position by Father, not only did he bring the hypocritical habits of the Central Plains to the steppe, he also pushed aside all of Father's trusted generals. Father's prestige on the steppe is now far inferior to before. Also, Wuxia, you are the state teacher, the #1 expert of the steppe. Zhao Dian doesn't dare to do anything to you on the surface, but I feel that once his position under Father's command is stabilized, he will definitely push you aside just like he did everyone else. Previously, you failed to sneak into Yanhuang College to steal information and then fled to the Great Tang border. Not long after that, Zhao Dian took the initiative to personally infiltrate the Great Tang. I feel that he wants to use this opportunity to prove himself in front of Father so that he can replace you in the future. This time, you are leading troops to attack Taiyuan City. Even if you succeed, the credit will not fall to you but to Zhao Dian. In the words of the Central Plains, you are making a wedding dress for someone else." Hearing this, Wu Jie didn't feel indignant. Instead, he maintained a calm expression. Because Ashina Shuyan's words had taken a bit too long, Wu Jie had already picked up his mace and continued to wipe his face. After Ashina Shuyan finished speaking, Wu Jie only gave a faint "n", and then calmed down and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. Seeing this, Ashina Shuyan was furious. She couldn't help but walk up to Wu Jie and fiercely stomp her foot. "Wu Jie, I've said so much to you, why haven't you responded at all?" Wu Jie didn't immediately respond to Ashina Shuyan. He put down the silk cloth in his hand and carefully examined the mace. After making sure that the stains on it had been wiped clean, he stood up and looked at Ashina Shuyan. "Yenner, I don't care. Yenner, I don't care about this contribution. If Zhao Dian wants it, he can take it. But I must go on this trip to the Great Tang, and I have my reasons. I also have my reasons." Hearing the latter half of Wu Jie's words, Ashina Shuyan couldn't help trembling, her right hand involuntarily stroking her left wrist. Beneath her sleeve was a priceless black carp bracelet of exquisite craftsmanship. The last time they came back from the Great Tang, Wu Jie had told her that he met a little girl in Cloud Mountain who wore the same jade bracelet as her. He had asked her if she knew this girl, but Ashina Shuyan said she didn't. Since then, there had been some estrangement between the two of them. Now, the relationship between the two of them had become even more estranged. Ashina Shuyan was clear in her heart that the reason Wu Jie had to go was most likely because of the girl who wore the same bracelet as her. "In addition, I also want to know who I am." Wu Jie picked up his mace and was about to walk out of the tent, but just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly stopped and muttered to himself before opening the tent's curtain and walking out. Inside the tent, when she heard Wu Jie's last sentence, Ashina Shuyan's face suddenly turned pale and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes, as if she had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. Wu Jie's sentence seemed to have no beginning or end, but it also seemed to have a deep meaning. The amount of information contained in it was too much. "Wu Jie! Wu Jie!" After a long while, she finally came back to her senses, then quickly turned and ran out of the tent, frantically calling Wu Jie's name. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. At this time, Tang Jian was sitting at the table, reading a book and drinking tea leisurely. The book was a good book, and the tea was naturally good tea. It was the immortal tea that was currently popular in the Great Tang, and countless rich people fought over it. This thing was not available in the grassland because the people of the grassland basically didn't like to drink tea. Besides, even if they liked to drink tea, they couldn't buy tea leaves like the immortal tea. After all, this thing was in short supply in the Great Tang. These tea leaves were naturally brought over by Tang Jian from the Great Tang. If he didn't drink it now, it would only benefit Tuli and an Aishu too. "Grand Duke, you still have the leisure to read and drink tea?" At this time, a tall man with sword-like eyebrows walked in and saw Tang Jian leisurely sitting at the table. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This man was the captain of the guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grassland. "You Minghu." "Oh, Minghu, you're here?" Hearing this voice, Tang Jian put down the book in his hand, raised his head and smiled indifferently. What's wrong? What happened? Now that we're all alive and well, why can't this old man have the leisure to read and drink tea?
Oh,